and family-based centre for people to come. As the pundits say, but wait, there's more. On November 11 last year, we held our inaugural Poppy Ball. Over 440 people attended on HMAS Adelaide, and I know that many of you were there that night, and I think you can attest to the fact it was a wonderful evening. We've been successful with our best grant this year, increasing the amount we received by approximately 40%, and this is a true show of not only the quality but the quantity of services that we provide through our claims and advocacy teams. We've successfully completed our emotional regulation study, where we use cutting-edge technology in the form of AI goggles, providing emotional regulation services to people. Now we'll be in the circumstances to partner with the University of Western Sydney to bring this data together and provide some outcomes. And for the first time ever, very proud to say that we have a finalist at the Prime Minister's Veteran Employment Awards coming up in November. As I said, in September, we opened our Central Coast Veterans and Family Hub. I want to pause here and recognise the efforts of the Central Coast District Council in supporting this initiative over the last 12 months. We only received approval for this grant in November of last year, and within 12 months, we selected a site, designed and constructed now the Central Coast Veteran and Family Hub. It is a great location, and I think for those who attended, we had 180 odd people at the opening in September, and yeah, it was a great vibe, and I think everybody's favourite was our new barbecue trailer that we were able to take out to sub-ranches around the area as well. Just recently, we held a community consultation in Queanbeyan for the Queanbeyan Veterans and Families Hub. I'm happy to say that last week, based off the back of that consultation, we were able to start to provide designs and renders of the hub, and that construction has actually commenced. You can see by these initial artist designs that it'll be a really nice area where people are welcomed, they feel at home, and there'll be a warm, welcoming environment for them. And we are so looking forward to that opening next year. And in a few weeks, the temporary hub will be open at that location as well. So it's very, very exciting. What you can see here is that we've got now, and into next year, we'll have 8 operational hubs, including the temporary hubs that will be opening in Queanbeyan, Hawkesbury, and also Tweed. This will give us access to approximately 150,000 veterans, current and former serving, across New South Wales. It's designed to be a true network of hubs for veterans and their family, and we're very, very excited about having all of those operational in due time. Another thing that we've been incredibly proud of this year is evolving our reporting functionality. The new reporting will provide greater levels of granularity and demonstrate the effects we have on the RSL community. We provide top-level reporting for you at state level, but we are also able to provide you with district council level reporting to show what impact we're having in your local areas. And we actually have some of those reports available for you at our stand over today and tomorrow. So I just wanted to pull out a few key things around the reporting. Is that this year we assisted over 8,000 veterans and their families. That's a big number. And what the reporting will be able to show you is trends in data from this year relative to last year. So for example, this year we can see that the DVA claims, we supported 776 clients, and then in advocacy, we also assisted 926 clients. Our hub visits significantly increased, with almost 3,500 people checking in at the hubs across Wagga and also Nowra and in the Shoalhaven. A very big number in a very, very short space of time. Our homeless nights of accommodation, it stays steady, but is a core part of what we do. And one of the key things that we'll be able to provide you with these reports that are broken down into more detail, so we can actually show you the types of claims people are putting in for DVA, and also the ones that are relevant to your areas as well. And as I said, Spur, everybody's favourite. We just keep going from strength to strength. And in the next 12 months, there'll be something exciting. I can tell you about that program a little bit later. Like Isaac said, a lot of what is about for the last 2 days and tomorrow is the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. And we're certainly no different, is that we want to be able to create change by adopting the recommendations which are relevant to us and we can incorporate into our service levels. Yeah, the key recommendations for us is recommendation 86, ongoing funding to veterans and families hubs, very important with the number of hubs that we have. Develop a national funding agreement on veterans' wellbeing. Improving the outcome for veterans who are experiencing homelessness, something that we are very, very passionate about. And then with the recommendations 95 to 99, continuing to improve our claims and advocacy services to support these recommendations. Homes for Heroes has been a program that we've been incredibly proud of for a number of years. But it's one that's probably evolved more than been specifically designed. At the moment, we're working on considerably enhancing the offering of the Homes for Heroes programs on 2 fronts. We're looking at it from a capital perspective, where we're hoping to relocate the programs to the inner west to provide greater access to services such as National Centre for Veterans Health, and provide a doubling of our accommodation available for veterans at risk of homelessness. But also working on the actual model itself, and we are significantly enhancing this and taking this into the future. We're working on a model to enhance the program around what's called the Foyer Foundation model, a world-known model around homelessness that is incredibly successful. Most importantly, this program will be co-designed with veterans, knowing and understanding what their needs are and how we can best serve those needs. We'll have a cutting-edge case management platform to record the data and also provide up-to-date statistics for veterans under our care. And there'll be research-based outcomes. We'll be working with a professor from the Queensland University of Technology, who is someone who comes from a nursing background and is also a veteran. She's a professor at the QUT and has been in both the British and Australian Army, and her research program focuses on access to healthcare for priority populations, in particular the homeless population. So as you can see, this is something that we're really serious about doing. Unfortunately, family and domestic violence is something that continues to increase in Australia. And unfortunately, the veteran community is not excluded from that. Currently, we're able to work with people fleeing these situations and provide them with things such as phones and SIM cards, internet, food and essentials vouchers, short-term accommodation, so that they can feel that they're able to get out of situations that they shouldn't be in. And in conjunction with that, we're also part of a $2 million research project where we're partnering with Monash University, the Australian Institute for Family Studies and ANROS, where they're looking at the collection of data around family and domestic violence and working out ways that we can best face this in the future. So if you thought you had a busy last 12 months, well, the next 12 months is going to be even busier. As we said before, we're going to be opening the temporary hubs in Queanbeyan, North Coast and Hawkesbury, which will then be able to provide services to those locations, whilst also constructing the 4 permanent veterans and family hubs in those areas as well. I've already mentioned the expansion of our Homes for Heroes program and how we're going to work with other agencies to enact the Royal Commission recommendations. There'll be a poppy ball coming up on the 23rd of November as well, which we're incredibly looking forward to, at Victoria Barracks this year. This year was Army's turn to fly the flag for us, maybe Air Force next year, we'll see. One of the other things that we're doing is outside of the hub network, looking at other areas that we can provide services from. We're looking for ways to increase our service delivery in areas where there could be gaps. And I mentioned before something exciting about our Spur program is that we'll actually be covering the main arena at Spur. So that means that we'll be able to hold programs, rain, hail or shine, every day of the year. Max and the team will be stoked about their 7-day roster. But in all seriousness, it's such a great thing for that team. And for those of you who've done the Spur course, I think you can appreciate what that means to that program. So thank you for your time. Once again, thank you all for your heartfelt support. And I look forward to seeing you the next day or so and also the coming year. Thanks.
Dave. Look, just a couple of really exciting things for RSL New South Wales that are coming up in 2025 and in response to the Royal Commission. So first off, our policy advocacy strategy for 2025 has been finalised and we have a few advocacy priorities. So just to run through them, implement the recommendations of the Royal Commission into defence of veteran suicide, establish a permanent independent national commissioner for defence and veteran wellbeing to implement those recommendations, develop pathways to support incarcerated veterans, support female veterans by advocating for improved health and wellbeing outcomes, improve claims and wellbeing advocacy for veterans, increase processing capacity for DVA entitlements claims, to improve access to healthcare for veterans and their families, to fund research to address the causes of veteran homelessness, and to establish a peak body for ex-service organisations to improve service delivery, quality, and improve support for veterans and their families. It's also really exciting to announce to everyone that RSL New South Wales will be offering an expanded service offering in 2025. So RSL Queensland and RSL New South Wales remain committed to collaborating to deliver consistent and aligned services that directly support 54% of the veteran population represented in these two states. So a $2.6 million investment has been made by RSL Queensland to help evolve a common operating service model that will deliver consistent RSL services for veterans and their families in New South Wales. So the objectives of this model are to focus on the best outcomes for veterans and their families, connect veterans to wraparound services by creating a service ecosystem, coordinate centrally while delivering locally, and I think that's really, really important, to avoid duplication but encourage collaboration, to deliver impact, to create a culture of high standard services, and also a service that is sustainable over the long term. I just wanted to emphasise that this will be a collaborative approach. So RSL Life Care Veteran Services will continue to be our service delivery partner and deliver the services that they do so well. What RSL New South Wales will be seeking to achieve is a grassroots service delivery model, engaging the grassroots, engaging your local community to provide services to veterans and their families wherever they are. So some of the services we'll be offering include a regional support fund. So this will be an emergency funding pool available to regional sub-branches to provide things like emergency crisis accommodation for veterans on the weekend when it might not be possible to get them into other services. But we can also support other veterans' health and wellbeing initiatives. We're going to have a peer-led partnerships program. So RSL New South Wales will fund the cost of delivery of these programs. There'll be no cost to the veteran. And these will be for low to medium needs interventions with partner programs and assistance to those programs to make them as strong as possible for the veterans. To provide access to those programs for veterans will be the core of our work there. Really exciting that we'll be looking to expand our Australian Defence Force partnerships. So looking at having healthier serving members, and particularly around human performance contracts, which look at the emotional wellbeing, the emotional and physical performance, and serving members as resilience for military life and helping out supporting ADF where we can there. We'll be looking to target individual bases and talk to commanding officers and ask them, what do you need from us in terms of helping out here? And we're looking to develop that into a long-term relationship that will eventually be able to support veterans in transition. We'll be running a series of state ESO forums and developing our ESO partnerships and looking to do that with government representatives as well. So DVA, Defence, the State Office for Veterans Affairs, and looking to really expand our knowledge of the other ex-service organisations that are out there and develop an ESO ecosystem directory. And it really is about getting everyone together, getting on the same page when we're talking about veteran health, wellbeing and policy. We'll be offering a concierge service in 2025. So that will connect inbound inquiries to the RSL New South Wales support team with services and support. So the veterans and their families will be able to contact RSL New South Wales via the website, sub-branch referrals, direct phone number and internal channels, and we'll be able to give them a warm referral out to the service that they need. I just wanted to emphasise that we do not do crisis management and probably won't, but any other services or any referrals that we can make, we will. We'll have an advocacy fund, so financial support for RSL New South Wales registered volunteer advocates to include things like travel, equipment, training support, helping them get to the courses that they need or providing them a space to work in. And again, I'll just come back to these mentoring and training streams. So Anzac House will provide mentors for trainee advocates. We'll develop additional training for advocates outside of the ATDP, complementary to ATDP training. And we'll have a grant writer there to assist our advocates and their sub-branches with their best grants. And finally, something that I'm really, really excited about is the RSL New South Wales Community Liaison pilot. So we're going to conduct a 12-month pilot to assess the efficacy of the role. So we'll have 3 community liaisons out in the field to begin with. So they'll be positioned in various regions around the state, and their role will be to provide local sub-branches assistance with ADF events and establishing partnerships with bases, with service navigation, with their sport and recreation program activities, with sub-branch outreach, local volunteer support, including for advocates and WSOs, and also the delivery of training, including Safe Talk and WSO training. It's really, really exciting. But to give you a bit of an idea about what a week might look for a hypothetical community liaison, we've got our liaison here, Liaison. So on a Monday, he might go to a sub-branch meeting, a hunter hub, visiting hours, and then a local volunteer forum in the evening. On Tuesday, he might go to Madawi Sub-Branch's golf day, before going to the district council meeting in the evening. On Wednesday, you might do a veteran surfing activity before heading off to the RAF base at Williamtown to provide support to serving members there. Team meeting early on a Thursday because I'm his boss and that's when we hold the team meetings. In the middle of the day, he'll do some service mapping and help out with reporting and the design of the service system in his local area before conducting some Safe Talk training in the evening for the district. And on Friday, he'll have a local services forum where he's hooked in with all the other local services, do a WSO coffee catch-up, bit of planning in the afternoon, and maybe we'll let him off for a catch-up with his mates in the evening. And on Saturday, he's a good family man, so he'll go and spend time with the kids. But that's kind of what it looks like to have the community liaison out there. And I'm really excited for that project because it'll connect directly with sub-branches. It's about connecting them in with local services and helping them do the things that they do so well. I think that's enough talking from us, and I might throw back to Jamie now for some questions for me and Dave.
All right, thank you very much. So we will now open up to questions. As I mentioned, each microphone is numbered, and when called upon, please state your name and the sub-branch or district council you are representing, followed by your question. And for those joining us online, you can also submit a written question through the online portal, or you can request to speak button to ask your question live. Might go to microphone number 5.
Good morning, Bob Waller from Old Bar Sub-Branch. Isaac, a correction to your figures. Your 200 people that are trained as WSO, 52 have been in the Lower North Coast District, conducted by myself and Jeff Harrison. So it's not just Mark and Bronte. Thanks.
Thanks, Bob. My apologies. We'll make that 252 then, trained, eh? Thank you, Bob.
Microphone number 2.
I am Doc C, President, City of Albury, RSL Sub-Branch. My question is in 2 parts. Isaac, when are we going to have some more trainers for WSOs? Because there are sub-branches below Wagga. I was told 6 months ago when I put in the application we would have some trainers down our way February next year. Not good enough. But I am encouraged by your slide that talked about discussions with RSL Queensland. And that's very favourable to my motion tomorrow about national membership. So great to hear. David, very impressed about the work that New South Wales is doing in relation to hubs. From the Albury point of view, I'm disappointed with Victoria. Wodonga's got a hub. I'll give you an example how it doesn't work. Is the Secretary of the Holbrook RSL called into the Wodonga hub, said, I need some brochures for my members. Sorry, can't give you brochures because we have to get approval from Victoria. A month later, no brochures. These brochures are marked Commonwealth. They're available in every hub across the country. They're not for Victorian veterans. You might look into that. I challenged the Minister of Veterans Affairs last year to look into the hub because it's not working. People are going to the hub. They are trying to get compensation advocates. They've got to wait 5 weeks at least before they get a foot in the door. I've got compensation advocates and we'll talk later about them. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Look, we do have 5 or 6 trainers trained at the moment, but all our trainers are volunteers currently. So it just means that we've got to work around the schedules that they do have. And I'm fairly confident that in the next 6 months, we'll be down in the Riverina doing training down there. Again, that community liaison position that we are going to stand up will help out there as well. Those community liaisons will be able to deliver the WSO training. So once we start to expand them around the state, if the pilot's successful, each district just about will have its own WSO trainer located in the district. So I appreciate your patience. Bear with us. We're going as quick as we can, but I take your point and we'll try and get more trainers on board as soon as possible.
We've got a... Oh, sorry, David. Did you
No, look, thank you. One of the things that we also do is that we meet regularly with the other hubs across Australia. One of my colleagues, James Dallas, is on that committee, and I would be very happy to ask James to share that feedback with the branch down there and see if we can provide some assistance in that way.
We've got a question that's come through online from Graham Bruce Glenori, and his question is, on the 1st of March 2024, the federal member announced a veteran and families hub to be established in the Hawkesbury, with a temporary hub to be up and running within 8 to 10 weeks. 8 months later, there is still no temporary hub. What is the current status of the Hawkesbury hub, and when will the temporary hub be established?
Look, thank you for that question. The Hawkesbury hub is one that we've had a challenge in finding sites that we think were suitable for the purposes of providing these services to veterans. I just want to clarify that the 8 to 10 week timeframe is when the deed is signed between ourselves and DVA, which is actually yet to be done. The lack of the hub there still does not stop us providing services to the region, which we currently do. And we're working feverishly, not just with ourselves, but also the local district council and local sub-branches. We are working with them to find a site, a suitable site, as soon as possible.
Right, we'll go to microphone number 1.
Vince Williams, Forestville Sub-Branch Secretary and also Secretary of the Northern Beaches District Council. Thank you both for a very informative presentation. My question is directed to David. As you know, the NBDC has a very close relationship with RSL Lifecare through both the DY Veterans Centre and also through the War Veterans Village. Yesterday, Sangeeta mentioned that RSL Lifecare had consulted with some RSL members with regard to the rebranding exercise that took place in July. My question is, did RSL Lifecare consult with the RSL New South Wales leadership when they undertook the consultation process for the change? And if they didn't, why didn't they?
Vince, I appreciate your question, but Dave works on the services side and it's really not his bag to have done the branding or the rebrand and wasn't really involved in those discussions. If we can keep it to veteran services and policy questions just for now, that'd be preferable for us. Sorry, Vince.
Okay.
Okay, microphone number 4.
All right, good morning, Isaac. Ian Marsh of the Goulburn RSL Sub-Branch. Thanks for your presentation. I noted that your challenges indicated a need for rural and regional focus. How does RSL New South Wales plan to address that challenge? And what levers does RSL New South Wales have to address this? I ask this question in the context that there are no veterans hubs and no planned veterans hubs in the Central West. There are no face-to-face psychiatric services. Many towns are not serviced by GPs and many other towns have closed their books for GP services. I also note your objective to coordinate centrally and deliver locally.
Thanks, Ian. It's a great question. I think first off, the Central West will be the location for one of the pilots for the Community Liaison program. So really excited to get him out there or get whoever it is out there working with local services. I think part of what we're doing with the service design piece that we are doing is the wider work with RSL Queensland is that we are bringing on resources to map what services are available right across New South Wales, so in each local area. And that'll provide us with a directory of services and also allow us to identify gaps, such as the ones that you mentioned with the GPs. We're also working pretty closely with DVA to improve the DVA fee schedule. So that's one of our, well, that was a recommendation of the Royal Commission, but it's also one of our policy advocacy priorities. And that will be looking at things like GP, psychiatric services, access to physios, for example. So it really is pushing from that side as well. I think the rural and regional challenge in terms of accessing health services is a really systemic one, and it goes a little wider than just veterans. And it's a really systemic challenge for the country as a whole to figure out. But we'll be doing everything we can in terms of, policy advocacy, having the community liaison out there, having someone dedicated to mapping services available to veterans. And that RSL Queensland funding will really help us to do that.
And the levers, Isaac? What levers does RSL New South Wales have, and what do you have engagement with the Ministers for Health, state and federally?
The Ministers for Health Federally, no, we focus on the DVA or the Minister for Veterans Affairs, given that the sort of fee schedule and the system sits under them for veterans. State-based, yes. And we're looking, I think probably it's important to say that we're engaging with local primary health networks now as well. So again, looking at that, coordinating centrally, delivering locally.
But when we're talking about GP services, they are a federal matter.
Yeah. So we are dealing with both federal and state when we're doing our policy advocacy.
All right, we look forward to see what happens. Thanks.
Thanks, Ian.
Microphone number 6.
Hello. David Howells, Tamworth RSL sub-branch. In regards to veterans in custody, we've already taken the initiative and made up a flyer with essential phone numbers and the services for veterans. And we've got to talk to the Oxley Police Command and also the Correctional Centre at Tamworth, and they've got those brochures and they're asking anyone that goes into custody, are they a veteran? So that's not a question, but that's what we're doing.
David, that's brilliant to hear. And if you could maybe get in contact with my team after this so we can talk through that and what that looks like, because we're looking to set up a pilot program with correctional services. And if there's one already going out there at Tamworth, I'd love to know more about it. So thank you.
Yep, no worries.
We'll go to microphone 5 now, followed by 4. Number 5.
Dave Cuff from Far West Metropolitan District Council and St Mary's sub-branch. I have 2 questions. Bardia has reached phase 1. It's been mentioned several times in forms, but it's never been mentioned verbally, and we have no details. James Dallas did a presentation to Far West in July, in which he mentioned that there would be monthly updates in regards to the hubs to come out to sub-branches. As yet, we haven't seen anything. You talk about grassroots efforts by sub-branches to support veterans. I would like to bring to your attention that of the 16 sub-branches in Far West, we have to date achieved the following: 2,598 veterans DVA interviews. We have submitted 1,695 claims. We have achieved 1,462 decisions. We currently have 4,463 claims outstanding. We achieved 1,410 hospital visits to patients, and we have achieved 228 home visits.
Thank you for the questions and also for those numbers. I just want to commend you on the work that you are doing out there. There's definitely some impressive numbers, and I think that it really supports the veteran community as a whole. Bardia Barracks has been a tricky little thing to try and manoeuvre across this landscape, and I think that any of you who deal with government organisations or the like would appreciate that sometimes they operate on their time schedule. I can say that Bardia is actually happening. There would have been a time a number of months ago that might not have been the case, but it definitely is. And we're working through a design process. The phase 1 was about design, DA application, and working with Landcom to get the required outcome to have Bardia in a state so that we can make this a great veteran and family hub for the people in that community. In terms of communications, I think that's something that is a lesson learned that we've taken over the last few months, is that we need to be more transparent with our communication about the hubs, and we now have a scheduled communication that is going out to organise that, well, to sub-branches to advise them of what's going on. And if you're not receiving that, please come and see me and we definitely get that sorted out.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. We're going to go to 4 now, followed by 1, followed by 2. Number 4.
Is this working? Yes. Thank you for the colostomy bag that we all got. It's in your kit bag. And that leads me to my question. You mentioned that there was 325 that went in the city to surf. And, you know, my sense of what's going on in a lot of the sport and rec is that a lot of the activities are Monday to Friday during business hours, which does suit people that need a colostomy bag, but doesn't really suit younger veterans who probably are still working, whereas the city to surf was on a Sunday and obviously would suit younger veterans. Why was there a limit? Well, 325 is a drop in the bucket. Why was there a limit and a waiting list?
I might have to take that question on notice, but I think the reason had to do with city to surf regulations, something like that. But I'm not 100% sure. I can take that question on notice and come back to you.
Thank you. Just very quickly.
They can take it down there.
Just very quickly, can we get the slides on the website? Because there's a lot of detail in them, which is hard to take down.
Yeah, we'll be sharing all the slides post-Congress.
Thank you.
In microphone 1, Trina is going to answer that question.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Just as the Head of Communications, Marketing and Membership, the Sport and Rec program sits with my team. Just to give you some background on the City to Serve, we're limited by funding is a short answer. So how long is a piece of string? Very long. But we need the funding to be able to support a larger team. So your donations to the Sport and Recreation program and the Veteran Support Fund are incredibly helpful. That's enabled us to be able to grow the team this year. However, we're always restricted by funding. So the more contributions we have and more support we have, the more we can grow that team and indeed the Sport and Recreation program in general.
Thank you. Microphone 1.
Hello, everybody. My name's Nathan Stapleton. I'm from North Bondi RSL. I'm a veteran member there. My question relates to funding, so it's probably a good segue from Trina's response there. We understand that RSL New South Wales has been having conversations at governmental level about changes to the RSL Act, in particular to remove assets from sub-branches, in particular ownership from sub-branches and centralise that under state branch control. Can I ask what's being planned, please?
Hey, Nathan, untrue. We haven't been having conversations with the state government about that. We are looking at the operating model as part of the strategic plan. It's in there under E10, the sub-project there, RSL New South Wales optimised operating model. We'll speak more about it this afternoon in some detail during the vision session. But what's been planned so far is that we are getting an external consultancy to come in and analyse the operating model of RSL New South Wales.
Great. One more question in terms of policy, Anzac House in particular. How many veterans are employed by Anzac House?
I'm not sure.
We've been waiting very patiently there. Number 2.
Matt Elm, President of Queanbeyan RSL. First of all, I'd like to thank the presenters for their excellent detailed presentation, and we look forward to receiving that presentation on the website in days to come. I have 2 questions and inquiries. First one is, our sub-branch has one of its insurance policies covering our welfare officer / advocate. With the introduction of the WSOs, what umbrella are they under and what insurance arrangements have been made for their advice to veterans? That's the first one. Could someone answer that, please?
Yeah, they're under the sub-branch public liability insurance.
That's correct, but will the welfare service officers be covered by that as well?
Yes, yes.
So if they go to, in our district, Central Southern Council District, so one of my welfare people go to DAPTO, the Queanbeyan policy covers them, does it?
Yes, yes. As long as they're working on sub-branch
Right.
matters, yes.
Okay. The second one, the amount of work that life care programs and activities as enunciated and presented by the slides seems to be fairly a complex and exhaustive service. My question is, do we have collaboration with the Department of Veterans Affairs? And are we overlapping in some services where DVA should be providing those services?
Thank you for your question, and I actually would like to start by saying a huge thank you to you and your sub-branch for all the support that you've given us with the Queanbeyan Veterans and Family Hub.
Could you mention Chris?
Chris has been a rock, a driving force, and someone who I think that this probably wouldn't have happened if he wasn't there. So I really would like to recognise Chris in this situation. So thank you.
Thank you for your salutation, but could we get to the questions?
Did that deflection not work? No, look, it is a complex thing to pull together. There's many moving parts, and we do work very closely with other agencies, including the Office of Veterans Affairs, and we're very conscious about duplication. We feel that if we take claims and advocacy as a component of one of the things that we do, we provide a service where we can, prepare and submit those claims at a level that assists DVA in processing them, in a more rapid way. We certainly don't feel that there's a duplication or an overlap. And if we get to the point down the track where other organisations start to produce similar services to us, then, we're going to look at trying to collaborate with those organisations as well. But we're very fortunate that we've got a team of incredibly passionate and incredibly professional people that provide all the services that we have. And, we're really confident that we can continue to do that in the future.
Yeah, well, we've got to keep the road taut on DVA. We don't want them to slack it off, do we? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, microphone number 4.
Question for David, Frank Brown from Maroubra Sub-Branch. You touched earlier on the Central Coast Veterans Centre. We recently had a donation through the VSF to the Central Coast Veterans Centre returned to us on the basis that they declined to sign some sort of agreement. Could you give us some background to that, please, David? And secondly, how will they continue to be funded? Thank you.
Okay, that is a good question, because all the funding that comes in for RSL Life Care goes through the Veteran Support Fund. I'm not aware of any specific examples of where something's been returned, but I'll take that on notice and investigate that for you. The Northern Beaches Veteran Centre is based upon a combination of funding. We partner with the RSL club there at DY, and we're also received funding from the Northern Beaches District Council and their support as well. So it's a combined effort. And but this specific notice, please speak to me during today, and I'll get some details when we find out what's happened there.
Okay, you mentioned the Northern Beaches Veterans Centre, but this is specifically about the Central Coast Veterans Centre.
Oh, my apologies. So many beaches. So look, with the Central Coast, it's a similar situation. We receive the funding from RSL Life Care through the Veteran Support Fund, once again through the support of the Central Coast District Council. But if there is a specific donation that's boomerang, then please, I'd need to get some details and take it on notice for you.
I think on microphone 1 we have something to add to that question.
Good morning. My name's Karen. I'm the CFO at RSL New South Wales. Just in response to that question, the donation was for the CCVC, Central Coast Veterans Centre, which was an initiative under the VSF. As part of the VSF arrangements, all the ESOs that we work with are required to sign partnership agreements. And the reason for the funding being returned for CCVC was that we were trying to work with them around good governance, accountability, and a mutually beneficial relationship. And unfortunately, we were not able to reach that conclusion. So we've refunded the sub-branches that very generously donated that funding. And then in the Central Coast, they can then support the CCVC through their sub-branch network.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just to finish off, David, does that mean that the Central Coast Veterans Centre will no longer be funded by the Life Care through the VSF?
Look, I think we just need to clarify that RSL Life Care is responsible for the Central Coast Veterans and Family Hub, and you're referring to the centre, the Central Coast Centre. We don't have any funding arrangements with that. It's a separate entity.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to microphone number 6 now, followed by microphone 2. Microphone number 6.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Sorry, Seth Miller with Possatunkari RSL Sub-Branch. After last year's Congress, there was a discussion regarding especially PTSD and other mental cases for our clients. The question is, I've been approached personally by several companies who don't want to do initial consult, don't want to do the follow-ups on the diagnosis, but just charge DVA the 10 grand to do all the paperwork for the reports. My question is, if the psychologists were able to do the follow-up on the paperwork, the psychiatrists are no longer doing much in the way of face-to-face, and when the client goes back with all the paperwork, the psychiatrists tell them they don't fill the paperwork in. My clients have to go and find someone else, then we have to go to these companies to do the big reports, and my client has to sit there and explain his whole situation again. Is RSL or RSL Life Care looking at probably working with DVA to make the burden on our clients less when it comes to filling in the paperwork post-diagnosis?
Thanks for your question, Sess. I think DVA actually has a couple of programs underway to streamline their paperwork. I know that's certainly the case in the GP space. Specifically for psychologists and psychiatrists, I'm not sure, and I might take that question on notice. If you come and talk to me, we can also go and talk to the Deputy Commissioner for New South Wales, Sonia Gregory, and try and get to the bottom of it, if that's okay.
Yep, that'll be fine. And if I can say, I've just had 2 clients, the amount of paperwork that came through, they want to ask questions of what their child life was like, all of the questions the guys don't want to talk about, and some of the guys, well, one of them just said, I'm not going to do it no more. You know, once again, DVA win because the client walks away. So I'll welcome to that conversation. Thank you.
Thanks, Sess.
Microphone number 2.
Stuart Christmas, Berry. I'll relate back to the first question from Albury. The welfare or the wellbeing support officer training, I understand you were saying is voluntary. Given the significant funding that RSL New South Wales through our sub-branches provides to RSL Life Care, should not you consider employing one person minimum as a permanent trainer to speed up the process?
Stuart, I'll take that one. The WSO training is an RSL New South Wales program, so it's not offered by RSL Life Care Veteran Services. It's something that we do internally here at RSL New South Wales. We are looking to increase our resources in this and probably engage someone at least part-time to deliver some of this training, but it's not really an RSL Life Care Veteran Services responsibility.
Microphone number 1.
Thank you, Derek Leslie. I'm the President of Brooklyn Sub-Branch, Northern Metropolitan District Council and the District Prisons Council. I'm concerned about our after-hours care Now, I'm particularly concerned that our hubs operate Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. I just want to ask a question of RSL Life Care, whether they're satisfied that we're covering the gap in crisis management through open arms or other DVA type activities, and whether or not you should consider, if you're not already, what sort of after hours support we can provide through the hubs.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Derek. It's always a question which is at the forefront of what we do, and it's sometimes difficult to answer. But the RSL Life Care is, as we often say, we aren't a crisis service, and the reason for that is that there are a number of crisis services out there that we do partner with. We do feel that the organisations such as Open Arms, Lifeline, just to name a couple, we do work with them out of hours. Now, whilst we say that we 9 to 5, we have a number of the team who are often working well beyond that on things such as this, so that we can connect veterans in need with the right sort of organisations, with the right skill sets and the right professional logistical setups to assist them the best that they can. So I do feel like that the coverage is solid. Could it be better? We always strive to be better, but we work with the other organisations that specialise this, and that's the way that we do it.
We do have a couple of minutes left. If anyone has a burning question, feel free to pop up now. Yep, we've got them all coming now. Fabulous. We'll go to microphone number 2.
Hi, good morning all. Matt Vertonis, Chatswood RSL, Northern District Metropolitan Council. My colleague Derek actually preempted one of the questions on gaps that I had. David, you referred to, well, let me put it in context. The hub system, when it's in place, I'm sure will do well, properly staffed and managed. Unfortunately, it also have a tendency to be like a Telstra coverage map. There will be gaps. You alluded to something in between that might work. I'd be interested in just where your concept of thinking is and how that would be staffed. And secondly, the follow-on question to Derek's is how will that be managed on a 24/7 basis? Because that's when emergencies happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt, for the question. So I did mention in my presentation that we are looking to find ways that we can deliver services in other locations. And really, if you go back to the census data from a couple of years ago, I mean, a lot of that will be based around where there are gaps, but also where the veterans actually are. And for example, Western New South Wales is an area that we would really like to provide services from. We're just working with the sub branches out there and the district councils to see what that could potentially look like. If you're going to provide people on the ground, yes, you need logistics to put them in terms of whether it's a small centre, or if you take the Northern Beaches Centre as an example, it's a much smaller hub but provides a really good range of services. In terms of the 24/7 support, it will always be difficult for us to provide 24/7 support, which is why we do partner and we collaborate with the organisations that specialise and are set up for doing that. And when we expand into different areas, that's exactly what we'll do, as we do with the hubs as well, is that we engage with those organisations at a local level to work out how we can link into them, and that'll be the case as we expand services as well.
Thank you very much. I will catch up with you later if I'm allowed to put a little dig in because I live on the Northern Beaches. I'm looking forward to the return phone calls over the last 3 months. Thank you.
Microphone number 3.
Good morning, Helen Walker Huskerson. My question is to Isaac. You talked about dealing with DVA with the funding for GPs, billing services and all the rest of it. Have they looked into the conflict with NDIS? Because we have an issue where particularly allied health services will not look after veteran services through DVA because they give preference to NDIS clients.
Helen, it's a really good question and something we've been concerned about. We put a submission in around federal budget time last year, pretty much on exactly that issue. The Royal Commission also covered it pretty extensively with one of its recommendations. I think it's something that's going to be an ongoing thing for DVA to address. Part of it is that the DVA fee schedule is pegged at about 115% of the Medicare schedule. So when indexation stopped about a decade ago, that also impacted on the DVA fee schedule. So I think it's something that we'll continue to advocate on to DVA and through the budgetary process with the Treasurer. So it is something that we're aware of, that DVA are aware of, and something that we are lobbying on and have been for a couple of years, and we're going to keep it up. The focus from the recommendation of the Royal Commission should give us a little help along with that as well, I hope.
Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. All right, if there are no further questions, last chance, one final question. Yeah, we've got one taker here. We've got 5 minutes left for this particular session. So we'll go to microphone number 2.
Todd Verco, Bowerville RSL sub-branch. Isaac, a question for you. You answered earlier a question about insurance, and I got the vibes that was focused on the WH&S aspects of insurance. I'm a ATDP qualified compensation advocate, and I recently dealt with a client who had been given, quite honestly, incorrect advice by a WSO on a compensation matter. Now, one of the advantages of being ATDP trained is that I'm covered by AITD. Where does a WSO sit if he gives incorrect information regarding compensation to a member who then is disgruntled and commences litigation?
Yeah, it's a good question, Todd. Part of the RSL New South Wales WSO training is that WSOs should not give advice on compensation matters and should refer them to a qualified ATDP advocate. Where that stands exactly, I think, again, would be covered under the sub-branch's public liability insurance. But again, I would just emphasise that that is a really strict part of our WSO training. If you're a WSO, do not provide advice, refer on.
He obviously wasn't listening.
Yeah, thank you, Todd.
And lucky last question, number 4.
Yeah, Max Lewis from Cessnock. I'm also District Council President for the Hunter Valley. About 3 years ago, we were told that we were getting a hub in Maitland, the Patterson electorate, and the money had been passed by DVA or whoever gives it, but there's been a big secrecy act. We haven't been able to find out even where the hub is going to be. We know that it's going to be in Maitland somewhere, but I just wondered where all my constituents who wonder where the problem's lying. Is it with RSL Life Care or is it with Maitland Council?
Thanks for your question. I think, as I mentioned before, the Hubs program, there's many moving parts in that, and I know that there were election promises made a number of years ago, whereas the grants themselves were only came to fruition during last year, and in fact the announcement for the one in Hunter only took place in February of this year. In terms of the location, there's a very significant process that we've had to go through to try and make sure that we're going to put the hub in the location that's best for the local veterans. I've mentioned before about the communication as something that we can do better, and we feel that we are going to be doing that now. Having said that, we have worked closely with the East Maitland RSL, for example, and keeping them up to date with what's happening, and the District Council also. This Thursday is a community consultation that's happening at East Maitland RSL, which will provide you with a wealth of information about where the hub is going to go, what the timeframes around that might look like, and it will also be there, most importantly, for your feedback as well, so that you can have input into the hub's design and its operations.
Yeah, thank you.
And we are finished right on time. Thank you, Isaac and David. If you do have any further questions that you think about later, you will have a chance to ask any questions during the open forum this afternoon. We're now going to hear from Giles Hurst, who will provide a CEO report. Would you please give a big warm welcome to Giles Hurst?
Can everybody hear me okay? No. So in the spirit of making sure we try and answer questions in real time, I do want to answer the question the gentleman asked about employment at Anzac House to the best of my ability. We have, out of about 25 employees in Anzac House, 3 of them were veterans. We focus on getting in Anzac House the people who can best provide support and serve veterans. We do have a national programme, as many of you will know, which is done through Life Care, which is the Veterans Employment Programme. And last year that supported 220 vets and family members and is nationally available. I just want to make sure that we've done that. We always interview veterans if they apply for jobs at Anzac House. And I should also say that out of our whole board, 2 are independents and the rest are or were veterans or are veterans and served. So I want to just kick off straight away by saying I'm not going to do anything like Brian's burpee. I think that would be a bit too much for me at the moment, having just climbed the stairs. But I do want to say it's been a year now since I took over as CEO here at RSL New South Wales, and I'm pleased to confirm that the past 12 months have been anything but dull. I took a lot of pride in taking over the reins last year from John, and I was buoyed by the great interactions that I saw on the floor during last year's Congress. And in the time since then, I've definitely learned a lot. I've definitely made a few mistakes. I've shared in a couple of victories, and I'm happy to say I've also been supportive of a few people in this room who've had some very difficult and painful experiences in the course of their volunteering. On occasions, I've also shared some healthy laughter with several of you in the sub-branches and district meetings. And I know those visits have been particularly valuable to me on my own learning curve. So I want to thank everybody for those invitations. It's not always plain sailing being the CEO of a membership organisation. You may recall that I spent 5 years at the Tax Institute. That was a lot more sedate than RSL New South Wales. But I'm careful to make sure that my team and that we strike a healthy balance. And that balance is between listening to and actioning member feedback at the same time as managing those areas of where we have natural friction. And that friction is important to the success of this organisation. I was laughing last night with Bob Doctor, some of you may know from Doyleson YE. He is the epitome of how you deal with Anzac House. He gives us a hard time. He does so with good grace and with good humour. And we've wrestled through some tough problems, right, Bob, wherever you are? I do think that is where the goodness is. That is how we get to the right outcomes. And I would say anybody who wants to learn about how to deal with us best, talk to Bob. It can, however, it can prevent us from turning our mind, that friction, to the oncoming challenges on the horizon, because there is so much that we have to turn our mind to in this organisation if it's to continue in the way that it has for so long. Now, thanks to the unvarnished and unfiltered survey responses that we received from so many of you a few months ago, we got some valuable insights that I want to share with you throughout today. And I was told when I joined by pretty much everyone who took time to bend my ear that nobody trusts Anzac House. Well, after 12 months in the role, I'm able, sadly, to confirm that this depiction, while somewhat exaggerated, is in a small part what I have witnessed. And the same commentators then are at pains to say that so-and-so is okay, or what's his name has done a great job for our district, and then a few compliments might flow about the staff in Anzac House. People even say nice things about Jeff O'Brien, which is not entirely without irony, given that he is usually the person who has to deliver tough love to sub-branches and to people like Bob on a regular basis. Well, regardless, I promise to keep visiting and sending my team rather to visit our sub-branches and district meetings to listen to how we can do better. However, when it comes to the hard and fast issues and frustrations with our constitution, I want to remind everyone that Anzac House does not write the constitution. Our members do. The constitution belongs to you. It's yours. As our constitution evolves, I have confidence that we will remain cognizant of the responsibility upon us to drive positive change. I'm also confident that our older generation of veterans will leave the ladders down for the next generation of veterans. Because without a determined and controlled, well-supported handover of the reins of RSL New South Wales to younger actors in our veteran community, over time we will fall into the trap of deterring potential members and volunteers, and particularly females, by appearing like an organisation that is overburdened with governance complexity, is predominantly male, and one that is impervious to the optimism and fresh thinking that will come with the inclusion of these younger veterans and their families. Simply put, I wish for RSL New South Wales to become an organisation that all veterans in the New South Wales community see they can be a part of. And it's my fervent hope that this Congress will see the start of the work required to help us achieve precisely that. This year's publication of the Royal Commission into Events and Veteran Suicide is still fresh for many in this room. And many of you have shared with me and my team that we need to turn and face our challenges so we may respond positively to the recommendations that the Royal Commission has made. We'll certainly need to adapt and change if we are to be viewed as the lead ESO by our community. Only then will we ensure we are here to support our contemporary veterans in another 40 to 50 years plus. And let us have no doubt that is the minimum horizon timeline that we are required to look at, since that is the number of years that our Vietnam veterans have relied upon this organisation for the myriad sources of support that have been provided to them and their families. We will establish, as you've heard this morning from Isaac, and I did want to point on this, the financial support and partnering with RSL Queensland. That suite of services that we are launching is going to enable us to better support veterans and their families across our state. And these services will be rolled out, as you've heard, in the coming weeks and months. I'm loath to make promises now, having heard the questions from the room about, you said you were going to do it by X, when you're going to do it. But I want you to keep holding our feet to the fire on these things, because we do have to deliver on that. We're going to establish a statewide ecosystem, a service ecosystem, which as Isaac detailed, provides a comprehensive wraparound support tailored to the needs of veterans and their families. And this will position RSL New South Wales at the heart of a compelling and sustainable veteran support system, overseeing the coordination of services centrally while ensuring their effective local delivery. Collectively, we will leverage all that is good about RSL New South Wales and RSL Queensland and all of the influence that we can bring to bear. And we're excited about working with all of you as we start to roll out those plans. Now, at the risk of upsetting anybody who presented on this stage in 2023, I want to say here and now that I appreciated the feedback that was provided to me and the team. We've taken steps to address that feedback in the planning of this year's gathering. And to that end, you'll notice I'm not presenting any slides. Radical, I know. And hence our 2024 Congress strapline, Members First, which you will have seen in communication prior to your arrival. Part of our Members First rally cry is to make sure that we do what we can to afford time to all of you, to hear your views, questions and opinions. There's a lot of wisdom in this room, and we will be much the richer from tapping into that wisdom rather than presenting slides depicting our view of the world at RSL New South Wales. It's my hope that we can tap into the experience in the room and ensure we optimise how we support you and your sub-branches in 2025. I'm not going to talk too much about sport and recreation, but I will say of all the initiatives in train last year, it was the one that I thought was going to be able to bind us all together in a way that I didn't really appreciate 12 months ago. But I do appreciate not just having seen Brian do his burpee on stage, but I also appreciate the fact that that town where that nutbush went on, they are still talking about it. It's the biggest thing that's happened in that town probably in its history. And I would like to think that we can take that forward across all of our sub-branches and make these things happen at a local level. And Jen and Talia, I know you're going to be excited about what we're doing tonight. Let's get behind them. If you want to make this the flagship, if you like, of what we're going to do in the future, it's up to you. It's your voice. You can make that happen. Now, some serious stuff. My team have been analysing some of the data coming back from the annual sub-branch annual reporting procedures. And there's some real magic that's going on across sub-branches. And I'm pleased to say that in the most part, actually, the financial and reporting obligations are being delivered with great diligence and care. And I say for the most part because there are inevitably some sub-branches that do require additional support, and we will continue to support where we can. I hope that you all agree that one of the unique and brilliant features of this organisation is the network of over 300 sub-branches spread across the whole state. Maintaining that number should be our absolute priority. Well, currently 35 of our sub-branches rely heavily on financial assistance from the Sydney office. 5 sub-branches hold 21% of the entire asset base of RSL New South Wales. And meanwhile, 116 sub-branches have less than $100,000 in assets. Moreover, office bearers and trustees are encumbered with significant responsibilities. And according to the survey responses, some of you regard yourselves as unqualified or ill-equipped to meet the serious obligations that fall upon you. Without a sub-branch being able to fill these office bearer positions, they face closure. And we have identified dozens of our sub-branches facing closure in the coming years as a result of this. 1 in 5 would likely close by 2030, and these closures would be felt most significantly in regional areas. 14 sub-branches have asked us in the past 6 months how to start the process of closing their sub-branch. And the burden of filling office bearer positions actually poses a greater threat to RSL New South Wales probably than the financial pressures faced by some of our smaller sub-branches. Moreover, a shared priority for us all in this room should be to understand what makes up the 7.5 million a year of administration and employment costs in our sub-branch network, and wherever possible, address the threats to our future caused by avoidable duplication or waste. I'm excited about what lies ahead for RSL New South Wales. It's not a certain path by any means, but it is a path that we are on together. And in that regard, I want to thank the many members and volunteers who've gone out of their way over the past year to introduce themselves, email or call me, shake my hand, remind me, teach me, and in a few cases, tell me off. And hopefully in 2025, I can secure more examples of the former than the latter. Enjoy Congress and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Giles. I now have the pleasure of welcoming Ms. Alison Frame, the Secretary of the Department of Veterans Affairs. Ms. Frame will answer questions at the end of her presentation, and this session will go for 50 minutes, finishing at 10:30 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome Ms. Alison Frame.
Thank you for that introduction. Thank you very much for the invitation to come and speak to you today. It's a pleasure to come to Newcastle and come and talk to you directly. I love Newcastle. I was married here in Newcastle, and I was last in this room, I think, when my dad was in the National Barbershop Championships, which was maybe 6 or 7 years ago in this exact room. But if it's okay today, what I wanted to do was I'm not going to give a prepared speech. I just wanted to talk you through some of the very recent developments in DVA, where we're up to. Hopefully set the scene then for some questions that you will have of me. I will do my best to answer all your questions. I have Sonia Gregory here, the Deputy Commissioner, who will be able to assist if I can't answer, there might be some quick detailed questions that I can't answer today. We will take those away and make sure we get responses to you as soon as possible. So I have been in this role in DVA since January last year. It's been a really eventful time. I hope you have experienced, I know you will have mixed experiences of DVA, but I really do hope you have noticed things moving faster and in the right direction. As I keep acknowledging, there will be many things you will point out are still not good enough, but there is a really concerted effort to improve our services and the way we are partnering with veterans and families and the ESO community and really seeking to improve the quality of our service provision. So I hope you have some experience of that. I just wanted to tell you a little bit about where we're up to on some really significant aspects of the department's work that you would be well aware of, but just to give you the DVA perspective. So first and foremost to the Royal Commission, as Giles just mentioned, that's obviously been a hugely significant event and something that has been occurring the whole time I've been secretary. And prior to being appointed secretary, I was the deputy secretary in the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet for Social Policy, so was very involved from that perspective as well. So they have handed down their final report. DVA, over the duration of that commission, provided well over 450,000 pages of documents in response to questions. So that wasn't bureaucrats generating documents, that was the Royal Commission asking us very specific questions, and we provided over 300 notices to give, notices to produce. They're called. That's how Royal Commissions work. They compel things and we hand over information. So that has been a really significant piece of work from DVA for the last few years. But what I wanted to tell you is, in addition to all of that, that's how Royal Commissions work. They compel information and it is provided. And there was a very cooperative stance from DVA in providing that information. But what we also did was provide 2 voluntary submissions to the Royal Commission. So we also felt in DVA we have to provide all this information. We'll do that as quickly as we can, but we also wanted to present to the Royal Commission a broader perspective. As you know, if you're just being asked a very narrow question, you answer that question as comprehensively as you can, but that doesn't necessarily provide you an opportunity to talk about context and to talk about a broader strategy. And we felt that was important to do from the department's perspective. So we provided 2 voluntary submissions. They are public, and they just set out where the department is going and what the department is focusing on. Now, those submissions, I think, were extremely helpful for DVA to prepare and consolidate our thinking, but the Royal Commission also gave us that feedback that it was helpful to them as well and set out DVA's proposed direction. For example, in a submission we made last Christmas, just before Christmas 2023, we suggested that the Royal Commission could consider a national veterans data asset and how that might work. And that would be using de-identified information, so not named individual information, but information across different government systems that exists in some part now, but not comprehensively, not as fulsomely as we would like. And we made some very direct suggestions about how that could assist knowledge and provision of future services for the veteran community. And you would have seen that that recommendation was indeed in the final report of the Royal Commission. So it was good to see where the Royal Commission had an opportunity to consider DVA's perspective, and there are aspects of it that are in the final report that are aspects that are not, and that is entirely the prerogative of the Royal Commission, of course, to come up with their recommendations based on their very detailed deliberations over 3 years. So the report has landed. The government, Minister Miles and Minister Keogh, whom I work for, have both made clear that the government will be responding by the end of the year. So I can't preempt what they're going to say. I won't be able to answer questions about the government's position on Royal Commission recommendations today. However, they have said this turnaround as well by the end of the year is that's a really snappy turnaround for a response to a Royal Commission. And that's a good thing. That's because the government said this has to happen quickly, we will be standing up and making some statements about the recommendations before the end of the year. Recommendation 122, which is the one, which is essentially the Royal Commission themselves said this is the foundational recommendation. It's interesting that it was number 122 and not number 1, but they still consider that it's the one that is really essential for every other recommendation that they have made. The government have already said that they will be accepting that recommendation. So that one, they have made public statements and said, yes, we will be doing that. We will come forward with more information about what that might look like. But that is one where there has been that very clear direction provided. I can tell you with all the other ones as well, there is an inclination or a positive disposition towards recommendations. The government has charged the Royal Commission with this work. They've done very detailed work. So the disposition of the government will be to accept recommendations unless there are reasons not to. They won't be looking at everything neutrally and saying, what do we think, positives, negatives. The view would be the Royal Commission have recommended this. Do we agree this is a good thing to do? If not, why not? So it is that positive posture, and I just wanted to be clear on that. So most of those recommendations are exclusively focused on defence, in fact, but there are quite a few that are exclusive to DVA, and there are also some that are shared between DVA and Defence. And we're working very closely with Defence, very collaboratively and very well on how we would work to implement those recommendations or to put plans to the government about how we would proceed with those recommendations if the government agreed to those recommendations. So you will hear more about the Royal Commission before the end of the year, for sure. Something else that is on foot and is getting really imminent now that relates to the interim report of the Royal Commission, the one they did in August 2021, is that the proposal for legislative harmonisation has been put to the Parliament. As you know, the Senate have conducted an inquiry into that legislation. They have recommended, it's just a few weeks ago, the Senate inquiry report was made public, and that inquiry recommended that the legislation be passed. So it had some other considerations from Senator Shoebridge and Senator Lambie, but the preeminent recommendation was that the legislation should be passed. We in DVA are very much hoping that that will occur, and that would hopefully be in the last few weeks of November. Let's see what, obviously it'll pass the House. It's going to be in the Senate where there would be potentially some broader discussion. There may not be, because it actually has fairly broad-ranging support, I think it's fair to say, and I will acknowledge that nothing is perfect. No proposal is ever perfect, but it is a proposal we consider and has very detailed examination over the last few years. It is a proposal that we consider will assist us greatly going forward in terms of moving forward with one platform, one legislative framework, obviously grandfathering of all other arrangements that have already been put in place under VEA and DIRCA, but moving forward under MERCA as the single act for new and exacerbated claims. And that obviously makes things much easier for DVA. You would appreciate for a department where we have to train people across 3 really complex pieces of legislation, you would experience yourselves or know people who have experienced how long it takes when we have to consider tri-act claims, so acts for which claims for which we have to consider eligibility under all of those legislative acts. It's very complicated. And we would not be in that world anymore if we just went forward with the proposal as it is. It also provides, to me, one of the key aspects that's a positive is it provides a simpler framework for future change. So where future change is required, and I'm sure it will be, I have no doubt, you always have to update legislation. That's good housekeeping. That is part of being responsive and part of making sure that legislation is contemporary and responding to the changing needs of the community. That is also easy to effect when you have one act going forward. So we are hopeful about that legislation, and there will be an update on that, of course, before the end of the year as well. I did want to talk a little bit about the claims in DVA. you would be aware this also goes to the interim report from August 2021. They recommended that DVA, as well as the legislative harmonisation, they recommend we have 500 additional claims staff. The government agreed to that. The government provided that, and DVA obtained those additional staff. They said that backlog of unallocated claims had to be eliminated by March of this year, which it was. I will acknowledge and we were always very clear on this, that was only claims that had not been allocated. So they hadn't even been looked at. So in being looked at, that objective was met in that those claims were allocated. It's probably at this stage about 96% of those claims have actually been determined as well. There's still a small number that haven't been determined, and that is for reasons of complexity, waiting on further medical information, that there would be reasons that those claims have not been determined. But nearly all of those claims in that Royal Commission backlog have actually not just been allocated, but have been determined. There are still a lot of claims outstanding. I will acknowledge that very directly here today. I do hope, however, that you're experiencing claims being lodged recently being processed faster. For claims lodged since 1 December last year, which is nearly a year ago now, those MERCA IL claims, the time taken to process is an average of about 68 to 75 days for determination. So that is a much shorter time frame than the time taken to process that you will see on the website. That refers to all those claims. It includes all those claims that have been sitting around for a very long period of time. So that average time taken to process is about 300 days. Both numbers are true. Both numbers represent different things. The longer one, the 300-day average obviously includes all those claims that have been there for 2-3 years. And the ones from 1 December last year, the average for those claims is much shorter time frame, which does demonstrate the way the system is moving faster now. However, I want to apologise for people who are still waiting on claims to be determined, but we are moving as fast as we possibly can, and the whole machine is moving faster, and we have all those additional staff to assist. It was great to hear work referencing earlier what we're doing on streamlining forms. We are attempting to improve our processes wherever we can, to reduce the medical referrals where they're not needed, where we consider that they're simply not required. So all of these things are happening. If you have more suggestions about further things we could do, I'd be very pleased to hear them, because it is a process of continuous improvement with claims there. One other thing that I'm very happy to report on, and working really collaboratively with RSL on this, is claims lodgement assistance. So we started this in WA probably maybe 6 months ago. It was commenced in RSL. I've had conversations with Robert, who's here today, about applying this approach in Victoria, and also any other states and jurisdictions that are interested in taking this approach. Tasmania, very interested in this approach. What we're doing is sending our delegates and claims support officers out into the ESOs to work alongside best advocates or anyone who is assisting veterans with claims. We're putting those delegates out in those offices so that they can assist directly in lodging claims. So what they're doing is they're doing the manual scut work. I mean, they're good on that system, that clunky system, which still is a problem to us, but we do our best with the ICT system that we have. They're actually entering those claims onto the systems and providing some advice about whether they think a claim is particularly strong or not, and making that process faster. It obviously helps us enormously when a claim is as complete as it can be at the outset, that there is a consideration of would further medical evidence be required or not, and quality claims in assists us in that processing time as well. More importantly to me, it's also a demonstration of that partnership between veterans and DVA in terms of the claims system. I really consider, because I've had the objections about the conflict, I understand the concern about a perceived conflict there, but this system to me is not like any other workers' compensation system. Military service is unique, and the DVA compensation system is also unique, and it is not meant to be an adversarial system in that way. It's about assisting veterans to make those claims. And let me tell you, the money going out the door in DVA, in line with that increased claims processing rate, would tell you that that is how the system is working. That is definitely the case, that there is a vast number of claims being approved. The money is going out the door much faster than it has been in years previously. You would have seen some media reports a few months ago that the government had to revise the estimates for DVA compensation claims by an increase, not the actual amount, an increase of $6.4 billion over the next 4 years. And I can tell you that that's increasing again. So the money really is moving faster. We consider we can work through these conflicts around claims lodgment assistance. And I've got delegates and claim support officers in DVA who are very keen to do this work, very keen. They want to get out there with ESOs. They want to sit next to veterans, family members, advocates, and get these claims in. And I think we can really get this system moving better and demonstrate the partnership there. And I just think it's onwards and upwards. There's been a lot of interest in that approach. We started it in WA. It was really championed by some ESOs over there, the Vietnam Veteran Association and RSL. And I'm just very keen to consider models and approaches that people think might work for them. This might be slightly different in different locations, and that's completely fine with us. We just want to work with local organisations. What do you need? How can we help? Let's have a conversation. I've got more delegates than we've had for a very long time. That means that they've got more scope as well to get out there and work really collaboratively with the veteran community. So that's what we're doing in claims. You also would have seen a proposal out from the department a few months ago for an Institute of Advocates. We are very keen on this proposal. It was developed by ESOs, so it was an ESORT working group that put together this proposal. We consider it is really due time for better regulation of advocates and quality, to ensure quality of advocacy services. DVA don't want to regulate advocates. We really like that this proposal has been generated by the advocate community themselves as an institute of advocates. It is not a DVA organisation. It would be a separately governed organisation that would have that role in overseeing the quality of advocacy services. And it is something of concern. I do mention it because we consider, that's why I very much like working with ESOs, RSL and others, where we feel that we have that assurance about the quality of advocacy services provided. And there are an increasing number of lawyers and bush lawyers operating on a for-profit basis coming into this sector and identifying that things are moving faster. Isn't this great? Let's get on board here. That is a concern for us. So I'll just say that really directly to you. It is a concern, and that's why we want to do everything we possibly can to support advocacy services being provided from within the ESO community, where we feel we have those additional assurances about the wellbeing only of the veteran and family that is preeminent there in the support that's provided. The Royal Commission have made some very direct recommendations about this as well in terms of increasing the number of paid advocates. So that's something the government's directly contemplating and we think can work really well alongside the reforms that we have in hand around advocacy. So I just want to tell you a few other things before I open to questions, because I want to make sure you have lots of time to ask me some questions. There are a few other exciting things I wanted to share about developments in DVA services. We have, for the first time that I'm aware of, it could have existed under repatriation hospital days, potentially. We have a chief psychiatrist now, alongside our chief medical officer. So we have a chief medical officer, you would always been aware of that, the CHO, who at the moment is Rear Admiral Dr. Jenny Furman, she's done some great work on GP documentation, streamlining those forms. She's also done really good work on training for GPs and improving the skilling up and the military awareness, the veteran awareness of GPs, and has an accredited training program there for GPs to undertake on veteran health we want to do more on that as well. So watch this space. You will hear more about that. But Jenny Furman has that role as Chief Health Officer. We now have a Chief Psychiatrist alongside Jenny, who is he was a digger, a private for 10 years and then did medicine, then did psychiatry, was deployed in Afghanistan. So has his own experience of service as well as his professional qualifications in psychiatry, and has actually just also completed a PhD in veterans mental health just last year. So I can't think of anyone better to do this role. I've told him he's a bit of a unicorn in that respect. His name is Dr. John Lane. And he, as our chief psychiatrist, has been pioneering some programs. We started in Tasmania through Open Arms. The Open Arms is an incredibly, it's a great platform that we have that's funded by the government. I don't have to go back to ask for money for Open Arms because it's funded under what's called an administered appropriation. All that means is the government funds Open Arms for what it needs, and I don't have to go back in budget every time to say, now can we do this, now can we do that, which I do for everything else. For the medical fees and other things that you might want to ask me about, I do have to go through that process, but not for certain aspects of Open Arms. So what we're doing in Open Arms, we think that we can really use that platform a lot more innovatively and a lot more broadly to support veterans and family members experiencing not even PTSD, it's just experiencing difficulty in emotional regulation, in any aspects of their life where they feel they want to meet with other people with similar experience and have conversations and consider, is there anything more going on? Is there anything more that DVA or any other support service could provide them? So John did his PhD in a program like that, and he was funded by the Royal Commission to pilot that program. And what we're doing is we have commenced a variation on that program called Stress Resilience and Functioning. It commenced in Tasmania in May, and it is a program for veterans experiencing difficulty in any aspects of their life. They don't need to have a diagnosis. This is the really key aspect for John. You don't have to go to a doctor or a psychiatrist or a psychologist and have a diagnosis of what is going on for you. That is obviously relevant to quite specific claims that may or may not ensue down the track. But this is just a group for veterans who want to talk about their experience and what they are, what is happening to them. It is clinician led, so it's led by John in the example of Tasmania, but he's training up other clinicians to lead these groups. So it is clinically led, but also with a peer who's highly trained as well. So you have the clinician and the peer leading these groups where they discuss issues, identify what might be some strategies that are effective in assisting them. And then the group can lead into more intensive work if people wanted to do that. What is innovative about this program is it also has a corollary program for family members, same thing, led by a clinician with a peer that enables family members to talk about what's going on for them and to consider if there's anything they could benefit from in those conversations as well. So we've commenced that program in Tasmania in May. It's going very well. Our view is that we will keep training people. Going well means not only veterans and family members saying it's beneficial, but the evaluation, the clinical evaluation, empirical evidence demonstrating that it is helpful. So we will look at expanding that program more broadly across the rest of the country. And that's where I told you that the beauty is that we can just do that. You don't have to wait for me to say, I'll go and ask the government for money in the budget. We can just do that. So we are looking at training up more clinicians and peers to enable that program to be applied more broadly. I think the hubs would be a really critical aspect of that. We'll be looking really creatively at where can hubs be involved in this kind of service provision. The other really exciting aspect of what has commenced in Tasmania is for the first time we have linked Open Arms in with broader community mental health services. There were questions I know as well about emergency response, and all of these questions really get to how connected is the whole system. You know, you can't have even the most fantastic support system in the world, if it's working completely in isolation, it is not going to be as effective as if it is actually part of an ecosystem and there are warm referrals and a whole support system around people when and where they need it. So what we've done in Tasmania is link Open Arms to the community mental health line. So if someone rings in Tasmania, quite a high veteran population in Tasmania, if someone rings and says, I need help, what they will ask, this is a state government line, nothing to do with Open Arms, state government line, funded by the Commonwealth government, they will be asked, have you served? Or, has anyone in your family served? If that is considered to be directly relevant to what this person is recounting, they will be asked that question, and that opens up that potential, obviously, for a warm referral to Open Arms and for that military-aware mental health support service to be brought in to play. Now, that's a really good thing. We want to do that nationally. We're working on how we can expand that coverage, and Open Arms being connected and better connected into the whole mental health support service system and emergency response system is part of its increasing effectiveness. So that's something that we're really pleased to see. The last thing I wanted to tell you before I open to questions, how am I going for time, is commemorations. I always note when I look at RSL, I always, very cognizant of that really deep role around commemorations, long-standing role and highly respected in the community. We've been trying some more inclusive approaches in commemorations as well. So when I came into the role in DVA, I asked questions about the services that we convene in Turkey and Villers-Bretonneux in France. They were really big, flagship commemorative events for the department. The department sends very big teams across to run those services. They're very experienced and they put a lot of effort in. They work very, very hard, but they send about 40 people to each of those locations. And I very quickly said, how many veterans do we have involved in those services? And they said, there's some veterans in the commemorative team. And I said, well, why can't we actually have veterans working in that party and delivering that event and actually being part of that? And they said, well, we can do that. So it's taken me a while to get to this point, but what we did is put out an EOI for veterans who are interested in actually being part of that working party and delivering those events in Gallipoli and VB. We've had over 150 applications for essentially 10 positions in the first instance. I obviously want to keep building on this, but I think the application number demonstrates to me that we're on the right track. This is something that has a lot of interest and to me is a really important part. I don't see it as a small aspect of signalling the continuity of people serving in any theatre and deployment in the last 20, 30, 40, 50 years with that Anzac tradition that is being commemorated there in Gallipoli and VB. So our Repatriation Commissioner, Khalil Fegan, is working through those applications. He'll be making some very horrible choices there. I feel very sorry for him having to do that, but he will be selecting the people who will go and help deliver those services. What we're also hoping is to increase the number with some additional scholarships from DVA for people to attend, for veterans and family members to attend those services as well. So watch this space because we want to do even more around that, and I'll just keep building that out and finding a way to make those services as inclusive as possible. We're expanded the involvement of active ADF people as well in delivering those services. I just think they're a really... And same in Thailand, in Hellfire Pass and Kokoda. There are these commemorations internationally that I think the veteran community can play an increasingly direct role in delivering with DVA. That doesn't even get to all the local commemorations that you have that are obviously led by people in this room. But I'm very keen to consider how else might DVA support that. I spoke at the Royal Commission about the recognition that a lot of veterans who don't connect with DVA and don't want anything from DVA potentially, some might not know that they could get something from DVA. Some might just think, I don't want to. I'm not seeking anything. But what I said to the Royal Commission when I had an opportunity to appear is we do recognise that those events on Anzac Day, Remembrance Day, if there's something on those days, on that day as well, are a real touch point where people would come out and they would be attending something that could be an opportunity for us to make, you know, really present to them, we're here, we can do all these things. You might not have even considered what we can do for you and where you might want to connect. So we're really focused on that. I would obviously very much consider there's expertise in this room that would be far and away above what I have or anyone in the department has about how we might best do that. So very keen to keep hearing your ideas about how we might really leverage that commemorative role for DVA, because I think it's one that DVA has always done well. They do those commemorative events really well, but I think it's underutilised in terms of its connection to that broader DVA support system and also to the community engagement, signalling to the community what these events mean and why they are of such significance. And you would all be cognizant yourself in the geopolitical climate we live in at the moment. It's not a happy one. It's not looking like a happy one for quite some time. The significance of these events and these times to come together and consider what are our values, what unites us, how are we connected and how do we commemorate these really significant deployments, engagements and our interaction with other countries that have occurred in the past. I think this is a really significant thing and just increasingly so. And we want to make sure that we're lifting our game in DVA in line with what we can provide to the veteran community and to the broader Australian community. So I think that's as much as I wanted to share up front. I'm not sure if anyone's going to help me with questions or am I just convening them from up here?
You are going to stay there in the hot seat. We'll get you a bottle of water, have a quick break. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'm going to sit here and you're going to be in the hot seat there, Alison. We've got some questions already coming, so please keep your questions concise if you can and to the point. We've got right up until 10:30 for this question and answer session. And if you do have a question online, please submit your question in written form, or you can also submit an audio question. All right, wasn't sure who was first, but we'll go with number 2.
Graham Doxey, Albury Sub-Branch. Alison, thank you for your presentation, and I'm very much encouraged by the work that you're undertaking and the amount of funding that the government's putting back into DVA. My question relates to the household services. Many veterans in this room are probably receiving household services, gardening, lawn mowing, window cleaning, gutter cleaning, etc. My question relates to, can we start to include the cleaning of solar panels? I was a part of a veteran forum up until about a year ago where we raised that, but there's been nothing since. They've probably lost my phone number. However, if the person is up on the roof cleaning gutters, sure they could clean the solar panels.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. So can I look into that one for you? I wasn't aware, but I will take that on board. Sonia, is Sonia around and writing that down? Yep. So can we'll get your details and we'll come back to you on that.
Thank you, Alison.
Thank you. Number 3.
It's not working. Oh, now it is. Alison, I fully support you and the veterans going overseas to help with commemorations. I was very lucky in 2019 to be part of an RFS team that went to help DVA at Gallipoli, spent 10 days, and I highly support what you're trying to do, and I recommend anyone to have a go at it because it was excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was a nice, easy one. We'll go to number 1 now.
Yeah. Alison, our community is grateful for DVA, knowing we have an organisation to support veterans in workplace compensation. I have a couple of simple questions. Is DVA looking at legislating a policy to stop unqualified and unregistered people, from your words, bush lawyers, from conducting DVA advocacy work for our veterans? I ask this because the members may not be getting the correct advice.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And yes, we are. So the Institute of Advocates proposal that was developed by ESORT goes some way towards that, but we're also looking further about what we might be able to do. For example, do you know there are some advocates operating offshore? Do you know that? So they're not even in this country, they're operating somewhere else online, online.
Yep.
And then that means we have serving men and women and veterans sending information about this happened to me, this is my client, sending that offshore. That is unacceptable to me. And we're looking at things like that. We're looking at as much as, I mean, I have to get the government to support this, but as much as possible, stopping operators who are saying, I'll take a proportion of how much you get in your claim. I just don't think that's a model that should be supported by DVA. So we're really wanting to put really broad-ranging and impactful options in front of the government, in addition to that Institute of Advocates. And there's, you know, some advocates as well who are not operating with ESOs. But I just tell you this so that you can appreciate, and you all obviously do appreciate, how significant the issue is. Some people operating as advocates have convictions for things that, you know, fraudulent documentation, for example, is one. Now, that should not be, they should not be operating as an advocate. And we need a system that enables us to say, so that's a pretty low bar. To me, that's a pretty low bar. We need a system that says it's not like migration agents or something. You just cannot operate in this space. And that's why I really appreciate the opportunity to talk today, because I consider I'm talking to people who know the system, who have nothing other than the wellbeing of the veteran in mind in everything that they're doing with their advocacy services. And this is where we want to work through ESOs and advocates who we consider meet these standards. And then, so yes, we are. We will keep you updated on what we're considering. I would really appreciate if there's other suggestions that come to us today, if people are sitting around thinking you should do this, you should do that. If you can provide those, is there a way that people can get me emails or something?
Yeah, we can get the ANZAC House staff to follow that up for sure. Yeah,
because we're it's all on the table at the moment.
Thank you. Are you able to advise and confirm the date of the introduction of the new Act and what effect that has on the members that are sitting under VEA?
So the proposed date for the commencement of the new Act is 1 July 2026. That's what's in the ledge at the moment. So the second question was about impact on VEA, like people currently receiving benefits under VEA.
Yep, correct.
And the impact is none in terms of a diminution in benefits. There is no net impact. There might be some positive things down the track, but there's certainly no negative impact on that day that things change over. All existing benefits are grandfathered. That's why the proposal itself costs 240 million, I think it was, over 2 years. So there are outlays associated with this legislative reform proposal. It is clearly not a savings measure. It is about spending money to achieve that levelling up and the harmonisation of VEA, DIRCA and MERCA.
So Alison, do I hear you say, just to confirm, that is, if a veteran is in receipt of VEA and they go to have a review when the new Act comes out, that review won't carry over to the new Act and that they will stay grandfathered under VEA entitlements?
Oh, no, I would need to get advice from Luke Brown on that, because new or exacerbated claims after 2026 will be considered under MERCA provisions. So
that's the answer I was looking for, because I don't think people are tracking that and the effect that that's going to have on our elderly veterans.
Okay, well, let's get some more information on that. I'm not concerned that there's something we've missed there or that we think there's something adverse going to occur, but let's have a look at that. We can definitely have a look and get back to you, and I would speak to the experts in the department, who are Luke Brown and Simon Hill, who will know all the detail of that. So we can come back with some specific examples from our perspective, and if you've got concerns you'd like to raise, we'll have a look at those directly.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to number 4 now, followed by 3, followed by 2. Number 4.
Frank Brown, Maroon Sub-Branch. Alison, thanks very much for your excellent presentation. And also thank you to DVA for the grants you provide to sub-branches in conjunction with Veterans Health Week and others. My question, it relates to what you were talking about earlier about claims assistance guidance, I think it was you mentioned, and I think you also mentioned potential conflict of interest there. Who are the people within DVA who provide this assistance and where are they located? Are they at bases around the country?
That's been happening for quite some time, that role, which used to be called OBAS and now called Veteran Support Officers, and they're on base, and I think there's about 56 of those, so there's quite a large number and growing number of VSOs. But the claims lodgment assistance that we commenced in WA is our delegates and our CSOs, our claims support officers. So it's people who are delegates in DVA teams sitting in ESOs for certain periods of time and assisting with claims. I did acknowledge the perceived conflict of interest. I don't think it is a real conflict, but it is perceived and it needs to be managed. And the reason that we were able to even commence the pilot in WA was because Max Ball, a colleague and a very good man, a very experienced man, head of the Vietnam Veterans Association of Australia, I think he's the president, he instigated the idea. He said, Alison, why don't you do this? And other ESOs said, oh no, there's too much of a conflict. And Max himself was the one who said, no, I don't think there is. I think we can manage it. So it was championed by people in the ESO forum that enabled us to give that a go. And thus far, we don't have evidence that it is, in fact, a conflict that can't be mitigated and managed.
And have any insurance implications arisen out of that system?
No, nothing.
No. Okay. Thank you.
We've got 10 minutes left for questions. So if I could just ask, just to remind you to keep your questions as concise as possible. Number 3, followed by number 2. Number 3.
Sean Phillips, Milton Ulladulla sub-branch. Alison, congratulations on the overseas commemorative veteran-led idea. Can you tell me, will that be a yearly selection process for vets?
Yes, that's right. It will be.
1 year tenure?
1 year tenure only, and hopefully more spots next year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Number 2.
Matt Helm, Queanbeyan RSL. Thank you, Alison, for your attendance here today. My question is, have DVA enhanced further claim categories that do not require a complex evidentiary compilation in regards to scholastical injuries whilst in service? I'm an ex-RAN man, example gunnery and stoker categories. How is that going? Successful or unsuccessful?
I might need to take that one on notice. Can I come back to you on that? Because I just can't answer that question in a detailed way myself. I can tell you, so I'll get you some specifics, but what I can also tell you in a more general sense is we are continuing to expand the straight through processing. And actually, in fact, the new legislative harmonisation also gives us increased scope for presumptive liability for conditions, which we want to keep using and expanding the use of. And that would mean in certain situations, we would be linking to service type and duration. If you did this kind of service for this long, you don't need to prove anything about these conditions. You know, that is automatic because of our recognition. If you served in Navy for this long, your knees are going to have implications from going up and down ladders, or like that's just an example. But we want to keep building on that. So, and we are doing that. So I can come back to you with more specifics, but that I think that would go to what you're asking, and I'll come back to you on the exact.
Yeah, just a supplementation on that.
Yeah.
I've put in claims through my advocacy officer for that specific reason, and they've been knocked back. So I'd be interested to get your reply to that question. Thank you.
Yes, we will have a look and we'll come back to you. Thank you.
We're going to go to number 7, followed by number 1. Number 7 up the back there.
7.
Josh Farquhar, North Bondi sub-branch. Good morning, Secretary. Thank you for being here today and being so candid. My question is about the government-funded Defence and Veterans Legal Service, which closed on the 30th of September due to its funding being cut, and what plans there might be to fill that void. We know DAVLS was established to support the Royal Commission, but it ultimately did much more than that. Noting your comments about the problem of bush lawyers, and noting also that this Congress will be voting tomorrow on a motion for RSL to lobby to reinstate funding to Davos, which is a motion that was submitted by my sub-branch. I'm interested in what guidance you might be able to offer us to help us guide our voting on that motion tomorrow. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. The Royal Commission did make a very specific recommendation about increasing paid advocates. So I think that goes very directly to what you're getting at there in terms of, you know, the quality support. Where is that support available, that advocacy support, which Davos provided to some extent? As you point out, that was specific to the Royal Commission and was actually funded by the Attorney General's Department as part of, you know, assisting people in interacting with the Royal Commission. So I think what I'm saying is the government, in considering the recommendation of the Royal Commission about paid advocacy services and what else I've told you about what we're doing to improve the regulation of advocacy services in Australia, I think that's where the main response will be in terms of where are those paid advocacy services? Are they, you know, is it in Davos or is it in New South Wales Legal Aid, for example? I would also point out, I made this clear to the Royal Commission that we wrote a submission from DVA, a public submission to the review of the National Legal Assistance Partnership arrangements, and put on the record there that we really support that model that New South Wales Legal Aid have of providing advocacy services to veterans there. So we think that's a good model, and that could be part of the government response as well about where are the paid advocates. The Royal Commission said you've got to have more of them. What services will they be embedded in? So I think that gives you that high level view of what we're thinking.
Thank you. We've got 5 minutes left, so I do apologise in advance if not everybody gets to ask their question, but we'll go to number one.
Hi, Alison. Nicole from Narrabri RSL sub-branch. Excellent presentation and thank you. It's very informative. There's been some rumblings in the veteran community in relation to a data privacy breach between DVA and the University of South Australia. Can you please clarify what has actually transpired and where are we up to with this at this point?
Certainly. Thank you. So where do I start with, mates? For like 20 years, there has been a contracted arrangement between the Department of Veterans Affairs and the University of South Australia to share data on DVA provided services in order to provide veterans with two levels of service. One is a comprehensive service to general practitioners and monitoring of health issues that are affecting veterans. That's through looking at that de-identified data and seeing where are claims being made, what might be the health issues there that are causing concern. So that's resulted in 4 communications campaigns a year to general practitioners about health issues affecting veterans and providing advice on that. And then the other aspect of that MATES program was for concerns for veterans where there was a concern about polypharmacy, about them taking different medications that were all funded by DVA, I'd point out. So DVA only knows about what DVA pays for. DVA doesn't know anything about Medicare services that are not paid for by DVA or anything else that veterans might seek that's not paid for by DVA. The only data DVA has is what does DVA pay for. And what that MATES thing did for 20 years was identify via a number that a veteran might be taking this drug and this drug and this drug, and they're actually dangerous to take in concert, and that it was something that was a concern. And at that point, that information was identified then. So the number was changed into the name of a person by 2 staff in the University of South Australia who had an NV1 security clearance and operated in a secure data facility. And they identified the name of that person and wrote to that person and their doctor saying, we just want you to have a look at this and see if there might be something going on here would be worth looking at. So that was an individualised service that was provided by MATES. And I would point out that to the best of our knowledge, no one ever complained about that. No one ever wrote and said, I didn't know you were doing that. Where did you get that information? I'm not aware of any complaints, but as I said, it did go back a long time. There's information about how many hospitalisations and even deaths that prevented by alerting veterans to contraindicated medications that was actually a service not available to anyone else in the Australian community. It was just veterans through DVA with the University of South Australia. So that data exchange has been occurring since early 2000s. It never left the University of South Australia. So there was no breach in terms of data ever leaving the University of South Australia's secure data lab. That was what was contracted for. That was what was provided. The concern arose, and veterans, I was really worried that some veterans thought that data was available more broadly and it had, the privacy or the data of the University of South Australia had been breached or anything. That is not the case. It was just about more veterans, I think, through one case in particular where someone had asked to be taken out of the program and DVA didn't do that. This was 5 years ago and DVA didn't do that. For whatever reason, they lost it. It didn't happen and it should have happened. And that veteran was very annoyed, rightly, very annoyed about that, and appealed to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, and there was a decision that really highlighted this exchange, this whole program. And then lots of veterans said, I'm really worried, like there's all this data exchange. This data exchange had actually been going on for a very long time. It is in the carrier letters when people are issued with gold cards and white cards. It talks about that data exchange being used for research purposes and for health services to provide, the health support. So that's what MATES is, what the program, was. And I appreciate that there was a lot of concern and misapprehension as well about what was going on. Where did that information go? I hope I've been clear that it never went anywhere other than Uni SA. We feel really disappointed that veterans have lost a health service that was beneficial to them. So now our efforts are about how can we do that in a new way that's acceptable to the veteran community, where they feel they've been adequately engaged and consenting to this exchange. It may be that we do a program going forward on an opt-in basis rather than opt-out, because the previous one was opt-out, obviously. It may be that we say to veterans, do you want this service now? And we look at doing it that way. But we do want to replace what was lost because it was delivering something to the veteran community, and it just caused a lot of concern about what had been actually going on for a very long period of time, and was a DVA delivering a service to veterans that we considered was in line with what the department seeks to do. So where we're at the moment, though, is that the program ceased in February this year. The minister made a statement and asked the department to do work on what might be the replacement options. I don't think I can update more than that at the moment. That's exactly what's happening. So there's no data exchange. The data exchange actually stopped in August last year as well, when we started getting lots of requests to opt out, and we felt we just needed to stop immediately to make sure that we could enact those. So there's been no data exchange since August last year. We are finalising now the termination of the contract with University SA, which is disappointing for them and for us, but necessary. And part of us then considering what's the arrangement going forward.
I do apologise to those who have been waiting to ask a question. We do need to stick to the strict timings and we are out of time. So perhaps those members who are waiting might be able to follow up in the break. But ladies and gentlemen, would you please give a big warm welcome of thanks to Alison Frame. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for 20 minutes. Please be back in your seat at 10:50, where we will commence with the RSL National President Address. During the break, there is coffee and tea available outside in the avenue. There's also stations on both bars and snacks are available. And a reminder to those online, you do not need to pause the webcast. It will automatically start when we recommence here at Next in just over 15 minutes time. I'll get it in a minute. Yeah, thanks. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to make your way back inside and take your seats, we are going to continue the proceedings in about 1 minute. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will keep moving because we have a strict schedule to stick to. It's now time to welcome the RSL National President, Greg Millick. Would you please welcome Greg Millick?
He was right there.
Oh, okay. All right, we've found Greg. We might take two on that. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the RSL National President, Greg Millick.
Well, welcome everybody. I've been very impressed by the presentation so far this morning. It's great to see New South Wales RSL is still alive and well and really looking after veterans. And I thank you all for everything you're doing. I thought I should just, in view of a lot of questions I've been asked the last 6 months, do a reset to understand or help people understand where we are at with National Office and what we actually do. National Office has 3 roles: representation, coordination and lobbying, and nothing more. We have 5 employees, 4 of whom are veterans. So we're not exactly large. We look after or coordinate several committees, the 2 most important ones being the Natural Veterans Affairs Committee and our Defence Committee. We interact with agencies or similar organisations not only throughout Australia but throughout the rest of the world. I've just been over to New Zealand to the RSA conference over there. I gave a presentation and was surprised at getting a lot of congratulations. And I couldn't understand why until they explained that the problems they have are exactly the same as the problems we're having. The same with the American Legion, the same with the British Legion, and the same with smaller organisations just struggling to come to grips with what it's like to support veterans, including in Timor-Leste. I was supposed to be delivering a paper at an American Legion conference, but COVID interrupted, and I wasn't unhappy. They have small, intimate gatherings of 10,000 at their annual congress. We also liaise all the time with state presidents and, of course, through the National Board meeting. A few highlights of major events. Of course, the Royal Commission has been very well handled today. I was criticised at the wrap-up of the Royal Commission because RSL took a position very early in the piece that we thought we wanted a National Veteran Suicide Commissioner with the powers of a Royal Commission to start implementing recommendations of the previous. We're only interested in the 7 previous inquiries over the last 15 years. The Royal Commission actually identified 52 previous inquiries. At the end of the Royal Commission, which was 4 years later and probably $200 million in expenditure, they have recommended that such an organisation or person be set up. That's extremely important. One of the major advantages we've got out of the Royal Commission, the government now has no choice but to implement the recommendations because it took so long and was so detailed and so compelling with the recommendations they made. I'm grateful to the enormous amount of support we got from the RSL throughout Australia and people coordinating the information that went to the Royal Commission, and Isaac was one of the main proponents of that. And congratulations, Isaac. Every one of our recommendations was accepted by the Royal Commission. We have a very good relationship with DVA. Alison and I talk all the time, often on weekends, because it's the time both of us seem to have some time. We have a very good relationship with the Minister. We had a very good relationship with Darren Chester. I had several arguments with Darren about resources we weren't getting, and Darren said, I agree with you, I can't get it for you, the money's not there. So I went to the Prime Minister on 2 occasions, and it's an indication of the esteem in which we're held, or the influence we have over government, that on both my visits to Scott Morrison, I was told there was no money before I went there. His staff told me not to expect anything, but he would at least listen to me. The 3 issues I put to him in 2 meetings were the gap or the differences between the NDIS funding for mental health consultations and DVAs, the DVA IT system, and the lack of staff to source complaints or deal with complaints in DVA. In 2 visits, we got $293 million for DVA. It wasn't everything we wanted, but it was a big start. And this government has continued to fund the sort of matters we were complaining about, although I note there is still a gap between NDIS funding for mental health professionals and DVA, in fact, every other government agency. That was just a problem created by one government department going on a frolic of their own and creating problems for all the other government departments. NDI is unfortunately, well, fortunately for the recipients, but for people struggling for funding, is demand driven. We have fought for years to have DVA funding demand driven. The only thing we've succeeded in so far is getting demand-driven funding for mental health services. And you heard Alison talk about Open Arms and how that funding was not limited and she did not have to go back each year for additional money. Our aim is to get demand-driven funding for all DVA services. And what I continually put to government, why should veterans be ranked behind people who have not served or put their lives at risk for their country? They are concerned about the money. I understand that, but at the end of the day, I think those who have put their lives on the line deserve better consideration. Another matter I was quite happy to see come out of the Royal Commission, and Isaac emphasises, there was too much of this talk going around that all veterans are broken. It's quite clear that at least 80% of veterans are not broken, although some of us have problems. And it's very important we get out to the public and make them realise that a veteran is a very useful commodity, and a young veteran is somebody who's been properly trained, has the right sort of ethics and personal qualities to contribute at a higher level than most of his competitors in the civilian workspace. And that's why the veterans employment programs are so important. We have been concerned about the effect of the way in which Afghanistan finished off on Middle Eastern veterans. We know the effect it had on Vietnam veterans, the way in which they were rebuffed when they came back, and it wasn't until 1987 there was anything formally done to thank them. Afghanistan finished too quickly and too much of a rush, despite our warnings to government. 4 months before it all happened, we went to government and said, get those who support Australian troops in Afghanistan out and get them out now. And of course, we still have people over there, literally thousands of them over there, applying for humanitarian visas. Because of that, the RSL has decided to commission a study into the effects of the Middle Eastern conflict on veterans' mental health, and not only the mental health but also the blast injuries. We've committed a significant sum of money, $500,000. I wish we had the 500 million. $500,000 for a scoping study. We have 4 proposals we're considering at the moment, and we'll be making an announcement about the 20th of November, we hope, having signed a contract to commence the study. That study will be a longitudinal study. It'll deal with the 2010 and the 2015 studies, which were never properly completed or integrated, and then update it. Hopefully, it'll enable us to ensure we don't have the worst of the effects that we had out of Vietnam because of the way in which people were treated when they came back. When we lobby, one thing we have to consider is making sure what we lobby for is reasonably achievable. If we lobby for everything that various veterans want us to, many of which are unachievable, we lose credibility, and the shotgun approach never works. We are concerned about the effects of offset and a lot of the problems that occur when veterans get the wrong advice, because the offsetting and the actuarial studies used by the Commonwealth produce bizarre results, and many of you are aware that some veterans have paid back more than they achieved in the first place with the compounding rates of interest and the actuarial studies. That's why it's so important we get the advice we give to veterans is correct, and we have people properly trained, and we don't have to rely upon external providers charging a fee by way of a percentage of the money received. It's quite appropriate for appropriate external providers to charge a fee, as long as the fees are appropriate. Unfortunately, I'm dealing with a matter at the moment where an RSL advocate, or an ex-RSL advocate, gave advice to a veteran to apply for a lump sum com super. So the veteran did so. He got paid $450,000. DVA did their calculations. He had to pay them back $650,000. And it also reduced his fortnightly payments. So it's critical we have properly trained advocates who can give appropriate advice, and they are covered by insurance. I'm now in the difficult situation. I've given this person some pro bono advice in a legal capacity, and I'm going to have to hand it on to somebody else because there may well be a case taken against a certain advocate. It's just critical that we get it right. We don't put veterans in that sort of position. I'm aware there's a lot of agitation about medals, especially the Republic of South Vietnam campaign medal, and I'm aware there's going to be a motion tomorrow in relation to it. I can tell you now the matter has been considered by the National Board, and we will not be making any representations to government about that. That is one of the matters I say you put to one side, because if you start applying or advocating for things that are impossible to achieve, you lose credibility. The reason I say it's impossible to achieve is the medal was awarded by the Republic of South Vietnam. They set the conditions. They're the only ones that could have changed the conditions. They no longer exist. In law, it cannot be done. To try to do it will be an insult to the current government of Vietnam, and this government will not countenance it. So, by all means, we will consider any motion that comes up to national, but we have to be selective about what we lobby for and what we don't. The WSOs is a very positive move, and I'm glad to see it's happening. Too much of a problem we have is that people go along to a sub-branch expecting to get help, and people are not in a position to qualify or qualified to help them. The problem's exacerbated in New South Wales, where we continue to get inquiries from people who go along to an RSL club asking for help, and the poor girl behind the counter says, "I don't know what the hell you're talking about." So the sooner we educate the public in relation to the difference between an RSL club and an RSL sub-branch, and the sooner we have RSL sub-branches in a position where they have somebody who can refer a veteran to the appropriate sources, the better off we're going to be. I was glad to see the figures coming out today, because part of the problem we have throughout Australia, there is not sufficient capturing of what we do. And so we cannot go around telling the world accurately just how much assistance we're provided. We know that last year we provided over 600,000 hours of veterans welfare and advocacy support. But I know that's nowhere near the total of what the RSL does. So please get those figures right, keep getting them in, and encourage other sub-branches, if you're aware they're not taking the time to do it, to do it. And finally, it concerns me that I often get asked questions about what we're doing at National, or asked why we don't do certain things. Now, if you look at our website, it's all there. RSL New South Wales has a really good website. It's full of information about what RSL New South Wales does, and National has the same. I'm not saying our website is quite as big as RSL New South Wales, because, as I said, we have 5 staff. But it's there. We've established a defence committee, which is something that was pushed to one side with the Royal Commission. So we re-established the defence committee, bearing in mind one of our bywords is the price of liberty is eternal vigilance. Have a look at our website, look at the papers that are out there. Government's getting sick of me agitating about the fact that Australia has less than 2 weeks lease of fuel, 2 weeks of fuel reserves. We've probably got about 2 to 3 days of ammunition reserves. We've criticised government for expanding the capabilities of Navy and Air Force, which needed to be expanded, but at the expense of Army, and creating an unbalanced defence force. We need to have far more than 2% of GDP spent on defence. It's all very well caring for people within our community through social welfare and NIDS and everything else if we can't protect them. And at the moment, if anything happens in our region, we're woefully unprepared. We're not even manufacturing ammunition to the appropriate calibres in Australia. We do not have an Australian defence industry as such. When you look at AUKUS, most of the work is going to be done overseas, And we have a situation where we have a government implacably opposed to a nuclear industry in Australia, and yet we're going to get AUKUS or nuclear submarines. It's contradictory. They're the sort of things we're advocating for through our Defence Committee, and I urge you to read what we're publishing and get behind us. Once again, thank you all for everything you do. I know there's an enormous amount of time involved in it, and please keep doing it.
Thank you very much, Greg. We don't have any time for questions and answers for you, but yeah, thank you very much for your time. But we are now going to move to the first of a number of interactive sessions where you'll have the opportunity to discuss matters of concern to sub-branches and members that have been raised by the District President's Council. Now, the sessions will cover membership, sub-branch structure, trustees and the vision for RSL New South Wales post-Royal Commission in that order. Now, each session will run for 45 minutes and will be facilitated by a panel consisting of a member of the DPC, an RSL New South Wales director, and a member of the Anzac House leadership team. I will pose a question to one of the panel members to start the discussion. It is then up to the panel and you to continue the conversation. During the session, the panel may ask you to raise your hands in support of a matter that has been raised, and each of these matters and the result of the show of hands will be recorded by a member of staff as a way for us to action those outcomes with a view to proposed amendments to SOPs, policies or potential constitutional amendments for next year's AGM. We will review the outcomes at the end of the day. Everyone here is welcome to speak during these sessions. Just a reminder to state your name and your sub-branch or district council, be concise and mindful of your comments. During the discussion, you can ask a question, provide first-hand experience, or simply make a statement about the topic. Once the 45 minutes, generally it's 45 minutes for each session, will be a little shorter for this first one, we'll have 30 minutes, but once the time is up, we will then move on to the next topic. Should there still be speakers who want to make a point about the topic at the end of the session, don't forget there will be an open forum this afternoon between 3:30 and 4:30 where you'll have the opportunity to do so. Now on to our first session, which is membership. Please welcome our panel for this session. We've got Brian Willey, the President of Lower North Coast District Council, Deputy Chair of the DPC, Jeff O'Brien, RSL New South Wales State Secretary, and Trina Constable, RSL New South Wales Head of Communications, Marketing and Membership. Please make them feel welcome. All right, as we await Trina to come to the stage, I might pose the first question, and that is to Brian. Now, the DPC has written a discussion paper that was circulated to everyone who registered prior to this meeting. The paper raised a number of membership issues, one of which was about RSL New South Wales remaining a league of veterans as opposed to just a league of people who support veterans and their families. Can you expand on this issue?
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Jamie. Well,
it's on.
It's on. Okay. If you've got, you should have had a copy of this report in your delegate pack. There are 7 areas that we identified. First let me say that David McCann, a director on the Board of New South Wales, is unwell. He should have been here, would have been here with us today. Unfortunately, he can't. You may remember David wrote a discussion paper about membership. There were some interesting ideas put in that discussion paper, and it served as a catalyst to make us think about membership. When we did start thinking about membership and working in the working group, we identified that our our Constitution from 2019 and our SOP on membership has a lot of gaps. One gap, if you do a word search on the word vote or voting in the Constitution, it only talks about two things. One, voting for each member, each service member voting for the board. And I think it says something about auxiliary members not being able to vote for anything. So there's a real gap on who can vote and why. By default, that means everyone can vote, in a sense. So that's one of the gaps. But I want to go back a step. This league's been going for 108 years. Membership, when it first started, was for returned servicemen and women. Now, we've changed with the times. We recognise that our membership was reducing. We introduced affiliate membership. Another thing that happened is that the auxiliary was disbanded and absorbed into the sub-branch structure. So now we have auxiliary members as members of a sub-branch, members of the league. They're a category of membership in the Constitution. So I put it to you. We have service members, we have affiliate members, and we have auxiliary members. Service members are those people who wore the uniform. Affiliate members are those who did not wear the uniform. Auxiliary members are those who did not wear the uniform. Sub-branches are growing where their auxiliaries are very large, and sub-branches, I understand, have more affiliate members than they do service members. So the number one question that came out of this paper, in my mind, was, do we want this league to be a league of veterans, of people who wore the uniform and guided and led by those people, or do we want the league to be a membership of good-minded people dedicated to helping veterans? Neither of those things is wrong, but we have to make our mind up which is it we want. And I'll give you an example. I'll go back a step. Leaders in sub-branches are generally in the office bearer positions: President, Secretary, Treasurer, Vice Presidents. Affiliate members are non-veterans. In my view, they are non-veterans, so therefore, should they have leadership positions? And I know some rural sub-branches are encouraging affiliates to take up roles as office bearers. So it's every likelihood that sub-branches will find that they've got more non-veterans in their leadership team than they do veterans. So I think the first question we have to answer in regard to membership is, do we want our league to be an organisation led by veterans or an organisation led by anyone? I wanted to ask you to put your hands up about which way you think we should go. So I'm going to make it easy, I think. Put your hand up if you think this league should be an organisation led by anyone, civilians. I think that answers the question. Okay, now I've already had a comment that I'm making it too simplistic. When you're electing a president, a vice president, a secretary and a treasurer, they are the people in the sub-branch and the district councils who have all the information, all the responsibility and all the power. If we hand that over to non-veterans, then you've got an organisation led by non-veterans. So we have to make up our mind what percentage of membership we want in sub-branches, who the leaders are in the office bearer positions, and what the voting rights are. You've just answered the first question. You want to be led by veterans. Now we get down to tin tacks and figure out how we make that work.
Maybe let Steve.
Sorry?
Maybe let Steve answer.
Okay, I've got a question at number 3.
Yeah, Brian, Peter Stevenson here from the Newcastle District Council. I have 2 questions for you, if I may. The first one is affiliate members not being veterans. So how do we justify spending our charitable funds on affiliates when it comes to drinks and food and other entertainment?
I can answer that one. So charitable funds is spent as per the charitable purpose, which talks about serving and ex-serving members of the Australian Defence Force. So if you don't qualify under that, you don't qualify.
Okay, straight answer. The second question, if I may, is this came from an observation I made yesterday. Yesterday I noticed that a couple of people in suits with affiliate badges on their jackets. The old membership bylaw, and I believe in the new Constitution, specifically says that an affiliate could not be a delegate to DC or ASC. Is that still the case?
Yes.
Thank you.
But it doesn't mean they can't come. Because in some circumstances, Peter, you've got secretaries of sub-branches who are affiliate members and treasurers, and obviously there's information that's imparted here during Congress which is relevant to them.
Thank you.
Before I take any more questions, I just want to make another couple of points, please. I've come up with what I call a proposed statement of principles for membership. This has not been discussed outside the working group, and I offer it here to you as points of reference to think about. I'll quote, members who have served are to be service members. Members who have not served are to be support members. Affiliate and auxiliary members are support members. Majority membership of the League must be service members. The League has always been a service member organisation and must always stay a service member organisation. Otherwise, it will become a non-service member organisation. Minority membership of the League must be support members. Service members are to have voting rights. Support members are not to have voting rights. The leadership of the League must rest with service members. Affiliate members who have not served, so they may not aspire to leadership roles in the League. Auxiliary members have not served, so they may not aspire to the leadership of the League. And the leadership roles in a sub-branch are the President, Vice President, Secretary and Treasurer. Support roles could be trustees or general committee members filling other jobs. They're just ideas, but it is what we must decide about how we want to go into the future. And I know there are sub-branches who desperately need affiliate members and auxiliary members to help run their sub-branch. But you've answered the first question. You want it to be a service organisation. So now we have to figure out how we balance that with our leadership roles and our voting capabilities. the responsibilities. Thank you.
All right, we might move to microphone 4.
Brian Boughton, East Maitland Sub-Branch. Mine's a plea. Affiliate membership. Affiliate members can apply online. We've had examples in our sub-branch where an affiliate member's applied online, been accepted by RSL New South Wales. We've been given their contact details, contacted them months and months, phone calls, emails, etc., and no reply. Our plea is that you please stop allowing them to apply online and require them to apply to the sub-branch. Thank you.
Just to clarify the affiliate application process, yes, they can apply online like every other member of RSL New South Wales. However, an email is sent by the membership team to the sub-branch asking whether they accept the affiliate membership application with a copy of the application. We do not automatically accept affiliate members without the say-so of the sub-branch.
Thank you. We'll go to microphone 6.
Hello. Yes, Sandra Lampkin. I'm Vice President of Tamworth Sub-Branch and President of the New England District Council. Our Constitution requires that you need 10 service members to start a sub-branch. So my question is, why do we not need to maintain 10 service members to keep a sub-branch going?
Yeah.
Thanks, Sandra. So the clause that says you need to have 10 service members to establish a sub-branch also says that if you go under 10, you can ask for approval by the board to maintain less than 10 service members. So there's a bit of a mechanism there, and there is a motion tomorrow at the AGM to try and clarify that a bit further.
Thank you.
Number 5.
David Ingram from Far Western Metropolitan District Council. Just the question, we're talking about affiliate members and auxiliary members. Why do we have both categories? Should we not just have one? I don't see the difference between auxiliary and affiliate, as all those members should be helping the sub-branch.
David, the way I'd like to answer that question now is that we don't need to. I believe they're both now support members. Now that the auxiliary has been brought into our RSL sub-branch and district council structure, or sub-branch structure, they're both support members. Affiliates were brought in because we were losing membership. We needed to keep the membership numbers up, and we also recognised that family members and certain other categories like cadets had a affinity, an understanding and a relationship from the heart with veterans, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But they don't, affiliate members don't have to give evidence of their eligibility. Auxiliary members don't have to give evidence of their eligibility. So if we call them support members and roll both categories into one category, a support member, I think that would make life a lot simple in the way we manage our sub-branches.
And just to clarify why we have two categories, we had Women's Auxiliaries, CCWA, running sort of parallel. They weren't part of the league, although they were, but they really weren't because they weren't mentioned in the Constitution. And that ran up until 2019. Affiliate membership came in 2011. So affiliate membership was actually a membership category where auxiliary wasn't. So that's where sort of the roads met in 2019.
Question for number 2.
Thank you very much. Helen from Queanbeyan. I'd like to redress the last statement from Brian, sorry. When we receive an application for an affiliate member, that application is presented to the management committee to scrutinise the data provided on the form. Before the meeting we have discussion with the person that's nominated, verification is sought and obtained. That application is then directed to the general meeting and passed on the hands. I'll leave that with that. I'm going to speak for affiliate membership for a number of reasons. Your question about who wants to be led by service personnel a lot was a Dorothy Dix in a way, because there was a crowd here in the forum here, but not for invitation. It's like asking a classroom of school children at lunchtime, would anyone like to have an ice cream? Of course you put your hand up. Now, on the issue of affiliate membership, as you said, it was brought in to build our membership up in those days gone by. I believe that we have about 25 affiliate memberships on a ratio of about 7.2% to every 100 members. We're very lucky in that way. We have been told before about we must communicate about the RSL. One of our affiliate members works on a radio station in Queanbeyan FM, and he plugs the RSL all the time, so that's covered. Our treasurer is a 32-year-old affiliate member whose father was a meritorious service medal and a Second World War man. The majority of our committee is service members, and I'm going to tell you a fact that's not a fact in issue. Our affiliate memberships do more bloody work than half the service members. And I'll divert to another area. I travel around the countryside in various guises, visitations, etc. Small country towns like Condobolin, you'll go all those farm-led areas, they're relying on affiliate membership. They're not taking over the sub-branch, they're assisting the sub-branch. And without that membership, you'll find that small sub-branches cannot fill the requirements of the legislation in the Constitution to have a constituted committee, and that sub-branch through regulation will fold. I rest my case.
Matt, I'd like to respond to that. Look, I agree with everything you say. I'm not attacking affiliates and I'm not attacking auxiliaries. What I'm doing is being provocative in the sense of trying to find our way ahead in how we structure this league into the future. The Dorothy Dixer was on purpose, because we wanted an answer here from the members here today, the delegates, about which way we want the league to go. We want it to be led by veterans. We want it to be a veteran-led organisation. Now we've got to answer the questions about how we do that. And that it's about who has the leadership positions, who are the office bearers, what the quota of membership is between service and non-service members, what the voting rights are. Those are the things we've now got to sort out. I'm not disagreeing with anything you said at all. I agree with you. But we have to, now we've resolved the big question, we've got to resolve the other ones.
We've only got 10 minutes left of questions, so we might follow that one up later. I'll go to 4 next, followed by 3, followed by 1. We do only have 10 minutes left of this session. Number 4 has the mic.
Yeah, Ian Marsh, Golgong. I think we need to be very resistant of a one-size-fits-all approach to our sub-branches. Each sub-branch performs its charitable purpose within the context of the community that they are part of and that they support. To suggest that affiliates who are predominantly ex-serving members' families are not viable members to take up executive positions in smaller sub-branches that may be reliant upon them is I think, risky to the good governance of RSL's sub-branches across the area, and provides an inherent risk to RSL New South Wales. The governance framework that RSL New South Wales provides the sub-branches to perform their charitable purpose should be able to facilitate a non-serving member filling a treasurer or secretary position in an executive. I do believe that the president position should be the sole veteran eligibility, but within the extra positions in support of that charitable purpose. I don't think we need to delve down and have a one-size-fits-all approach to the context of sub-branches.
Thank you.
So thanks for that, Ian. And just part of this session is to get a feel for the membership. So could we have a show of hands? Who agrees with maintaining the status quo in relation to affiliates being eligible to be secretary and treasurer of sub-branch? Okay. So does anyone think that affiliates should be eligible to be president, vice president or trustees of a sub-branch? Job done, thank you.
Okay, number 3.
Wayne Mason, Stewart's Point sub-branch. We've talked a fair bit about numbers today. When affiliate membership was introduced, there was a bit of a scaremongering campaign that affiliates were going to come in, take over sub-branches, oh dear, they want our money, all that sort of stuff. And I've got a bit of a feeling that there's an undercurrent of that here at this Congress, especially with a couple of the motions that are being put up. I'd like to know, in a membership of something like 30,000 for the state branch here, how many of those are affiliates as opposed to service members? Could maybe Jeff or someone give us that information?
Lisa's going to put up a slide, just a bit of a breakdown. Lisa, I think there's another graph that probably shows it more. Yeah, that's probably a better one. So as of Friday, 82% of our membership are service members, which represents 24,011 members. Affiliate memberships is 4,203, which represents 14%, and auxiliary members are 1,370 members, which represents 4% of the membership.
Haven't exactly taken over, have they?
No.
Okay, number 1.
We're looking nationally to sort out membership throughout the league, and as far as I'm concerned, we should have service members and non-service members and stop all the complications. If you look overseas, they have similar issues. In fact, in Canada, they got to the stage where non-service members were taking over clubs because they had voting rights and there were more of them than there were service members. In New Zealand, they overcome the problem by having non-service members who don't have voting rights. In my view, your last question, where you combined president, vice president, trustees, was misconceived. I really think that a certain proportion of trustees, in fact, should be non-service members if you want the necessary skills. The trouble is you're not going to get a skills-based board, especially in small sub-branches, from service members. So the comment over here about secretaries and treasurers was right. Those sort of positions should be filled, available to be filled by non-service members, because you need skills-based boards. If you do not have skills-based boards and you do not open it up to non-service members to contribute, you'll die. What you have to do is ensure that your constitution is in such a way that service members retain control. By having your president and vice president and 2 out of your 3 trustees as service members, you do that.
We'll take that on as a comment. Yep. Okay, so we've got 5 minutes left. I'm going to do my best to try and get through. I can see 7 and 8 up the back, but I will go in order from what I believe was first in. We'll go 3, then 2, then 5. Number 3.
Good morning. My name's Donna Manton. I'm from the Braidwood sub-branch. We currently have one of our executive positions filled by a non-service member. And we would not survive as a board and as a small organisation. But there's a bigger issue at play here as well of, in small country towns, the RSL is very small, everybody knows each other. Most of our affiliate members are the wives, partners, sons, daughters of service members, and they are crucial. The things that we do for the community in terms of the Remembrance Day, Anzac Day and other services throughout the year would not be at all possible without our associate members and the work that they do. And that's a really important part of the community outreach. It's not just about veteran welfare or who votes or whatever else, it's actually about representing the RSL in the community, and those people are absolutely essential to us. I think keeping the leadership, the President, Vice President as service members and the trustees as has been proposed, but I really think that we need to give our associate members a say in the organisation that they're supporting.
Look, I agree with you. I think the question's hanging in the air is, do we need affiliates and auxiliaries as two categories of non-service members when they're in support roles? So, can I ask for a show of hands for those who think we should just go to one other category instead of instead of affiliate and auxiliary to non-service? Okay, and the opposite vote? I think by the show of hands there, it's quite clear that we should move to one other service category, one other membership category, and that is non-service or support. Thank you.
Okay, we do only have 3 minutes left, so I'm going to take 2 and 5. Number 1, 7 and 8. I apologise, we've run out of time, but please keep your question for the open forum this afternoon at 3:30. Number 2.
Thank you. Bob Lemon, President Forestville, President Northern Beaches District Council. Quick question. There is a code of conduct for members in the strategic plan and on our website. There is one for the board as well that is referred to specifically in our constitution. Do we need a member code of conduct written into our constitution, and what would that mean in terms of the tribunal?
I think we must, Bob, because didn't your sub-branch write a motion about having our service?
It is a motion, but we just want to get a feel from the membership here today.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's 7.1 tomorrow.
That's right, that's right. So I think the answer is yes, there does need to be a member code of conduct.
And then the effect of that on the tribunal, Jeff, if you could just give your opinion.
So I think that the tribunal process is pretty well clarified in the Constitution in Appendix D. I don't think a code of conduct would necessarily interfere with what's already there. It would probably mean an SOP or policy to guide how the code of conduct is implemented.
Thank you, Jeff.
And final question, number 5.
John Gordon from Austinville Sub-Branch. I agree that having the two types of non-service member, it's very confusing. I remember back to earlier congresses when we were talking about introducing affiliates, and the big issue there that stopped affiliates being accepted, and the comment was always, we don't want the same thing to happen to the league as what happened to the clubs. But people forgot that the membership of the clubs, the full members of the clubs, were ex-service people, and they voted to change the constitution to give voting rights to the non-service people. We don't want the same thing to happen. If you remember, you joined a club as a full member or as an associate member. And that associate member was tantamount to being a social member, the same as you do to a golf club or to a bowls club. If you're not a golfer, if you're not a bowler, you're a social member. You don't get a say in how the bowls tournament is run. Believe it or not, it's exactly the same with the Law Society in New South Wales. Only qualified solicitors can join. Paralegals can be non-voting associate members of the Law Society of New South Wales. We've been using interchangeable terms and it confuses everyone. Auxiliaries are something a little bit different, but if we combine it and change it to associate members, it makes it easier for people to understand what they're doing and how they're doing it. They're an associate, they're not a full member, they don't vote. But locally, you might have a fundraising committee and have that interspersed with a lot of extra people that aren't service related. Hey, they've got great ideas for fundraising. You know, if you only rely on the 2 or 3 people in a sub-branch to come up with the ideas, you're sadly restricting what you're doing. And use the cities for our benefit. And it doesn't just have to be wives, partners, and that. Members can propose, and they have to have the seconder. And also, this is why I disagree with the way affiliate member is done at the moment, because to me, someone to be granted affiliate member means that it's a reward for what they've been doing, not just because they say, oh yeah, I'll come along and help. So it's a reward. Auxiliary or associate member can fulfil that gap. And then if someone's been an associate member for 5 years, you might look at granting an honorary membership, you know, as a reward for what they're doing.
Thank you.
For discussion.
Thank you.
And use the people that are around without letting them take over.
Okay, I think we've only got a short time.
Yeah, we're on time now.
We've only got a minute left, so I'm just going to ask for permission to wrap up on this. I think we've just come to consensus that auxiliary and affiliate members, not associates, because associates are a different category in the league at the moment. They are a member who has a primary sub-branch and another sub-branch. So associates is probably not a good word to use. So for affiliates and auxiliaries, they're the backbone of nearly all of the sub-branches where they exist in the sense of their assistance, their work, their dedication. There's no question about that. So what we've come to today is we should combine the 2 categories into one and call it either non-service, which has got a negative connotation. I'd rather call them support, which has a positive connotation. And then we just got to work out if an affiliate, if one of these new support members is a treasurer or secretary, do they get a vote when it comes to voting for motions to Congress, or because they're not a service member, they don't get a vote? We have to clarify that when we get down to the actual structure of how this will work. So this is work yet to be done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Our time for the membership session is now up. Would you please thank our panel, Brian Willey, Jeff O'Brien and Trina Constable. Once again, if you did not get a chance to ask your question, you will have a chance this afternoon at the open forum between 3:30 and 4:30. The next session deals with the structure of a sub-branch. Our panel for this session is Derek Leslie, the President of Northern Metropolitan District Council and the DPC Chair, Paul James, the RSL New South Wales Director, and Jeff O'Brien, the RSL New South Wales State Secretary. Would you please give our panel a big warm welcome? Okay, so while Derek is making himself comfortable there, I will just remind those online, if you have a question as well, feel free to request to speak or submit your question in writing. I've got an opening question for Derek.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, referring to the discussion paper, one of the issues raised was about a minimum number of service members in a sub-branch for that sub-branch to retain its charter. Would you like to expand on that topic for the benefit of everyone in attendance, please, Derek?
Thank you. One thing I'd like to clarify in the last forum was the question in relation to expenditure of money on drinks and goodies for non-service members. It's absolutely allowed for sub-branches to expend money on their members for camaraderie purposes. It's quite clearly explained in the SOP. So don't go away from this meeting believing that you have to exclude your affiliate members, or your auxiliary for that matter, from any form of receiving any form of bonhomie at your sub-branch gatherings. It's quite allowable, it's perfectly acceptable. There is a limit, $300 per service member per annum of your members on your books. It's in the SOP. And there was some discussion that went on, I can tell you, with the ACNC a couple of years ago to arrive at that figure. It's perfectly acceptable for you as equal members in your organisation to share your camaraderie together. I hope that clarifies that last question. In relation to the question that's just been asked, from my perspective, the structure that we have at the moment, and this follows on from the membership forum, deals with really whether we have the right structure in our sub-branches, whether or not we believe that we should have a president who is a service member, one vice president who is a service member, and 3 trustees who are service members, and that's all. And then whether around them the structures that we have of secretary, treasurer, and being able to be filled by any category of membership is the right one. And whether or not our sub-branch and district council structures that we have are the right structures in our organisation. So I'd like to open up the floor to any question related to anything to do with our structures.
Starting off with microphone number 3.
Thank you, panel. Steve Walton, McLean Sub-Branch. General question, is the structure that we now have in RSL New South Wales under our Constitution the best one for us? And what sorts of structures might be better? For example, in Queensland, the sub-branches are all incorporated and their administrative support functions are devolved to their districts. Could we do something like that in New South Wales?
We'd love to. I mean, there's no reason why we can't look at those sorts of changes in the future if we want to open up the whole spectrum of how and why we operate. From my perspective, we have built over 100 and something years our bottom-up federated structure that we have now. And we imposed on that, if you like, over a series of years, district councils with some powers, limited powers. We had regionally based hierarchical structure for a council, state council, which we threw out in 2019 when we adopted, by common agreement of the members, the current constitution with a board with significant powers. Now, you could argue that that was required under the post-Bergen environment, but what we've now faced is a situation of some uncertainty about the powers that reside with sub-branches, left with sub-branches, and the vision, if you like, of sub-branch autonomy, which I've spoken about at some length before, is that still alive? How much say do sub-branches actually have in the control of their funds? I've asked the question on the VSF process many times of who owns the funds at the end of the day, when every sub-branch is a charity in its own right, and therefore subject to the same conditions of ACNC scrutiny as every other charity. And therefore, where does that situate us as an organisation structurally? Do we have the right structure now? I can't answer your question. I'd like to hear some suggestions from anybody about the sort of structure that we might look at as an alternative. I mean, we could have regions, we could have zones, we could do away with district councils. We could flatten our structure out if we wanted to. Do we need 3 levels of government? It's a bit like a Commonwealth? Do we need local, state and Commonwealth, federal government? If you take it away, what do you replace it with? So I'll throw it back to the floor to anyone who wants to come up with some suggestion of whether they think that what we've got now is the best way to do it.
While everyone ponders that question, I'll go to number 1.
Thank you. Bill Pickering, North Ryde Sub-Branch. My question is very much in the structure or restructure area, but specifically related to the New South Wales Board of Directors. Leaving aside Jackie Landley's claims and so forth, I would suggest there needs to be a review of the structure of the board. Some concerns I have are as follows. The first and foremost is the lack of professional diversity, which can potentially lead to claims of conflicts of interest, and we're seeing that. Even though that might only be a perception, that is what's occurring and certainly provides media fodder.
Yes, certainly. Could you go to the microphone, please, Matt?
Well, you get up and say something. Come on, mate.
I move a point of order here, Mr. Chairman. This is a legalistic matter that shouldn't be discussed in an open forum. It will lead to, I should imagine, may lead to sub judice, and I approve this discussion to cease.
In a brief discussion with the panel here, I'm inclined to agree, not on your grounds that you say, but rather the fact that we are trying to focus on sub-branch structure here and the structure of the organisation. I think, Bill, with all due respect, the question of the responsibilities and structure of the board are a separate matter, and they're subject to all sorts of other considerations, including, if you like, the procedures that we have for nomination of members for the board. Is there going to be some sort of matrix applied, for example, to potentially for service members on the board? That question is a separate issue, and I really, if you don't mind, would like to treat that separately and out of this current forum, if you don't mind.
We've got an open forum this afternoon.
There is an open forum this afternoon. We can ask that question then.
I'm certainly happy to take that on board, but mine was not to get into legal ifs and buts and why it maybes, but maybe request a review of the way we go about this process. And for the record, I 150% support Mick Bainbridge, and I dislike the actions being taken against him. Thank you.
Microphone number 2.
Thank you very much. Paul Moles, Werris Creek Sub-Branch. I actually like the way the structure of the sub-branch is at the moment. I've been the secretary for over 25 years. I've also been the district council secretary for over 25 years. I'm a little bit concerned about the current investigations into the roles of district councils. I think they work very well. But my question I have is, we're a charity trying to be a business or a corporation, and I am having concerns in trying to understand why the president of a sub-branch can't be a trustee. Could somebody please explain how this has come about? Is it an ACNC thing? Is it a state branch, Congress, not Congress, constitutional thing? Why is it that they don't want a president to be a trustee? Because I believe even if he has a conflict of interest, he can manage that conflict of interest. There's nothing wrong with having a conflict of interest. It's how you manage it. Thank you.
So, Paul, at the moment, a president can be a trustee. Any of the executive can be a trustee. There is a motion tomorrow to try and separate those roles out. And it's just simply to broaden the responsibility for executive office holders and trustees to because I guess if you look at it, a sub-branch operates as a sub-branch under our constitution, but it's also a trust. So it's managing under a trust which has legal obligations as well, and it's just trying to separate those two things out. It's not saying that there's an inherent conflict. What it's saying is that having too much approval responsibility in a sub-branch could lead to problems.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you.
Sorry, God. Paul, I answer the first part of your question. You talked about the District Council review that's underway at the moment. I just want to point out that that is not about shaking up the organisation in any way. It's simply a review. It's a review that's been directed by the board under the strategic plan for the District President's Council to undertake. The terms of reference are quite broad, and there are no preconceived views about what that particular view might produce. I can simply say what it will do is ask the questions of the district councils of whether or not they're performing the roles that they're currently required to perform under the Constitution, and if they're not, why not? Thank you.
Okay, we'll go with microphone 4 next, followed by microphone 3, then 5. Microphone 4.
Kath Harvey, Brankston, RSL. We're one of those small sub-branches that everybody keeps talking about. As far as structure's concerned and a concept, so don't all jump at me. We've got to have 2 vice presidents. Is there a reason why we can't have a service president, service vice president, the second vice president be an affiliate?
They can now.
Can they?
Not affiliate.
No, they
No,
can't.
sorry, not affiliate. I'm sorry, not affiliate.
Not affiliate. Second vice president be an affiliate?
You can have one vice president, you can't have one.
See, I knew it would cause chatter. And then, as far as trustees are concerned, is there any reason why one out of the 3 trustees can't be an affiliate, in particular, if they've got the qualifications to support the sub-branch? Instead of, say, an infantry soldier that knows nothing about finance. Sorry, Brian.
It's interesting. Jeff and I were just agreeing to disagree there. My clear understanding was that a president and 1 vice president were required to be service members, and the other vice president could be an affiliate. And Jeff's just correcting me on that because his knowledge of the Constitution is far greater than mine, mainly because he's been dealing with it for a lot more years than I have. But I think the common practice would be that both vice presidents or more would be service members. That's accepted within the organisation, but Jeff's going to talk about that.
Thank you.
What was I talking about?
Both vice more.
Okay, now number 3.
Hello, Donna Manton, Braidwood Sub-Branch. I actually would like to see more decision-making, particularly over the finances and where the sub-branch spent its money, delegated down to the sub-branch. We now have a fairly robust reporting system which allows for things to be set centrally and executed in hubs. So I think there should be more handed down. I was struck by the slide that I saw earlier that between a member and getting something to Congress there is at least 5 different steps and committees. I think that's far, far too many steps. I think 23 district councils. We had a mention before that one of our biggest issues is getting executive positions filled. I think if we are trying to fill sub-branch positions and 23 district council positions, we've made the problem ourselves. I think we could go to a much, much flatter structure, speed up decision making, minimise the number of executive positions that are required to be filled and delegate a lot more downwards while creating a very robust upwards reporting scheme to make our things effective and within the correct procedures.
Do you want to talk about that? No? Well, thank you. Of course, we've looked at the number of district councils a number of times, and Queensland, for what it's worth, have 10 districts. And they seem to manage pretty well in their fairly large state. But we have reasons why we've got the numbers that we have, and we haven't stopped looking at the number of district councils. So that's, you might be aware that the District Administration Review Working Group folded at the end of last year with, if you like, an ongoing requirement for us to have another look at the numbers of district councils. At the moment we have 23. The number can vary depending on the requirements and what the board, at the end of the day, under the Constitution, agrees to. We're not intending to go back and review that again. I think, Jeff, how many reviews have there been on the numbers? About 5? Yeah, about 5 reviews in our history. Your point, I think, that's really striking home to me is that you're talking about devolution of financial responsibility to sub-branch level, and I'd be interested from a board perspective, Paul, particularly whether or not you think that devolution, and the CFO might like to have a word to say about that, devolution of the responsibility, so there's giving more power at sub-branch level to either make decisions on expenditure, and I guess that would be financial delegation powers of delegation, or whether or not you want to move away from some centralised budgetary system to some more devolved regional or sub-branch budgetary management system, if that's what you're suggesting. Paul, do you want to make a comment on it?
Yeah, I just would like to just to probably say about that is a lot of us in this room are also in other organisations going through the same kind of issues. We're seeing obviously emerging technologies today that make those accounting, finance, there's some sub-branches here, I think are very good when it comes to their bookkeeping kind of stuff as well. And some of the frustration that I've seen is that, and maybe if you had a poll at every sub-branch to say if a secretary retired today or a treasurer, who's going to put their hand up? And we're really going to struggle with people wanting to put their hand up. And that could be because of red tape. Now, I belong to other organisations where, you know, some of that administration has been streamlined a lot better. And really what members want to do is come forward, have a barbecue, kick the footy around. And, you know, in some regional areas, they can't come and have a meeting every month. But we should be able to come together, do what we've got to do. But do I have to sit through an hour and a half or a 2-hour meeting going through minutes, giving information, or can we do it around a barbecue? And so I think, you know, there is a minimum in the Constitution of how many meetings we can or should have. And obviously in regional areas with DCs, they don't meet every month, but there's some district councils that might meet monthly. Now that's okay in the city, but that's not good for the people in the regional areas. So I would like to see this group as, you know, member-based organisation, maybe looking at where we go forward. What does the future look like? Is it a simple matter of getting bookkeeping? You know, maybe that's something that Anzac House can facilitate with. And even on trustees, I just want to pick up, and whilst people don't like, there's a dirty word I'm about to say, so I apologise to anyone in the room, and it's called RSL custodian, but they're actually not that bad. RSL custodian can solve your trustee issues immediately. So, you know, that is an option out there for people. And it doesn't mean if you have got no one that can be a secretary and the sub-branch is going to close, I don't want them to close. I don't think our board wants them to close. We want to be able to support. That may be a chapter, that may be amalgamation or something like that. So I think these members here, we have an option to look at going forward. What is our minimum standard for our branches, our meetings and all that? You've all been around, you've been in other organisations, and I think we will survive another 100 years, but it may just look a bit different, and it may be more sport and rec. So.
We have a question next for number 5. There was a question, number 8. You were next, if you still wanted to jump up and ask your question, followed by number 1. We'll go with number 5 now.
John Williams, Moree sub-branch president. I think some of the discussion on sub-branches here has been outside what our guidelines are. We're moving on to trying to tell the district what to do or trying to tell the New South Wales what to do. But I'm quite happy with the organisation as it is, and also with the district councils as they are. Now, I know there was a move for us to, and there was a looking at closing the district councils up our way. We travel 100 k's to get to our district council. We have other members here who travel over 200 k's to get to our district council. And yet you have most of the district councils in the city areas where you can ride a push bike to the next one. Don't close the district councils out in the country areas or make them travel further unless you're going to pay for accommodation and everything else, and I think that's a waste of money on behalf of the RSL. The other thing I'd like to see is that why do we have to always pull the organisation apart? The organisation has the ability to work very well the way it is if people would just apply to working it the way it is. There's too many, I'll have to leave that till tomorrow's, this afternoon's forum, I won't get onto that. But with the affiliates and so forth, we do have people having a lot to say that don't know much about the camaraderie or the reasons why this organisation started, and that was to look after veterans and their families. And let's get back to that. I've spent many, many years in Legacy, 40-odd years, 50-odd years in RSL, and let's get back to the things that we should do, not the hairy-fairy things away. Thank you.
I'll just respond to that with a couple of sentences. Firstly, no one's suggesting that we reorganise the district councils and do away with any rural district councils, so that is not on the agenda. The reason why we have these forums, because we asked for it, we the members said at the last Congress, we want more time, more opportunity to state our views. Now, organisations like ours need to navel gaze every now and then to I guess, convince ourselves that we are on the right path, that we are still valid and current, and that we're no longer lost in the mire of the past. So the outcomes of these forums, as I see it, may be that business as usual continues, that we're quite happy with what we've got. But there is a process that we need to go through from time to time to actually convince ourselves that it is what we want to be. It's a healthy thing to do. No one's threatening anybody, no one's threatening positions. And finally, I would like to say that right now, in my experience with RSL New South Wales, we are probably providing the most and the best support to veterans that we have ever done in our history. Look at the Sports and Rec program, look at the Veteran Support Fund, look at what RSL Lifecare is doing for us. WSOs. Look at what the WSO program is producing for us. You know, we are an organisation that is reviewing what we do, we're trying to do it better, and one of the ways we're trying to do it better without patting ourselves on the back is to ask ourselves these questions in these forums. So that's why we're having them. It's your opportunity to state your case, and if we get off the track from time to time, I'm sure the MC will bring us back, and the panel will bring us back onto the questions.
We do have 15 minutes left, so we'll go to microphone number 1.
Good afternoon, Jack Gray, North Bondi. Just to clear a point made earlier about the separation of trustees from executive. There's been a lot said today about the sub-branches finding difficulty to get executive officers. It's simply to run the sub-branch. The fact is that many sub-branches are now converting to incorporation. When they convert to incorporation, there are no longer any trustees, and the then directors will carry out both functions effectively. And I believe that we should not be looking to make that separation for unincorporated sub-branches, because we're actually differentiating between our various sub-branches for one thing, and I think in the other case, many sub-branches will be unable to find the necessary trustees to perform the role. So I just wanted to clarify what the gentleman earlier said, because, you know, I would imagine in the very near future, trustees probably won't exist. Thank you.
I'll just respond to that by saying, well, right now they're in our constitution, so if we're going to go through that process of changing, we need to go through a process of constitutional review and reform that can only come from this forum. We can only amend our constitution at our AGM, and we can only do it with motions that are put up to do it.
I'm not suggesting an amendment.
No, well, the only way we can do away with trustees is to do that.
I'm not suggesting that you get away with trustees. I'm suggesting that someone who may be the president or the treasurer of a sub-branch can also be the trustee and continue to be so.
Sure, that's the case at the moment, and we have a motion coming up.
I understand that, but the gentleman raised the question. I just thought I'd add to it.
I'd be interested, you made the comment to say that many sub-branches are incorporating. Jeff, how many are incorporated at the moment?
There's one that's gone completely through the process, and there's about 5 or 6 that are in various stages.
That's as CLG?
As CLG, yeah.
Okay, we've got 4 more questions. Probably won't have a chance to ask any further questions beyond the 4 that are standing. So we'll go 3, 2, 5 and 8. Hopefully we have time for 8. Number 3.
To the panel, as a district council president and on behalf of my executive, we believe that there should be sub-branch autonomy and we support that. However, as a district council president, all of us in our districts have 1 or 2 sub-branches who either refuse to abide by the Constitution or they believe that they're the upper Kumbukna sub-branch and they'll do it their way, and we have no powers to get those people, those sub-branches to comply. At the moment, we really don't have any powers at all, and I believe that down in the sub-branch level there should be some disciplinary powers as well as in the district council. So I'd like to comment on that, please.
Yeah, thanks, Peter, for that. There are a couple of reviews at the moment in relation to looking at powers, and that's why part of this session is getting that there. I know Head Office is looking at like the complaint management system and all that kind of stuff and review. I've used this example before, I think, in a room, but not to most of these delegates, whereby I can play footy last weekend, I can swear at a referee, and by Tuesday night I've been put out of the competition for a couple of weeks. But at the moment, at the sub-branch, we've lost that. You know, whilst we had to do the reform that we did, one of the significant things is we took out of the Constitution some of those powers. Now, you've got to be very careful with people. You don't want people there's a lot of people probably in this room with axes to grind. And, you can imagine that unfettered power in a sub-branch, so there needs to be a reasonable balance in that. But I believe that we will come forward with a process over the next maybe a few months or whatever, that we can come back to the members to say, hey, this is what we live by, this is what we stand by, because you, as a district council president, should have power and autonomy to deal with you, because that takes away poor old Support or Jeff getting the emails. Use the chain. We all come from a system of chain of command, and unfortunately, somehow we've been hit on the head and we've forgot about that. So people just want to go up. Obviously, if that chain of command's failing, you go the next level up and you keep on going up. Maybe we have a 1-800 fair go line or something, I don't know, and we cut out it. But that's what I would like to see is get back, and there's members in this room that I know on footy tribunals, and they probably would have cited me back in the day. Anyway, does that answer it?
That answers my question, thank you.
Yes. Microphone number 2.
Sorry. Could I just jump in there? That raises a point, and that is disciplinary powers at sub-branch and district council level. I'm just interested if we might have a show of hands in the room who thinks that might be a good idea. So who thinks it could be a good idea to have some form of disciplinary power at sub-branch or district council level? Thank you, and I assume someone must have made the comment, one assumes that would be linked to a code of conduct. Thank you.
Microphone 2.
Thank you. Bob Lunnan, President Forestville, President Northern Beaches District Council. Just an observation, if I may, with regard to not necessarily sub-branch structure, but the ability to be able to support sub-branches around our state, and particularly in the regions, who may be having difficulty with finding the right personnel for their sub-branch executive or committee or supporting the sub-branch, but also having difficulty with funding. And I want to mention my esteemed colleague, Peter Lipscomb, from Wollongong on the District President's Council, who's done a lot of work about supporting sub-branches, particularly around the districts who are having the funding issues. And I think the quicker we can get the Sub-Branch Support and Assistance Fund into the Veteran Support Fund so that well-resourced, if I can put it that way, sub-branches can then support a lot of you around the state who do need a lot more assistance with funding. Those that have funds are happy, I'm happy to say that, are happy to assist you. We just need to find the right mechanisms to do it. Thank you.
So just on the point that Bob raised about the Support and Assistance Fund, it is available to sub-branches that need that support. It's a fairly simple process. There's a form you can fill out online. It's assessed very quickly. It's assessed on need, so whether the sub-branch has the capacity to pay for that thing themselves or whether they obviously need that support from Support and Assistance. There's plenty of money there. So if any sub-branch is struggling, whether they think they're eligible or not, I encourage them to put in the application. It's a very quick turnaround for them getting payment for those items.
Thank you, and I'll add to that. The District President's Council is very aware that when we brought in the Veteran Support Fund, we cut off through that process a lot of funding that was going from sub-branch to sub-branch or district council to sub-branch, or at least slowed the process down and made it harder. We're also aware that some sub-branches were cherry-picking around the place, saying, could we have money here from 7 or 8 different sources? Very successful if you can get away with it. But the District President's Council, when we review the VSF early next year, already have tabled the possibility of a category in the Veteran Support Fund which is entitled sub-branch support, and that charities, sub-branches, in the VSF potentially could receive funding through a new category in the VSF. Charity begins at home, and we're giving away a lot of money to a lot of other charities, but we've got sub-branches who are struggling. It doesn't make sense to me that we allow that to continue.
We have a question for number 5.
Bosh Mungandai, President. With regard to this sub-branch structure, because we've got diverse areas within the state, small sub-branches in regional areas, bigger ones, I think the sub-branch structure has to be flexible for the sub-branch to be able to keep the prime bit of the veterans running at president level, but be able to use the RSL custodian like we are at the moment, and use affiliates and auxiliaries for supporting us, raising money and things like that. Thank you.
So you're for retention of the status quo?
Yes.
Thank you. Show of hands on that.
There was a question, number 8. Did you want to jump up? I know you've been waiting patiently there. Microphone number 8.
Yeah, my name is Michael Ali. I'm from the Bush in Helensburgh. Just a question for you while you're working on the restructure forum of the sub-branches. One of the considerations should be is that those who are living in remote areas, there seems to be a perception that you have to have 4 people to have a meeting, right? But as we move forward in time, is that perhaps if the 4th person can't make it to the meeting on time, that they're allowed to dial in and you can still have the forum to continue the meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. There's no impediment to people using technology to support their meeting structure. So I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, but there's no impediment at the moment for sub-branches or even districts to use technology to support their meetings under the current constitution. So that can happen.
Okay, I think number 4, followed by number 2. Number 4.
Hi, David Clark. I'm Secretary of Fire Dock Sub-Branch and President of the Western Metropolitan District Council. When we were attempting to do our budget last week, I was surprised to see that the Sub-Branch Support and Assistance Fund has not been included in the 2025 budget. Could you tell me why, please?
So it's not on the VSF, is it? That's my understanding? No, that's why it's not on the budget.
And it's nowhere else?
That's it. Are you saying you want to donate, David?
Of course.
Good on you. We'll work out a way we will work out a way for that to happen.
I hate to be cynical, but I suspect that there was a fear that sub-branches might use that if they weren't satisfied with the limited list that was on the VSF, that they would fill that one up and, you know, you'd have to give it to some sub-branches somewhere.
I wouldn't call that cynical from you, David.
Thank you, Jeff. So is it going to be included or what? How do we get it onto the budget?
Well, I would suspect we need to put it in the VSF, and that way it'll be on the budget.
It seems a bit of a shame that some branches have got to wait sort of like 12 months or so before we get it onto the VSF.
True, but I will make the point that it is fairly well subscribed. There is plenty of money in the Support and Assistance Fund, and maybe Trina wants to make a point.
I think Trina has something to add to that question.
I do, Jeff. I've just got the data from the Support and Assistance Fund in the last 12 months. Sub-branches have contributed over $160,000 to the Support Assistance Fund in the last financial year, and we've allocated $377,490.97 to sub-branches across the state.
All right, one last question before we break for lunch. Microphone 2.
Stuart Christmas, I'm from Berry, but the question really is coming as the Honorary Secretary of Central Southern Districts Council. It's to deal with supporting the structure. Now, the support of the structure at the sub-branch level also comes from the District Council. A number of years ago, all sub-branches were required to supply their SBA 3 to the District Council. For 2 years, we had the SBA 1, 2 and 3. That is now stopped. We now fly blind in the District Council to assist sub-branches until we get a letter from head office saying your sub-branch in your district has not supplied their SBAs. It also gives us a window to see how the sub-branches are travelling, and that we at the District Council level can actively support the sub-branches, especially if they are doing handovers from long-standing secretaries and treasurers to new people coming in who get a varied type of handover. Now, the aim of the District Council in our case, and I'm sure it applies across the board, is that we are here as a District Council to support that structure that is currently in place. We need that SBA 1, 2 and 3 restored back to District Council level so that we can help our sub-branches.
Stuart, thank you. Yes, the District President's Council has been requesting that now for almost 2 years, and we have an agreement with the CEO now that will be revisited. It's also part of the District Council review team terms of reference. So we expect that something like an SB3 will be reinstated, but we need a clear statement of the role of the District Councils in relation to the oversight and any form of governance on behalf of the board in relation to sub-branch finances. So until we have that visibility, at the moment we can't actually do anything. But secondly, we're aware that it was taken away from us, I think by oversight initially, but there's been some argument about privacy conditions of sub-branch data, for example, if we had access to sub-branch portals, which we've also been seeking. So it comes down to the question of what you actually want your district councils to do, and do you want to have district councils oversight over sub-branch governance?
To agree, I can just go straight to the ACNC site and I'll get most of the information from there now. So we may as well have it sent down to us anyway. The ACNC site is there and we can read it off there.
I agree with you.
I got taught that by a sub-branch that was helping us.
I agree, but not everything that you might want to look at is in the ACNC reporting process or structure. Brian Willey, I know, has looked at this at some length and he's standing there at number 5, so he might want to say something about it.
If it's going to be quick, we're right on time. Can we make it one quick comment or question? Number 5.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been pushing this obviously for a couple of years now because I'm on the DPC. Not only did SBA 3 disappear when they put SBA 1 and 2 online, so did DC 1, 2 and 3. So the view of what District Council's status was and sub-branch status was disappeared when they looked at it from a financial point of view and not a structural and management point of view. So I'm hoping that we get this resolved through the District Council review team. But just reminding everyone that SBA 1 and 2 were the year just gone, SBA 3 and DC 3 were the year ahead, and we don't get that information. Who are the execs, when are they meeting, etc., and we need that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. And while you've said that, those members in the room who are members of the District Council review team, your meeting that we are talking about earlier is scheduled for outside, around the corner to the right, immediately after this meeting.
And that means our session now is up. Thank you to our panel. Would you please thank Derek Leslie, Paul James and Jeff O'Brien. Ladies and gentlemen, that now brings us to lunch. We are going to break for 1 hour. Please be back in your seat at 1:30 p.m. where we will recommence with the Trustees Forum. And during the break, you'll find tea and coffee available outside in the avenue. A reminder to those online, you do not need to pause the webcast. This will automatically start when we recommence here at NEX in 1 hour.
Thanks, Paul.
We got to the point about there's not much for change.
No, there's not. It's pretty straight. We're happy with what we got.
Yeah. Well, at least we know.
At least we know. That's why we have these forums. That's right.
Testing.
Hello,
One, two.
how is your day going? Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello, this is Michelle from Liaison, testing the audio line. Hello, this is Michelle from the audio line. Can you hear me in the room? One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello, this is Michelle from Lumi. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Michelle from Lumi, testing the audio queue line. How are you doing today, Wincies?
Go in front of you so I can open the door for you. I'll go to the next one. You're right. Yeah, it takes mate.
Hello, this is... Hello, this is Michelle from Lumi. How are you doing today, Wincies? One, two, three, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing the audio line system. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're having a lovely day in sunny Newcastle. Good.
Good afternoon. This is Michelle from Lumi. How are you doing today? This is Michelle from Lumi, testing the audio line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How is it today in sunny Newcastle?
Test, test. Can you hear me? Michelle.
I can hear you. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Looks like everything's working.
I can hear you back. Perfect. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for our next session. The next session deals with the vision for RSL New South Wales, specifically with reference to the outcomes from the Royal Commission into Defence and Veterans Suicide. Before I announce the panel, I just wanted to announce that one of our delegates has left his prescription glasses inside his delegate bag and can't find that delegate bag. So if I could ask you all to check, please, your delegate bags just to see if you have any prescription glasses in there. That would be really appreciated. Oh, yeah, cool. No worries. Appreciate it. Yeah? Sorry. Yeah, I know. I was just making sure you're all listening. One moment. So if that, last night there was a bag left behind in the restaurant, and there is one bag left behind in the lost and found section. So hopefully that's the right bag, but otherwise, failing that, please check your bags. Now, the next session deals with trustees. Thank you to those who were listening. And our panel for this session is Bob Lunan, got it right the first time, Northern Beach District Council President and Forestville RSL Sub-Branch President, Jason Hazel, the RSL New South Wales Director and RSL Custodian Director, and Tim Clayton, RSL New South Wales General Counsel. Once again, for everyone here in the audience, we will be facilitating questions, and for those online, please feel free to type your question, or you can hit ask a question and we can actually open the microphone to you as well. Now, our opening question is to Tim. Can you please give an overview of why sub-branches need to operate as a trust and the trustee requirements contained in the RSL New South Wales Constitution?
I think, as one of our members pointed out earlier, the requirement for trustees only applies to unincorporated sub-branches. So we're only going to be discussing the unincorporated sub-branches and trustees in this forum. And before we dive into that question a little bit deeper, I think what we need to unpack first is, what is a trust? Who is a trustee, and what is a sub-branch? A trust, in its, I guess, simplest sense, is the split between legal ownership and beneficial ownership. To simplify it a bit further, I guess, if I own this pen and I give it to Bob to look after, it's in Bob's possession or his ownership, but he knows it belongs to me, or it's beneficially mine. So that's, I guess, the simplest form of the trust relationship. In that, Bob would be the trustee and I would be the beneficiary. In terms of what a sub-branch is, when we're talking about an unincorporated sub-branch, it's a group of people who meet the eligibility criteria under the Constitution that have received a charter from RSL New South Wales. Now, that group of people is known as an unincorporated association, or just an association. An association isn't a separate legal entity. It doesn't have a separate legal personality. That means it can't own property, it can't enter into contracts, and it can't sue or be sued. And that is the real crux of why we have trustees. So the trustees are able to do that on behalf of the sub-branch in furtherance of the charitable purpose. So under the Constitution, the unincorporated sub-branches have to have either 3 service members as trustees, 2 service members and the RSL custodian, or RSL custodian as a sole trustee. And I'm just going to pass over to Jason Hazel to take you through a little bit about RSL custodian.
Thanks, Tim. So we have heard a lot of comments about custodian since I've been here today, and Paul James introduced it slightly a little while ago. But I thought it might be worthwhile to humanise it a little bit and tell you what actually custodian is. So custodian is a board, as Tim was saying. It's a sub-board of the RSL New South Wales board, and it includes a range of people. So if I could ask Phil Chin to stand up. Phil Chin is one of our directors. He's also on the custodian board. Is Ray James in the house here? Ray's around someone. You all know who Ray is, so I suppose we don't need to see him. We also have Karen here. Karen's the CFO. Every fortnight we have this meeting. It happens very, very regularly. So Karen's the CFO. She joins all the time. Giles joins. Liesl sitting up the back there, hiding, hoping I won't mention her name, is there as well. Pip is also there as our company secretary. Jeff is hiding somewhere. He's there as well. So we have a group of, and of course, Tim, we have a group of, I don't know how many people I said then, 8 or 9 people who meet fortnightly to look at the decisions that need to be made from the custodian. They could be appointing new trustees, they could be property sales, or they could be financial advice from your advisor. But I thought I'd give you just a few stats. The custodian currently is the trustee director on 100 sub-branch accounts. So already it's very well known to you guys, and in fact that makes it a bit more popular than the sport and rec program. So just a bit of a plug there for custodian. Now this represents $300 million. Okay, so 100 sub-branches. Remember there are 300 sub-branches, so there's 200 sub-branches that I can't see, but there are $300 million across that 100 sub-branches that we look at. Now the stats that I think are interesting are there are 47 separate financial advisors, 13 separate banks, and hundreds of fund managers. So the point I'd like to get across to you today is it's massively fragmented, right? And you get no economies of scale investing like that. So by my rough guess, you're paying approximately 1% of fees, probably a bit more than that actually. So it's about, what, $3 million, which is equivalent to what you donate to life care. So myself, Phil, we've been in this industry, the financial services industry, a long time. I've been in the financial services industry for 25 years. I'm also a service director. So what we hope to bring, and Greg Mellick raised it earlier, that you want a good mix of skills on your trustee board. Now, what custodian can do is provide that set of different skills. I hope that we are in a position to ask questions of the financial advisors that you appoint that maybe perhaps you're not in a position to ask. So we think there's a really good role for custodian here. We challenge you all to put custodian on as a trustee director. I don't think that would hurt. And the last thing I would ask before we set it up is ask for questions. Is Giles mentioned before the point about trust. And so this is why we want to be really transparent with you, announce who the people are, who's involved. I'm involved. I'm here if you want to talk to me. No one is trying to control your money. My objective is to aggregate the money in some respect, if we can, to get lower fees and better returns. Because what you'll find is that when you're all managing $100,000, $200,000, you're probably very risk averse and you're putting it in bank term deposits, saving it for a rainy day, and you're actually arguably not helping the future of the RSL by undercutting the returns that we could get by investing it more professionally. So I would challenge you all to be involved, and I understand that there are some trust issues, so let's hear them. I want to hear what the issues are, because we're just here to help. So that's from me.
Do we have any questions from the audience? Yep, we've got the first one here at microphone 3.
My issue is with its sub-branches is the expertise for somebody who goes in as a trustee. And for years, somebody who's been in a sub-branch for 30 or 40 years was often seen as a reward to go in as a trustee. It was seen as something to be proud of. Because I'm an old fart, I can go back to Congresses many years ago when Mr. Van Zeller was the state treasurer, and he asked about trustees and going into having regular meetings and things. And just to give an example of that, one of the sub-branches stood up and said, well, our sub-branch doesn't have a problem having a trustee meeting because they're all in the same nursing home together. So my point was, what sort of expertise do people need to be a sub-branch trustee, and why are people fearful of going to custodian?
Well, I'd love to know why you're fearful, because as Tim just pointed out, you put money, if custodian becomes a trustee on your account, it doesn't stop you from making decisions. It's still your money. You invest it how you want. If you want to take it out, you take it out. We're just there to provide an extra layer of governance, if you like, and as I mentioned, Greg pointed out before, you probably can't get the skills within your sub-branches to fill trustee roles. And by the way, there's a bit of risk involved with being a trustee director. So don't forget that one. So we bring different skills. As I said, I might have served in the 6th Battalion for 1 year, but I've basically been a civilian for the last 25 years working in financial services in a superannuation fund. So I have some experience in how to manage money and ask questions of a financial advisor that perhaps you guys perhaps don't know how to ask.
I think Jason touched on a really important point, and that's the obligations of custodian under the Constitution are the same as a service member trustee. So under the Constitution, trustees are required to act in the best interest of the sub-branch. They have to act on the direction of the sub-branch, and then in accordance with any approvals that are required under the Constitution. So it's the same obligations for custodian as under the Constitution as it is for service member trustees.
Microphone number 8. Do you have something to add?
Thank you for that. And I do agree that in a lot of cases, the guardianship is a good idea, but with the thought of trust, what sort of returns are we seeing after guardianship has taken place with over, say, a 5-year period with some of the sub-branches that are under the guardianship? Have we got those figures with us today, or is that?
No, because the count that, particularly the one I could give you the numbers for, Morgan Stanley, has not been going that long. So for us then to give you returns prior to that would be basically your sub-branch returns, because we're sitting on the board of your investments. But our return out of Morgan Stanley, and Karen, I'm going to get the number wrong, but it's been very healthy the last 12 months. And Karen's searching up now. I should know it, sorry. But it has been quite a good number, and markets have been buoyant. And if you've had low, a risk-averse, conservative strategy at the moment, you would have left money on the table. So I think, to answer the question more generally, I think if you have a professional manager managing the money over any given year, could do whatever. Well, we would expect to see, and you're right to say 5 years, 5, 7, 10 years out, that would probably result in a higher return profile.
True, but in Ballin's instance, we do have professional people involved, and I suppose from the other RSLs around New South Wales who are in a position to have help others, they also would have been taking a responsible approach to investment, not necessarily overly conservative. And I was just wondering, just casually, with the great idea of a guardianship in most cases, what has been the level of improvement once we see guardianship attached to someone's sub-branch accounts?
I'll just throw to microphone 1. We've got an answer to that question.
Yeah, just a point of clarity about the role of custodian as a trustee. So we don't control and make all the investment decisions. These are still done together with the other trustees and with the sub-branch. So we do mainly the governance and we do more of the governance and administrative part to make and the diligence to make sure that they can perform better. But in the end, it is still the sub-branches who make the decisions about what the investment mix are and the type of investments that happen. But our role really is to talk to the investment advisors, ask them the questions, and to help build the recommendation to the sub-branch. So the sub-branch still makes those decisions, and then it comes to us. But we're there to help do that diligence. So each sub-branch right now, even where we are the sole trustee, they do have different investment returns, and part of that is driven by the sub-branch's individual preference. And our role is to help engage the sub-branches, so to help them move from perhaps a more diversified portfolio, taking on a more long-term view, and also driving investment kind of fees down as well. That's our role. So it's not as simple as we're the sole trustee, we're managing that, and the returns automatically go up. There is still variation, even within Morgan Stanley. They that the sub-branch has its own investment portfolio and there's adjustments made for each sub-branch.
And can I just make a comment? Speaking from a sub-branch point of view, we're always looking for market or better as a return, but it's up to you and your financial advisors as to where you want to position your portfolio and whether you're looking for blue chip, what investments you may want to make. It could be imbalanced. It could be a combination of balanced and growth. That's your decision with your financial advisor and the risk you want to take, but we're always looking for market or better.
True. I mainly asked this question due to the takeaway phrase that was put forward of that without the guardianship, we would be leaving investments at a lower level, leaving money on the table that could be used for RSL Life Care, for instance. So I thought that with that advice, you may be also helping improve the return.
The directors are definitely helping to improve some of the returns on the basis that, as Jason said, they've got an overview of many different financial advisors, so they can see all of the different fees that are being charged across different portfolios. They can see when there's commissions that are being paid that perhaps shouldn't be, and they can, because they've got that visibility across all the different portfolios, they can have that discussion with financial advisors and say, hey, look, I think you should maybe rethink the fees here. So it definitely benefits having those perspectives.
There are, just another thing to add, there are good, really good, capable sub-branch trustees out there, and the benefit of being on custodian is that we see a few of those, and then there are others that, sometimes you're in the sub-branch and there is no one to take up that trustee position and people get nominated. So we've all seen that before, and custodian's role is to help those who aren't necessarily that capable. And I myself have been out to some of these investment advisor meetings and seen the good and not so good. And we're trying to pick up some of those lessons and share that across the network. So the other kind of issue with sub-branches and investment advisors is that not all of the advisors are up to date. So we're working together with some of those advisors to get those up to date. Some of them more than 5, more than 10 years old, right, Jason? So you can just see.
Well, some of them, sorry, Phil, we've seen examples where financial advice has not been updated for 20 years and numerous times, and we've had to put the asset on some of these financial advisors, and they're quite good financial advisors too, don't get me wrong, but I think they're being a little bit lazy. And one thing I'll note about funds management is the only certainty you'll ever get is the fee you pay. The investment returns are very variable, so you want to get your fee down as much as you can. And we've seen some unusual examples of where advisors have an expectation of how much fees they expect from you guys, and they don't like it when we start to put pressure on them.
So it's from more of a whole of league perspective. There are a lot of sub-branches who do it really well, and there are some that do need help from us, and we are here to help if that's needed.
Actually, microphone 2.
Todd Virgo from Barraville. There's been 2 concepts raised. One is the custodianship, one is aggregation. Now, we're far too small bickies to be eligible to help with the aggregation side of the house. But the question I have is, because we are such small bickies, are we still eligible to consider RSL custodianship?
Yes.
Thank you.
But you're right, that's a very good point to make, is there is a difference between custodian and aggregation. Don't get the two mixed up. Custodian is a governance piece that can help you with the ongoing management of your sub-branch assets. Aggregation is a separate idea where we think that we can get scale, and this comes back to investment returns, but also comes back to fees. So even if we can save you 0.5% on fees, which is a big number, by the way, over time that will result in a better return, better post-fee return. So these are the types of things that aggregation can help, but they are 2 separate issues.
Microphone 3.
Wayne Hodge, Doyleston Sub-Branch. The trustee is a very responsible position with a lot of responsibilities for asset and fund management. Why is there no training courses for when they're first made trustees?
Excellent question. We are currently doing a review of the custodian. I'm not sure there's ever been a review of the custodian. So we're in the process of doing that. I would like to know everyone who is a trustee and get your email addresses, and we'll email you and educate you. I think that absolutely has to happen. Yes. There should be training programs, but we are some months away from even knowing who all the trustees are. If there's 2 or 3 on every sub-branch, you can imagine there'd be 500 or 600 trustees. We need to know who you are and start talking to you.
Microphone number 4.
Philip Gerber, 7 Hills, Toongabbie, Wentworth, Phil. I'm not a trustee because I've only just got my colostomy bag, so I haven't qualified till now. But the fear that people had, we had custodian put on as part of our trustee arrangement because of asset sales, which required us to make custodian a trustee, and that's fine. But I think the fear, and you said you wanted feedback, the fear was, and you might be able to answer this, the fear was that once custodian became a trustee, it would become a voting member, as it were, of the custodian group, the trustee group, and would have a vote the same as each of the three trustees from the local branch, sub-branch. So perhaps you could comment on that, whether that's true, correct or not.
There's 2 different concepts there. I think it's the sub-branch itself that's meant to be making the decisions on, the investments. It's the trustees together hold it and enact the wishes of the sub-branch, and they have those responsibilities to act in the best interests of the sub-branch, in accordance with the directions of the sub-branch and in accordance with the approvals under the Constitution, and that they have to act unanimously, but it is the sub-branch that should be driving as a whole where those investments are made and what those decisions are.
Yeah, I think the issue was also what I said, but also that there was somehow this feeling that the custodian could override the trustees to some extent.
The trustee needs to act in the best interests of the members of the sub-branch and act on the direction of the vote of the sub-branch. Now, if we saw something that we wanted to dispute, we would come back and have that conversation with you. But it's a trustee that sits there to help you with the governance. That's why I've got my legal advisor here to help me out with some of the technical matters. But I just don't think that there's the concern that should be the trust concern that you guys have on service. So thank you for the feedback. It's really great to hear it, because I'm still kind of scratching my head as to why you wouldn't want to access a service that is designed to fill some of the skills gaps in. We hear that you can't find enough trustees, and this is one way for you to get it.
There's a very limited power to remove a trustee in the sub-branch. It's quite a high bar to remove them. That's one of the problems too.
We'll go next to number 5, followed by 1, 2, and 7. Microphone number 5.
Yeah, David Ingram from Windsor. Jason, you were talking about some things that are questions that you would ask to fund advisors, things like that sub-branches should ask among themselves. And it brought up a thought I had of maybe the custodian could put out a monthly newsletter that gave that advice, or gave, hey, think about asking these questions of your fund advisor. This should be the fee you should be paying, roughly. Just give some targets, because you've just added a bunch of advice to us, but it'd be really good if we saw that advice on a regular basis, so the trustees could be using that to make good decisions, even if they're not using the custodian.
Very, very happy to do that. As I said, once we get through this review process, I just want to clarify, I'm definitely not providing any advice here today. But so what I want, so I've come into this role. Derek was one who was responsible for bringing me on, primarily because of my financial experience, not because I was in the 6th Battalion. Right. And my objective here is to make sure that the RSL still has the same $300 million in 100 years' time, or maybe 400 million or 500 million. But I see too many times financial advisors come and they show me that the value of the assets is declining over 10 years. And I say to them, you are showing me the decline of the RSL right here. Go away and fix it, right? And so they don't like it. It probably slows things down a bit. But if you see, here's one thing you should ask them. If you see a decline in your asset base over time after you've taken out your income, you should be really concerned about that, because you want to make sure that you've got assets for the next generation of veterans who come through. So I hope that answers your question. But as soon as we identify the trustees, David, I absolutely we should be doing that. And Phil is more than happy to attend any sub-branch meeting and give some questions. You should come up, Phil, there's a seat here.
You've volunteered. No, microphone number 1.
Yeah, Keith Woodland. I'm the president of Parks in Central New South Wales. I'd just like to share with you our experience with investing money with Morgan and Stanley. We invested, I think it was $100,000 with Morgan Stanley, and of course, to invest it, you've got significant legal fees that you've got to get sorted out before you invest it, or you've got to pay. Then after 12 months, I don't think we'd made virtually zero, and so we've got a good secretary treasurer, and he was able to invest with the credit union at a far better return than what we were getting from Morgan & Stanley. So we took all our money out of Morgan & Stanley and put it back into the credit union. So, you know, it's not all a bed of roses as far as investing with these big organisations, because they want to get their pound of flesh before you get anything. So that's just what my story is from Parks.
Thank you, Keith. I really appreciate the feedback. But it's a really great example of, the returns of Morgan Stanley's been around for 2 years? You know, you can't judge investment returns on 2 years. They invested, it went down about 7 or 8%. It's gone up 10% since then. So if you'd started on those particular points, you probably wouldn't have made a lot of money. But if you've got it in a term deposit, you're only going to make 4 or 5%, and over 10, 15 years, you will have underperformed by probably 4 or 5%. Now, on a 2-year basis, 100% get it, Keith, that might have been difficult, but when you invest into these portfolios of equities, you need to have a time frame of 7 to 10 years. And so you probably should have a little pot of cash on the side to be meeting your expenses along the way, but you do need a longer time horizon than 2 years.
Microphone number 2.
Thank you very much. Paul Moles from Irish Creek. I've got notes, but I can't read them, so that's gone by the wayside. I was a little bit confused just sitting here listening, trying to distinguish between trustees and investment. You seem to be targeting investments a lot under the topics of trustees, which I understand, it is a role of a trustee. But I'm thinking you're sort of targeting the larger sub-branches with money. I think what my question is the Northwest, which I represent, we have several sub-branches that have smaller investments in local banks, minimal sort of returns. Is there some way, we have asked Morgan Stanley, is there some way they could combine their monies and make RSL New South Wales custodian, which is going to be my recommendation when I go back to the sub-branch, because I'm currently a trustee and I'll be stepping down, and I know we've had a lot of trouble getting trustees, so it'll be a recommendation I'll make. But I would also, as the District Council Secretary, recommend to those sub-branches to maybe make you the custodians and get you to invest those smaller investments together as one portfolio. I don't think it would be a good role of the District Council to do it, but I do think it would be a good role for the RSL New South Wales custodian. So I just wondered if you might like to make any return comments on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I believe that Morgan Stanley has the ability to roll up account sizes under 100,000. Is that correct? So if you got a few sub branches together and got that number over $100,000, you could do that. Yes, with custodian as the trustee, you absolutely could do that. And I actually think it makes more sense for a small sub branch. Because if you're a big sub-branch, you've got $10 million, well, you can probably hire a good financial advisor and they can help you, and you're probably already doing it. With a small sub-branch, let's say you got 50 grand, I guarantee it's probably sitting in a term deposit at the moment because you can't do anything else with it. You don't have enough money, but you could put it into a pool and withdraw the money as and when you need it and still get the benefit of that return. To try to keep the 50 grand the same in 10 years' time. Do you have any comments, lads?
Microphone number 7.
Hello, Josh Farquhar here again, North Bondi. On the topic of aggregation, you've focused entirely here on the benefits of aggregation, but there is another side to this. In something that is perhaps a related comment, Giles Hurst has referred to sub-branches as being RSL New South Wales 315 points of failure. Now, I take his comment to be meant in a not complimentary way towards sub-branches, but I do accept that decentralisation incurs some duplication and some administrative costs. But what those costs buy for us is risk dispersal. As anyone else here who might have had a large investment account with MF Global would know, or anyone who paid any attention to the global financial crisis would also know, something that is far more dangerous than 315 points of failure is to be centralised and exposed to one single point of failure. I just offer that as a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Appreciate your comments. I'll give Giles a chance to respond in a minute if he would like. But my objective here is to review the custodian and give you a panel of maybe 3 or 4 financial advisors that are on discounted rates, 3 or 4 banks also. Why we're using 14 banks? We've got a bank out the front here who could do it for us. And then a couple of fund managers, one of which at the moment is Morgan Stanley. Now, if you've put a lot of money in MF Global, who I've not really heard of, then you have taken a risk. If I look at the Morgan Stanley portfolio at the moment, it's probably got 100 funds in it. No, it's actually not true. Maybe 40 or so funds spread across 7 or 8 asset classes. The risk that you would take on any one fund manager failing is probably less than 1% of your portfolio. It is very well diversified, and you need to make sure that the financial advisor who you're working with is not doing something that is concentrating risk. Because by the sound of it, Scott, and I'm happy to, I'd like to understand a bit more about that, to be fair. I think that might have been what happened, and I was managing a portfolio through the GFC. I do remember that quite well. And you do need to diversify your risk, and then you can sleep a bit better at night. Now, I don't know whether Giles wanted to make any comments.
It's actually Josh, not Scott. I've actually used the phrase a few times. Let me just clarify. That's the number of individual points of potential failure that any organisation split across that number of small entities has. So aggregation or pulling together of resources is a sensible strategy, but we do need to understand that with all of the trustees, with all of the unitary parts, it's quite a lot for us to actually get our arms around. So I just wanted to make that point. It is a phrase I've used before, but it's the potential points of failure.
Yeah. Thanks, Giles, and apologies, Josh. Scott Farquhar obviously is an Atlassian billionaire, so I've got my billionaires mixed up.
Microphone number 6.
Thank you. Brian Willey, President Wingham Sub-Branch and Lower North Coast District. At the risk of being a dripping tap that keeps dripping until it gets fixed, I was really astounded to hear you, Jason, say that you're trying to find out who the trustees are. SBA 3 used to give you that every year, and it was let go when SBA 1 and 2 were put online. I keep saying this, it needs to be fixed, and you would know the answer to the question if we still had it. Thank you.
Just a bit of extra information about that comment for me. So management and the team do have the trustees. It's in the CRM, but we are constantly seeing issues with trustees as custodians. So I think for us, sometimes it feels like we don't know who they are. We do find sometimes some trustees have been deceased or out of date. So we do have that information, but we're working through that now to get that up to date. So a bit of correction on that.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. I was probably just referring to me, not knowing who they are. I've been on custodian for 2 years now, and I'm learning a lot, uncovering lots of things, and I personally do not know who all the trustees are. And once we finish the review, we'll have our distribution lists ready. Hopefully we'll then be able to communicate more with you. But yes, sorry, I was meaning my personal opinion.
Going to go to 5 next, followed by 3, then 4, noting we have 10 minutes left of this session. Microphone number 5.
Alex Mangan, Rudy Hill, RSL, Far West. Guardianship. Now, I don't know whether this is a relevant question, but are you saying that you're going to use your guardianship like a superannuation fund where each person or each club has a number of units that are invested on whatever risk level they want?
Yes. If you were to invest with Morgan Stanley, they have 3 different risk profile funds. You would choose to go in there. You would make the choice to go in there. And as we've heard already, you can make the choice to go out as well. It operates similarly to a super fund. A super fund would have a trustee that is the trustee of the super fund, and then you would have hundreds of thousands of members. In this case, we have like half a dozen members being sub-branches as the member. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Microphone 3.
Hi, my name's Shane Weston. I'm from the Entrance Long Jetty RSL sub-branch. My question is in regard to Morgan Stanley. Why did we pick Morgan Stanley over any other financial group, knowing full well that their returns are very low compared to a lot of others? A lot of the sub-branches had very little return, or if not any return. And given the fact that their CEO in America has been through a few issues, and currently, which would have a knock-on effect in Australia. Why not invest with other people? Okay, for instance, we invest with Hub24 and F-Invest. We get good returns. Why does the custodians want to go with Morgan Stanley, who haven't proved themselves? That's my question. And yes, I do have trust issues with the custodians. Thank you.
Thank you for being honest about it. Okay, so where do we start there? Do you want to go first?
I think you have to break that down into a couple of different things. One, I guess custodian isn't making any recommendations or advice on financial advisors. In terms of the process to appoint or to select Morgan Stanley as a preferred provider, there was a process that went through prior to quite a detailed process. I think it's available on the website at Funding the Future, but we can clarify that as to why Morgan Stanley was selected.
And it was led by a fellow named David Murray, if I'm not mistaken, is that right? So, see, the thing you have to remember is F-Invest is a financial advisor, right? So they will advise you to invest in certain assets. Morgan Stanley is a fund manager, so F-Invest would no doubt give you multiple investments underneath. So you got to think about Morgan Stanley as providing that same portfolio. Hub24 is a platform on which the managers are bought and sold, if you like, right? So you have to think about them slightly differently, but you know, I think the performance of Morgan Stanley, it's not clear to me that it's any worse or better than anyone else, but we can do that analysis. They are a pretty big, well-known firm, but I think the point is that we can review Morgan Stanley on a cycle, and we do every quarter through the Audit, Risk and Compliance Committee. We review them on a quarterly basis, and review their investment policy on a 12-month basis. And if we don't think they're doing a good job, we can change them, right? We could change to a different fund manager.
Yeah, because as you're aware, a lot of these smaller RSL sub-branches, they rely on that return to keep going forward every year. And that's the biggest issue we've got.
Yeah, and I suppose the challenge is that if you're used to having your money in a term deposit, you're used to getting a certain amount of income, right? And then when you put it in a Morgan Stanley account, you're going to get more capital growth than income. So you probably have to supplement by selling units to meet your profile. So yeah, look, I mean, it's a shame that you're not perhaps getting the investment outcome that you would have hoped. But it is early days. I'd encourage you to be patient. But I think we have a bit more control over who the fund manager is. If we determine, if we keep hearing feedback like that and we determine that Morgan Stanley are no longer appropriate, then we can make a change, and it's much easier than what it would be for you to change Ethinvest, for example.
Yeah. Okay, for instance, we are with Ethinvest and Hub24, and we're making some pretty good money at the moment.
And so Ethinvest are a very good example. They represent 28 sub-branches. I don't know the exact assets under management, but that could be $100 million. I've no problem with Ethinvest. We had to tidy up a few things that they were doing, but they are the example of statements of advice that hadn't been updated for 20 years. So I'd encourage you to check that. They should be looking at your portfolio every 12 months and reviewing it with you, and you should be holding them to account. If you're happy with them, then I wouldn't be suggesting you necessarily change. But then you have to ask, and I'd like to have a chat to you about what fee you're paying, because I think we, as a group, if we pooled our, not necessarily the assets, I know we're not quite ready for that, if we pooled our buying power, you would get a much better deal.
Yeah, I believe the fees are pretty well half of what Morgan Stanley offer.
Well, Morgan Stanley charge 30 basis points, and you will be paying at least 55 for Ethinvest, so I don't think that would be right.
Okay, thanks for your time.
No, no problem.
Microphone 1, you had a few things to add there.
Hello. Yeah, just want to add to that when we're looking at returns, it's not that easily comparable because the service offer and the investment choices that are made within Morgan Stanley and through Ethinvest, they would be different asset mixes and a different risk profile. So just having statements like that say that Ethinvest investment is performing more than Morgan Stanley's one, we don't know for sure. We do need to do that analysis and have that comparison. Unless you've been invested in the same time and have the same kind of guidance for both kind of providers, it's quite mistaken to just compare straight out of that. Like, we don't have any stats and numbers, just for the audience's awareness.
And just to be clear, we're not trying to convince you to do anything today, right? I mean, this is a long project to get people comfortable with Custodian, to get people comfortable with Morgan Stanley. I would say that Ethinvest is the best example of the financial advisor, and if we had a panel, they would be on the list, right? I would definitely want to put it on, but I'd want to ask them for a fee discount, right? And so I don't know whether you're aware of this, but most of the industry has moved for fee for service, which means that you would cut a cheque for a couple $1,000s a year to Ethinvest. Now they're still charging you a trailing commission of somewhere between 55 and 110 basis points a year. So that's not what where the industry's at. So I would say they're getting a pretty good deal.
Just got time for one final question because we are at the end. Microphone 4.
Thank you. Test, thank you. Robert Ridge, I'm the president of Five Dock Sub-Branch, also a trustee, so I'm in your crosshairs for tomorrow with regards to splitting up executive and trustee members. But my question is that using the Harvard University Trust model, which we've been looking at in our sub-branch, is to develop a funding policy. So regardless of the market fluctuations, and this is historical, so it's based over 5+ years of financial reporting, that we would guarantee, for our charitable purpose, we would guarantee a percentage that we would donate every year to make sure that we meet that regardless of what our returns be for that year. Because we all know the market goes up and we go like so. So my question, I suppose, CFO or to the panel, would that, for a sub-branch that can afford to do that, would that be something that, that you'd be interested in?
I don't know. I haven't heard of the Harvard funding model. Apologies. I mean, I know how Harvard manages money, but I haven't heard specifically of Harvard.
Trust,
Yeah, so I'd like to chat with you after and learn a bit more about it if possible.
Yeah, basically just an investment, I suppose, policy. So would that be something that would be interesting to talk about?
It certainly sounds interesting. I think one of the things that Jason really tries to drive in his meetings at Custodian is to make sure that all of the investment advice and the advisors are making sure that the returns can provide for the ongoing sub-branch activities both today and then well into the future. So, you know, what you're describing sounds like exactly what Jason has been, you know, really trying to achieve, to make sure that there's a sustainable returns from the investment advisors. So that sounds really interesting.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I would have thought we'd have, as I said, it'd be great if we could get a panel of financial advisors and a panel of fund managers, and if that's one of the, that's a suggestion that we could feed in to see about whether that could be on one of those panels. I think if that's what you're talking about. We do have investment policies that we have on foot with, particularly with Morgan Stanley, and we're reviewing it as well with Custodian as to how we bring that approach in as well. But we review Morgan Stanley every quarter in our ARC meeting, and we review their investment policy on an annual basis.
Well, our time is up now for the trustees session. Just a reminder that any questions that did not get to be asked or any comments, you will have the opportunity during the open forum in just over an hour's time at 3:30. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please thank our panel, Bob Lunnan, Jason Hazel and Tim Clayton. All right, the next session deals with the vision for RSL New South Wales, specifically with reference to the outcomes from the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. Our panel this afternoon for this session is Mick Bainbridge, President of RSL New South Wales, Louise Sullivan, Chair of the RSL New South Wales Board, Derek Leslie, Chair of the DPC, Giles Hurst, RSL New South Wales CEO, and Isaac Olin, the General Manager of Policy and Services. Please give the panel a big warm welcome. Okay, I think I'm going to hand over to you, Mick, to commence the session. They're fighting for that. Isaac, you're going to lead the session? Yep, over to you, Isaac.
Thank you. This bloke again. RSL New South Wales exists to support veterans and their families. Our current operating model is letting down our members, volunteers and veterans. We need to address these issues to secure our future and ensure we can continue to deliver on our mission. Facing some of our challenges. How can we better support veterans and their families is the most important goal we can have and our charitable purpose. It's hard to achieve when our future is threatened. Our current operating model is letting down our members, volunteers and veterans. We see significant challenges for our office bearers and our sub-branches. The administrative burden on sub-branch office bearers is onerous. Half say they are unlikely to continue their roles or uncertain about their commitment over the next 3 years. The average age of sub-branch office bearers is 71. A lack of volunteers take on executive and administrative roles, and that's a key reason that sub-branches are projected to close. Some of our volunteers our wonderful volunteers are experiencing burnout. New volunteers don't want to take on this responsibility. In terms of financial challenges, in 2022, more than half of our sub-branches operated at a loss. 35 of our sub-branches are receiving ongoing assistance from RSL New South Wales to keep their doors open. 116 sub-branches hold less than $100,000 in assets. One of those has just $3,000. 5 sub-branches are trustees for 21% of the total charitable funds of RSL New South Wales. Some of these challenges that we've talked about are confirmed by the feedback you gave us in member and executive surveys. Let's go through some of the key issues that were raised. When asked how well they understand their obligations, more than 50% of sub-branch executives say, "I'm working it out as I go along." 25 executives specifically mentioned that they took on their roles because no one else was available or willing to step up. You also told us that 41% of our sub-branch executives have no financial management qualification or applicable experience. 68% of sub-branch executives have no investment management qualification or applicable experience. 59% of sub-branch executives have no property management qualification or applicable experience. Further, you told us that there are succession plans in place for just 5.3% of office bearer roles. 62.5% of sub-branch executives are aged older than 70. Only 5.1% are under 50 years of age. Half of the executives surveyed are either unlikely to continue in their roles or are uncertain about their commitment over the next 3 years. What did our members tell us? More than 1,400 members told us that the percentage of our total annual expenditure that a sub-branch should allocate to veteran wellbeing, 28% said somewhere between 50 and 75%, while a further 26% said somewhere between 25 and 50%. In 2022, sub-branches reported that they spent $7.5 million on admin and staff. This expenditure is not aligned with our charitable purpose nor our members' expectations. We've also identified that there is a real disparity between what's available in metro areas and what's available rural and regional areas. Veterans are everywhere, resources are not. 54.7% of New South Wales veterans live in metro areas, yet 80.5% of total sub-branch assets are held in these areas. 45.3% of New South Wales' veterans live in rural and regional areas, yet they only hold 19.5% of the total sub-branch assets. And our rural and regional sub-branches are the ones that are at risk. Our structure limits our ability to change. We are one incorporated entity under the RSL New South Wales Act, but we are 310 unincorporated associations and 1 CLG. We are 311 individual charities registered with the ACNC. All of our directors, office bearers and trustees are volunteers. Those responsible for financial investment decisions often report that they do not understand their responsibilities. There is no ability for RSL New South Wales, the board, to adapt or change the structure. The regulatory environment for charities is likely to change. If we don't change something, we are heading for a point of crisis. In 2027, by 2027 alone, it is estimated that 30 plus sub-branches are likely to close. The support provided by Anzac House to sub-branches is likely to shrink at that point if something does not change. By 2030, we are looking at the cash horizon for Anzac House if the sale for HPI is not finalised, and it's estimated by that point that 70 sub-branches, 45 of which will be in rural and regional areas, are likely to close. And by 2034, we will have reached the cash horizon for Anzac House, even with the sale of HPI, and somewhere between 100 and 120 sub-branches are likely to close. This is if we don't change anything, and we are at an inflection point. We have an opportunity to better serve veterans. What do veterans need? The Royal Commission and other reports show that veterans need holistic care, well-being, including social support, health, income and finance, employment, education and skills, housing and safety. Help navigating services. Of the 7,000 ESOs, who and what is available, where and when. A no wrong door approach. If they seek help, they must be connected to services. Services throughout their lives, from enlistment until after retirement. A focus on transition from their service providers, a strong unified voice to government to advocate for their needs, and a sense of purpose, belonging and connection. Going back to what you guys have told us, 85% of our members say the primary purpose of an RSL sub-branch is support for veterans and their families. 98.5% of our members told us they think it is important for veterans in their area to have access to a local community of fellow veterans, like a sub-branch. We have an opportunity to reprioritise what we do. By redirecting executives and volunteers' time from financial management to directly assisting local veterans, sub-branches could focus more on the tasks they expressed a desire to pursue and the reason they signed up for the RSL. The recruitment of younger veterans, working on issues such as local DVA approved services and wellbeing centres, bringing families and veterans together on a regular basis, and increasing community engagement and education on RSL New South Wales's charitable purpose, ensuring that all veterans and their families who want help can get it. We are taking action. Under the strategic plan, Goal 5, we are tasked with implementing an optimised and sustainable operating and business model, one that keeps sub-branches open, reduces the burden on volunteers and redirects time and resources to veterans, and one that is financially equitable and sustainable. We want to ensure the viability of the League in New South Wales for at least the next 50 years. We want to ensure our available resources are fully engaged to provide the best possible services to veterans and their families in New South Wales. And we want to address strategic plan Goal 5. We are in the process of engaging a firm to conduct a review of the operating model and to provide expert, independent advice on a new operating model that keeps sub-branches open, that reduces the burden on volunteers and redirects time and resources towards veterans, and is financially equitable and sustainable. And that review process is likely to be going on until at least April 2025. So the question for you today in this session, and we really want to hear from you all, is if we were building RSL New South Wales today from scratch, what would you want it to look like? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Isaac. We'll now open to questions. And once again, for those online, feel free to submit your questions in writing or request to speak. I'll now open the floor. While we're waiting for the questions to come through, I'll hand over to Mick.
I just want to point out that the information that Isaac's presented, I think is a critical step for us understanding what comes next. I want to clarify and be extremely clear that none of that is a criticism in any way towards any sub-branch. This is about the future that we want the RSL to have, and it's not just the future that we see in front of us, 1, 2, 3, 5 years. It's 10, 15, 20 and 100 years. So my missus at home would probably tell you I'm not one for change, but I know that I have to accept change at times. It's not about taking anything away from sub-branches, and I certainly don't want to fall into the trap of RSL leaders previous to myself or the board who have tried to ram this sort of information down everyone's throat. We are greatly appreciative of the work that the sub-branches do out in the communities. You are the heartbeat and soul of RSL. This is about us bringing everyone along for the ride. In fact, 12 months ago when I was elected, I was pulled aside by a few old mentors out there in the audience that continue to help me along. And you said that anything we do with RSL, we have to bring the membership along. So this is an opportunity for us to come together, look at these issues and figure out a way to fix. I'm not going to present a position that puts everyone in the frame where it's accepted or walk. I want everyone to have a say.
Thank you, Mick. We'll open up with microphone 2.
Thank you very much. I want to focus on part of your presentation, i.e. finance, so that we can project a future with a solvent situation. Now, the RSL brand, who does that belong to?
It belongs
by
to
statute.
National.
So we own the brand.
We're licensed to utilise the brand, but we have an obligation to protect it. If someone utilises the brand, we've got an obligation under the national bylaws to receive consideration or payment for that use.
Thank you very much, because my next question was, why don't we charge people for using the brand, i.e. clubs, taxis, etc.?
Well, I'll do my best. Put your hats on. Look, it happened in the 70s when there was a split between the clubs and RSL New South Wales.
Yeah, I understand that, but we're talking about the future, mate.
Yeah, well, I think unless we understand what we should have learned in the past, the short answer is they've been using it for such a long time and nothing was done. I think over successive leaderships of RSL, they have tried to do it. They do probably have a legal position to use it, but we think it's a moral thing that they should be paying for the brand or contributing to the brand, because it is pointed out in the Royal Commission findings that we have a problem. Some clubs who I've noted publicly before are a critical part to the community structure, are using the brand, and there needs to be payment or they need to step away from it.
Well, I thank you for that, because I did read part of that Royal Commission. That's why I'm asking this question. Could you please, I request that we prosecute this as far as possible, because that's a good stream of income.
I agree with you. I did try and prosecute it some weeks ago. I can see where it's ended me up in this last few weeks. It's something that I have an obligation as a national director to push that agenda. Like I said, I know that some clubs contribute heavily to the veteran community and they have a fantastic relationship with their sub-branch. A lot of them don't, and we need to make that a consistent relationship across the board. And one of those things that I think clubs could start to do is, out of the $120 million of community club grant scheme, we're receiving less than 1% to veteran causes, and those causes are not RSL causes. So I want to level the decks on that one. At least if we can get a win there, then those funds should go very much to sub-branches who need it and should keep us driving into the future.
I won't take too much time, because I'm not being selfish, but I'll give you an example. One of my rugby league clubs that I'm associated with wanted to give me, after Anzac Day last year, the 2-up profits. I said, I can't take that because of the situation, it's complicated. But no RSL asked me, did I want to accept the grant from them from their 2-up? I'll leave it at that, thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
Matt.
you. I can see there are a few people wanting to ask questions, so from now on, if we can just keep it really concise. We'll go now to number 1, followed by number 4. Microphone 1.
Jack Gray, North Bondi. Look, I think while it's laudatory that Isaac, on behalf of the board and the executive, is looking to have a greater degree of involvement by sub-branches and encouraging them to do the job for the charitable purpose, There's also a suggestion and that by removing perhaps, and I'm not making that comment here, the financial obligations that they have, they'll be able to better do that job, and that may be true. But this morning, one of our members did ask, I think it was you, Isaac, correct me if I'm wrong, whether or not there was a move on the part of the board and head office to centralise finances and to have the assets of the sub-branches transferred to head office, I suppose, so that they can do a better job in what you were just talking about. Now, you stated then that that was not the case. So I thought I'd be a little bit clearer, and perhaps I seek clarification. We had occasion recently to speak to the Department of Veteran Affairs, to the office there, and we were told openly, under no sense of confidentiality or otherwise, that the CEO and the President of RSL New South Wales had been in discussions with that department regarding the transfer, or first of all, the amendment of the RSL Act to permit the transfer of all the assets of the sub-branches to head office. Now, I don't know whether you were aware of that, Isaac, or not, or whether what we're being told by the department, which I said is an open conversation. There was nothing said to be confidential, there was no whistleblower or anything of that nature. So I'd just like, given that there are two board members here, if we could get some clarification on that.
Thanks, mate. Thanks for not bringing the eggs from the organic market at Bondi for me. Look, I've never said that I'm going to take assets. I keep saying it again. I'm going to say it again just to be tried. I'm not looking to take assets. You heard the discussion previous to this one about sub-branches being able to combine. In terms of discussions around legislative reform or review, we're at the 5-year mark and we are being prompted to be part of it. That's what this whole discussion's about. There are emails that John Black had sent to various representatives in the community, including the Minister at the time, about that very thing. I've not taken any steps, and neither has the board, about centralising. This is an open discussion for the membership to come along. I'm happy to put that in an email if anyone wants me to confirm it again, but look, I don't know how else to say it.
I accept that, but you're letting me know that the discussions didn't take place, so perhaps we should let the Department of Veteran Affairs know that that's the case.
So to be clear, you're hearing it from me, not DVA, who don't run the RSL. It's run by us as a collective. We're a membership-based organisation. We're not trying to take your assets.
Thank you.
Microphone number 4.
I'm happy to chop in.
Explain with RSL. I was encouraged a little while ago at the last presentation to hear the R word. The R word, the elephant in the room, recruitment. Now, nowhere in this does it say anything about recruitment. We should be overflowing with service members, given the operational service we've had in the last 20 years. What support is the board giving, real life support to sub-branches right now to help us get service members to join the RSL? I think we've dropped the ball. I don't think anybody's got the guts to go out there and do something about getting younger veterans, service people, men and women, to join this organisation. And I think we've dropped the ball on this, and I encourage the board to please do something about that. Now, thank you.
I'm in furious agreement with you. So I myself served just under 15 years, a few weeks shy. I transitioned from defence dealt with.
I understand that, Joe.
Yeah,
I understand
but if
that.
I can explain.
What I'm saying is, what are you doing to help us? What are you doing now? Now, where's the brochures?
We're having this discussion.
Where is all the information that we can give to prospective members?
This is part of what we're trying to discuss now to bring about these changes that we need. But I can assure you, if I had 28 hours in every day, I'd be working harder for it. What I'm trying to explain is that when people leave defence after a period of time, all of us in this room have done it. It's a hard thing to transition from defence. You might deal with injuries, you might deal with a new career, you've got to train, you might have a young family, you might have significant injuries. And what I'm finding is that most veterans, there's a 10 to 15 year incubation period after they leave defence before they want to join, and we have to fix it. Do we go to Joint Transition Authority meetings and get them in? How do I fund that workforce to be able to fly around the state and be able to do that? These are all the things that we need. So I'm happy to take it on notice, but I want solutions from the room too, because I can tell you now, I don't have all the answers, and I'm looking to the membership to help us bring about those changes.
Thanks, Mick. I'm not having a go at you. I'm just saying that in the past, we've had a recruitment organisation within Anzac House. We don't have that. There are no brochures. Where are all the things that we can use out in the districts and out in the sub-branches to encourage men and women who have served to join the sub-branch? Thank you very much.
Might just throw to Trina Constable to answer that question.
Hello.
Microphone one.
I think mine's Thank you. I'm not sure whether you've attended Congress in the last couple of years, but I've spoken at length about the recruitment and membership projects of the strategic plan. We've not focused on that this year due to feedback from you in previous years. However, what you're saying is somewhat correct, but our data proves that that the strategic plan and the tools that we've been providing you to go and recruit younger members or new members, they don't need to be young, which are all sitting in the sub-branch portal and the member portal and the recruitment toolkit. We've established the sport and recreation program as a way for you to attract members or to attract veterans and their families in the community to your sub-branch. So there is a little bit of a question about not necessarily what we're doing to assist you, which is many, many things, and you can contact me anytime and I'll talk you through all of those resources that are available to you, is what are you doing as a sub-branch to attract younger veterans to your sub-branch? So in just 3 short years, we've had a 58.2% increase in service members, which is incredibly significant. We've reduced the member age, reduced the average age of new members by 5 years. So the average age of our new members now is 56, and we've reduced the average age of our total membership to 71 years, which is a decrease of 4 years.
We don't want to hear corporate speak. We want to know what you're doing to help us, and I haven't heard an answer yet.
I'd just like to jump in as well, if I can, sorry, my other microphone wasn't working. Just to add, I guess, the purpose of this session, I absolutely take on board, it's obviously a hugely important issue to everyone in this room in terms of recruitment, and I think the points that Trina made are well made. There's some pretty confronting statistics that were just on the presentation that Isaac gave. The focus of this session is really to say, and I think we're all aware, this is our RSL. It's only going to be there to support veterans of whatever age if this whole ecosystem is functioning and working and sustainable. So I guess what we're trying to say is all the initiatives, and there's some great initiatives from the team being rolled out. There's plenty of other ideas in this room that we want to bring forward. But what we have to look at as leaders of this organisation is to ensure that it is robust enough and sustainable enough to work. And you're all individually in different sub-branches in different districts, but you are together one RSL, and we need to put our thoughts on in that respect to face these challenges. We are asked constantly for openness and transparency and to engage the membership. This is exactly what we're doing. This is the same presentation that was given to the joint meeting of the board and the District President's Council. They have seen this before because we want each element of our organisation to see what we're seeing. to look at it holistically, because when you're in one sub-branch, sometimes it's harder to look at the bigger picture. You are very much guided by what you see within your own region. This is the challenge of the RSL. If we want to be here in 50 years, it's these challenges we have to face together.
I can see we have 11 people lining up for questions and we only have 15 minutes left. I've been taking note of the order. We're going to go with microphone 5 next, followed by microphone 3, then 6. Microphone 5.
From the question, Kath Harvey, Brankston RSL sub-branch, for the few people who don't know me, because I met the King Queen the other day. What does it look like? We always talk about young veterans. I'm a contemporary veteran. Don't really like the title. I've got it. If the board forgets my old dudes, I won't be happy. As we get old, we will get younger veterans, but it's really important that we still look after my 99-year-old veteran in a nursing home who still marches on Anzac Day. Let's not forget that cohort. What I want it to look like, firstly, I don't want Brankston RSL to fold. We will fold because I've got a hall that's falling down and I've missed 3 grants this year, and the Support and Assistance Fund supports us fantastically, but I cannot get funds for infrastructure so that I can fix my woodrow. We need to come up with a way that some of us smaller, I've only got a hall, I don't have a club limited, who lots of sub-branches are willing to support us and have in the past. I now can't get funds for infrastructure. If we want to move ahead, the Hunter Valley's growing, we need to be able to support the places where our veterans meet.
Thank you, and I might respond to that. And I think everyone in this room is unified. We are here for all veterans, and I think, you know, the challenge is obviously the diversification to make sure our membership does represent all veterans, and I think that is our challenge, so I absolutely hear you. In terms of the other point, I think it goes to what sort of Jason and the panel before were talking about in terms of, you know, the sustainability of the organisation. You know, within our RSL, you know, it's somewhere between $700–800 million something in cash and assets that we hold as an organisation. We have to be sustainable across the state. So that's the shit. So to your challenge about can't get funding for this and that we want to try and address how we ensure.
$8 million to other ESOs, and I'm part of your family as part of the RSL, and I can't get funding from the VSF when I am a charity and have report to the ACNC, but sub-branches can't get funding from the VFF. Terrible.
Yeah. Asked us full funding.
8 million other ESOs.
Yeah.
Microphone 3.
Helen Walker Huskerson, and I will have a positive thing, is that we are growing and we are getting younger members, but we have a very diverse population. That is not my suggestion. My suggestion or request is, could RSL New South Wales use that wonderful introduction video we had this morning as a mainstream advertisement on mainstream TV media. We still have a perception in the community, and my son-in-law, who's not 40 yet, who is an ex-serviceman, still thinks the RSL is old blokes hanging on a bar. I think there is still a perception out there that we have not moved with the times, even though internally we know we have. But unless you are associated, I have all my children, I only have 2, but my in-law children are all in the military, will not join the RSL, even though I beg them. But I think if we can get out to the community, what you presented this morning was amazing. And I know advertising's expensive, but sometimes you have to spend money to make money. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a really valid point. I might reach out to Sydney Morning Herald to see if they'll run another story.
But in all seriousness, in answer to your question, we are using that video for advertising. Presently, I would have to defer to the team as to where, but yes, great pickup, I think, really uplifting, and the challenges you mentioned are absolutely real, and I think we all hear that.
There is absolutely a national push. All of the other states are having the same discussions that we're having. Their congresses have just passed or coming up. So perhaps a president's update from a national perspective and include Greg Mellick. Cheers.
All right, we'll now go to microphone 6, followed by microphone 5. Microphone 6.
That's me, sorry. Seth Miller, Foster Tuncurry RSL sub-branch. Just regarding the administration charges, under the ACNC, their definition states that administrative charges or costs are necessary evil to providing a benevolent or our services we provide as a charity. The other one was we don't include the dollar value that we provide for advocacy, compensation or wellbeing support and camaraderie within the sub-branches. Last year, I've got stats to back it, on a minimum dollar value, we provided $54,000 worth of free advocacy for all veterans, not just sub-branch veterans. But we don't get to recognise that in any of the annual returns. It's all about putting money or donating money to the selected group down in Sydney, which don't really complement what we provide here locally. The other question I have is, we have the Queensland fundraising arm comes down and they sell their tickets in our clubs, in our shops. We have Poppy Days taken over by Victoria. Woolworths take all the money back there, and I think a certain percentage goes back to RSL New South Wales. Recently there was a document sent out to us stating that we should be pushing club grants to be contributing to the Veteran Support Fund. I have no problem with that, but I'd hate to see that all the benefits I get provided free of charge at my club with our relationship, all of a sudden I have to pay so that RSL New South Wales gets funding from our club. I'd hate to see that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. That's, the advocates out in the sub-branches do amazing work. Once upon a time I went through a sub-branch, and if it were not for that advocate, I wouldn't be where I am today and be happy and moving on. But look, in terms of the club issue, I know it'll come up later. I think it's a discussion that we needed to have with them, and my intent is to make sure that we can carve out a position where there's a uniform position across the state and all of the sub-branches can benefit, the same as the ones that already have a very good relationship with their club. So the intent is to get more out of it for clubs and for us, not to detriment that.
We'll go to microphone 5 and then we have an audio question. Microphone 5.
Dave Cuff from St Mary's and Far West Metropolitan. You may have gathered that I have an interest in statistics and publicity. What, if any, means does New South Wales RSL have to gather data from sub-branches so that they might advertise what we as sub-branches and grass level members actually achieve in comparison to what Life Care is advertised to have achieved?
I think that at this point it's fairly limited. The SBAs are our best method. It's the single unified reporting that we get from the sub-branches. What we intend to do, but again, this sort of relies on sub-branch take-up as well, and I think that'll be at varying levels depending on which sub-branch it is we want to get volunteer management software out to the sub-branches eventually, help with that sort of reporting. I think we're making a first step by putting advocates on the RSL Life Care Veteran Services CRM, which really helps us with our reporting, logging case numbers, hours, that sort of thing. But we'd like that to spread across all our volunteers, noting that that is another technical application that volunteers would have to use to do their job. So it's kind of that balance between putting another administrative burden in front of volunteers, and getting that reporting back to Anzac House. But we are looking at it as we speak.
Getting back to grassroots members, if all the veterans out there actually saw or heard what the sub-branches are doing, they'd come and join us.
We've now got an audio question, so I'll throw to the screen and we should be able to hear the sound come through. If you'd just like to state your name, your sub-branch or district council that you are representing.
Hi, my name is Badine. I'm from the Riverina District Council. It's not really a question, it's actually a comment. What we're doing out here is we're actually reaching into our smaller communities and like just going to the pubs and wherever else, because we're a rural community. And what we're doing is we're going there and we're actually finding the younger veterans and we're actually telling them about ourselves and what they're doing, they're telling their mates. And all they want at this stage is they just want to know where we are. So my plan, so what we've sat down and talked about it, so our plan is to try and have a presence in each town, and we don't care whether they're members or not members. And it's working so far. So far we've reached out to Booncola, which is on the Murrumbidgee, on the Darling River. And then from there, the two or three veterans up there have reached out to another veteran in the last week or so who's in Mindy, but they know that they can go down to Wentworth if they need any assistance or support. What the local ones are doing are getting together and just catching up and talking.
Thanks, Burdine. Does anyone want to respond? Take it as a comment? Yep, absolutely. We still have only 3 minutes to go, and I know that some people are going to miss out, but number 7, you've been waiting patiently up the back there. Number 7, your turn.
Hey, it's going. My name's Jai Martin. I'm a member of the Young Veteran Committee and also a member of East Maitland Sub-Branch. I'm turning 35 in a couple of days. I am who you guys want in your sub-branch. And I have to tell you, through my day job, I've had the opportunity to speak to many of you in the room about getting younger members in your sub-branch. The one thing, and it was even set up on the board there on the screen from Isaac, that you guys, and amazing people out there, are saying that you want to recruit new people into your sub-branches to actually take on executive positions, that you want younger veterans to come in, take secretary positions, treasurers, presidents, all of that. I think the mission really needs to be that you want to support military veterans and their families rather than recruit them. If you go out into the community, onto the military bases and offer support, the amazing support that you do provide, instead of trying to recruit them, you will have much more success in getting and changing the face, changing the way your sub-branches are viewed by the younger veteran community. Up there it says community and mateship and commemoration. You guys do an amazing job at commemoration. When it comes to community and mateship, the average age is 56 or something and 71 for members, right? I'm 35. If I come down to the local sub-branch and hang out with people who are 71, I'm not getting that mateship or that camaraderie. Right? I hang out with people my own age. So then there's other organisations out there that are providing support that have that. So what I'm trying to encourage you to do is to use the programs like the Sport and Rec program to get involved in that, involve families, and just go out into the community and showcase what you are doing and try to just get involved with the veterans that are there. Now, Medowie Sub-Branch is doing an amazing job. They've, 30 members, Bernie, in the last only couple of months, all younger. It can be done, but please go out there with the mission of actually trying to support these veterans rather than recruit them. That's it. That's all. That's a comment.
Thank you, and I'll take this. Sorry, that's...
There you go.
No, that's working. Thank you, and obviously take that as a comment, and just a shout out obviously to our Young Veterans Committee who gave up their lunch break to have their meeting, and I think some great things to come out of that we can all learn from as well. So thank you.
Delegates, we have run out of time, so thank you very much. Once again, any questions? I know there were quite a few of you who missed out. Please save them. You'll have the opportunity at 3:30. We've got an hour open forum this afternoon. Please thank our panel, Mick Bainbridge, Louise Sullivan, Derek Leslie, Charles Hurst and Isaac Olin. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for afternoon tea. Could I ask that you all be back at your seats at 3:30 for the final session of the day.
Testing.
Unmuted because the guys can hear, but see that's now on, so that pressed in.
They want it left on.
So that's unmuted. That's on.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to commence the final session for today. I can see people are already lining up with their questions. So this final session will be an open forum Q&A with the RSL New South Wales President and the leadership team. So I'll throw open to questions now. We are going to go up until 4:30, noting that the shuttle buses start from 4:30. So I'll go with number 2.
Hello. Is that all right? Bill Pickering, North Ryde sub-branch. I got two things that I'd like to discuss briefly. One at a time, yes. Well, the first one is talking about recruiting and so forth. My background is in corporate communications, media, military, public affairs, etc. That involve campaigns at domestic, international level and so on. In terms of the recruitment issue, from what I see, is that we need a strategic look at this process that incorporates a national messages agenda that looks at advertising at a national level. We need to actually bring all of the states together to actually get the funding to do something like that, which is quite possible. This then devolves down to local branch level, and it concerns me that we get finger pointing saying, what is the board doing about this? My whole process and our process at North Ryde has been engaged with the local reserve unit. Well, if you don't have one, fine. At the end of the day, attend community events where there is a public concentration of people. Get involved in local fundraising. In your RSL clubs or wherever you meet, get them to actually say, hey, join your sub-branch. There are things at very basic level that you as a sub-branch can do. You can't leave those things to national or state. The strategic approach needs to come from state and national, and that involves an appropriate communications campaign that needs to be well funded with the right advocates and the right people on the ground giving the support to local branches in a devolution of responsibilities.
Can I just jump in before you move on to the next part of your question section? I sit on a national team of people with representatives from each state branch, and our role is to look at communications and marketing activities nationally. I wholeheartedly agree with you that we absolutely need a national advertising campaign, and particularly targeting current serving members, which I think is reasonably easy. That's an issue that we need to address as part of that committee. And I've been talking about it for many years. However, since that committee has formed, you might have seen that we are rolling out national campaigns such as the Anzac Appeal and Poppy Appeal. They're nothing new, but we're certainly looking at that more strategically. And other campaigns like Remember to Remember and the Anzac Spirit, they've both been born out of those committees in terms of us pushing for a national campaign. RSL Queensland leads the development of those campaigns and invests a significant amount of money into the development of those campaigns and forming partnerships with organisations like the Outdoor Media Association. So things are happening, but I wholeheartedly agree with you that there is work to be done.
Okay, well, I understand, but they're event-oriented type promotions, and that's great because that gives a presence of RSL. But I'm talking specifically about getting younger members in particular, which tends to be the focus. Now, the advertisement that you showed right at the start is probably a great tool to get those, not necessarily just young veterans, but some of the older ones that haven't joined the RSL as well. But I think that in any communications campaign, as you know, it has to be well targeted. So we need to work out, well, who are our stakeholders, who can support this, where can we get funding from, and what are the promotional tools that we can use with larger organisations, etc., to get recognition of that. It's business oriented, it's lobbying government, it's all those things with a strategic campaign. Complex, yes. Achievable, yes.
Agreed.
Okay, the next one I started to talk about but was shut down on a point of order. And this relates to the issues we are currently facing in terms of the RSL board. What I'd like to talk about is, just very quickly, is the process of board elections. To get our state president, we need an election of everyone eligible to vote for one person. And I believe we've got a great president in Mick. However, what I see is the risk that we have is that you start to get a concentration of professions, of metropolitan versus regional versus rural type representation on the board. I would request that a consideration be given to a process where we look at having specific votes or specific delegates for regional, metropolitan, rural areas. I believe that actually would attract people in those specific areas to actually vote, because therein lies another problem. We're not getting the voting numbers that we should for such an important role. You can base that on your district council areas, or you can base it on whatever. But effectively what that would do would to ensure at least a geographically diverse membership of the board, and also most likely a professional diversity. I think I'll be pretty honest in saying there's a lot of lawyers on the board. And I think that that is partly the problem that we're seeing now, and I'm guessing here, and I don't want to go into any more guessing, but I think people know where I'm coming from. I think there needs to be a review of how we get the appropriate representation across the board for the board. And once again, I'll repeat, Mick, you have my 150% support. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to take that, if I may, and in part I wholeheartedly agree with you, and in part I probably don't, but just to give some context, certainly the board had a number of issues it took to the DPC regarding our election and nomination process, and part of those are things that you talked about, and won't address it in any length now, but that goes to some concerns the board had as well around things you've identified around nominations process, skill set assessments, diversities, on the board, how you deal with that, whether that's a geographical diversity, gender diversity, whatever it is. the board's view at the moment, and I guess, you know, we have obviously said to the DPC we'd like to continue those discussions. It wasn't something, obviously we're at a 3-year election cycle, it wasn't something we were trying to bring to this Congress, it's something we want to continue to engage on, is the benefit of a highly skilled and diverse board means that you have the best directors here representing you, and that's what we should be achieving. Now, I think most of you will know I have a legal background, but I don't work as a lawyer. I run a $100 million P&L of a mining company. So although I might be seen as a lawyer, that's not my profession. I've also obviously chaired a large state sporting organisation where we've gone through this exact fundamental issue of needing to renew the board and renew the process of board elections, and making sure that there is a process which was confronting for the membership to say, unless you fall into one of these skills gaps that the board has, you're not actually eligible to stand for election potentially, and there may be other election cycles. There's so many different models you can look at. The board thinks it's a risk to have 8 elected directors all go up for election, including the president, all in one hit. We think that's a risk, and we think that you as a Congress should look at it.
Thank you. Microphone 1.
Come on, how do you turn this thing on? We're going, are we? My name's John Tranby, I'm Northwest District President, but I'm speaking at the moment as trustee of Moree Sub-Branch. Moree Sub-Branch gifted their club to the Services Club many, many years ago, and it was no money changed hands. We were getting funding when we had a ladies auxiliary. When the ladies auxiliary collapsed, no more funding came through to us. We suggested that they support us, but there was nothing forthcoming. And when Mr. Bainbridge made a comment about the word RSL Club, next morning a couple of their directors came to our executives and said, do you want $25,000? Because they didn't want to lose the word RSL Club off their website. So we thought about that, and we went back to them and said, no, we don't want 25,000, we want 50,000. And the board said yes. And we said we wanted annually CPI'd for the next 100 years. And they said yes. However, their secretary manager says, oh no, you can't do that. And we said, well, we hold our dawn service there, and you get a lot of people coming in who would never go near your club, and we have the luncheon there. Perhaps we have to go somewhere else to do that, because we can do it at the town hall. So got them talking again. So we're still negotiating. So thank you very much for putting that up. They use the word RSL Club, particularly in country towns, because people look for the RSL Club. And we keep telling people it's not an RSL Club, it's a services club, but they're happy. So it's valuable. The other one is camaraderie. Camaraderie can be very expensive when you're $300 per member per year. 50 members, they're $16,000. For small rural sub-branches, that's an impossibility. Absolute financial impossibility. So what we brought through is no camaraderie. So by excluding veterans from camaraderie, exclude affiliates from camaraderie, you also exclude the veterans. Now we've got heaps of affiliates who never come to a meeting, never raise any money, because we don't give them camaraderie, but how do we terminate their membership? They're not doing anything, but they only can be, you put them as inactive. How do you discontinue the membership of an affiliate member who hasn't been to a meeting for 2 or 3 years, or 2 years at least, and never raised a cent, but you still got them? Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll take that one as a comment. Is someone going to answer that one? Yep. Okay. Next, number 6, microphone 6.
Geez, don't get all excited. Nathan Gibbs, Inverell Sub-Branch. I thought it'd be pretty unjust if I didn't get up and speak. I'm the Honorary Secretary, a position I'd never heard of 6 months ago when I first joined. I think young Jai up there took the words, we must have exchanged notes or something, mate, because you said exactly what I was going to say. But we talk about, I'm talking from a young veteran perspective, and we talk about trying to bring younger veterans in. And when the gentleman said, "What are you doing for us?" It's the sport and rec. It's the things that you're doing within the public. But I brought 8 young Afghanistan veterans in with me, all because there's a young man up there sitting behind that microphone who does nothing but volunteer his time and take hit after hit, is why we're starting to come in, and they're going to start coming in tenfold. So Mick, mate, on behalf of the young veterans community, mate, we appreciate everything you're doing. We really appreciate your predecessor as well. So much time and space for him, but well done to what you're doing, mate. And we're starting to come in, but it is the sport and rec programs that are starting to bring us in. And if you've got a door knock on a door knock on a door, because that's what's getting us through the door. And we're learning from every one of you each and every day, and we appreciate it. But yeah, keep up the good work. I'll keep it short. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Appreciate the support, mate. Thank you.
We've got a written question that has come from David Golban Howlong. He's the Vice President of the Howlong Brocklesby sub-branch. Unfortunately, younger veterans don't want to be a part of the RSL as they haven't been made to feel welcome. I know this personally as it has happened to a number of the men and women that I have served with. Secondly, I am aware of cases where veterans have approached RSL for financial assistance, and the process is harder than getting a bank loan. I am also a contemporary veteran. I believe the only way to encourage younger veterans is for the attitude needs to change. We don't like being that we don't know what war or conflict is like. Any comments to that? Anything to add?
I think, look, there are anomalies out there. In my own personal experience, every sub-branch I've attended, every sub-branch I've been a member of has been incredibly supportive. They've helped me through my transition, helped me with advocacy, helped me better understand the things. I don't think it matters the generation of veteran or the type of service. I think we've all got those nuanced things that we understand as service, and certain things we call certain things, and it's a comforting factor, I think, for any veteran, young or old, to come together and be part of it. So if that is the case at any sub-branch, please send any of those issues into head office, because it's something we'd like to look at and see where we can facilitate welcoming those new members in.
Microphone 3.
Thanks, Jamie. Jamie Purden, Vice President, Cardiff, RSL. Firstly, a positive point. I just want to thank RSL New South Wales for the work they did last year setting up the recruitment seminar, the webinar. That's been really useful for us, and particularly to NABIAC, if they're around here. NABIAC came up with some great ideas with regards to the coffee catch-up. That's been a really big recruitment tool for us, and that's how we actually got our current advocate. For those that aren't aware, there are RSL New South Wales recruitment brochures on the website. Our advocate hands it out to any new veteran coming in or any veteran seeking support, so that's been really good. We've also introduced bi-monthly presentations where we provide talks from veteran agencies, welfare agencies. We've had 2 Squadron Air Force come out and brief the team as well, just based on what the team have wanted out of the surveys we provided. Second part is I'd also like to commend you for sending out the cybersecurity brochures recently. I guess the challenge I find with that is there's no process or procedures in place at this stage regarding cybersecurity within RSL New South Wales. Because of that absence, we've actually developed our own security plan and implemented that. When is Anzac House going to actually publish policy and procedures regarding cybersecurity to protect our information?
I think if Karen was up here, she'd be telling you that it's probably the thing that keeps her awake the most. Is that a fair assessment, Karen? We know that there's always a risk out there that we have to look after data, our member data. There's a lot of sensitive security issues as well, for some sub-branches in particular. And we need to make sure that we are tackling that head on. Karen, I'm going to ask you, given that I know that you've put a lot of effort into this, to take that one on.
Been too long at the afternoon tea table. But yeah, it's a really important thing that we're grappling with at Anzac House at the moment, looking at all of our policies and procedures, and particularly how it relates to cyber security. And as Giles said, it is the thing that keeps us awake at night. We are looking to do a full review of our systems and our processes, and making sure that we are contemporary. We'll never get really ahead of the curve, but it's having in place those plans and procedures in the event that we do have data breaches or whatever the case may be with cyber security.
Does that include removing the shared password requirement for the sub-branch portal?
We will need to look at that, so I'll take that on notice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jamie. Microphone 5.
John Williams, Moree, Sub-Branch President. I'd just like to, first of all, congratulate our State President and the Board for the magnificent job they're doing. The other thing I would like to do is, it'd be good if they could come out and explain to some of our old auxiliary members who then became affiliates that because of the inquiry, some things changed and you can't do it like they used to years ago. But without any of that going on, I just really like to see that the affiliates and the auxiliary become a support team together, and that they have no voting. Because in our sub-branch at the moment, we've been battling to stop the affiliates taking over our sub-branch. And it's been a big battle, and so that's one. Number two is that the sub-branch is closing down. I think we have to somehow stop that. Stop it altogether. If we have to support them from wherever or get money from somewhere to support them. And the other thing I'd like to do is encourage small sub-branches to try and get in there and build up their funds so they've got funds to put Anzac Days and all those sort of things on for the next 100 years when none of us will be here. But by then there might be heaps of return men. But the other thing, so I think that's the main two things that I've got to mention, just that let's all pull together and make this RSL of ours better and better. Thank you.
Thanks for that, John. Yeah, I would acknowledge that affiliates out there do a lot of work, but there is a position we have to look at when there's an outweighing of affiliate to service members in sub-branches. Also, I think it's pertinent that we give a shout out to the RSL Auxiliary. They've done a fantastic job for many years, and I think that we should be still turning to them to teach us a bit more about fundraising. So they do need that support. Cheers.
Thanks. And if I might just add, obviously the membership issues were dealt with at an earlier forum. In terms of your second point you mentioned around the smaller sub-branches and I guess the survivability, that just reflecting on our sort of last session we had on vision, that really is why we brought that to you. I hope that resonated. And I think, in the break when I was sort of having a think about it, some of the questions that followed really didn't hit, the vision topic, I suppose, that we were looking for. And what I want to not leave that question without saying is, that is why we put that presentation on. We want to be really open. Mick answered the question that came earlier around, what are you looking at in terms of reform and what's been happening? I mean, I hear all those things, rattling around as well. And I think what's really important is you actually just hear from us exactly what we are doing. We are identifying the problem as best we see it. We are trying to articulate that really openly and clearly to everyone, so it's a shared problem. We don't have all the answers. We want to embrace your feedback and your consultation on it. We are going to engage an external consulting firm to help that process and then bring that information back to you. But it's just making sure that I suppose we're trying to lift the conversation, and I know it's hard and it's challenging, but you're trying to lift it from some day-to-day things that absolutely are important, This forum, we only get once a year to all sit here together and really think about what is most important. What is most important and what will make the biggest difference to the RSL moving forward. So the questions you're asking, I guess I just challenge you on that, and they're all important, and I'm not saying that, but it's trying to make sure, I guess, our focus is where it needs to be, because, you know, we do see a horizon that is really, really challenging, and we just don't want anyone leaving without that message. So thank you.
Thank you. We have a question that's come online. Graham Bruce, Glenorrey, and his question is, within the Constitution, 8.11 and 8.12 references are made to resolutions. In Appendix C, references are made to motions. What is the difference between a resolution and a motion?
So it answers this. I love being a lawyer, but not here in my capacity as a lawyer, so I'm going to defer to Tim or Jeff.
I'm going to take that one offline, and we'll get back to you. Is it from Glenn from Glenorrey or?
No.
Graham.
Graham from.
Interchangeable terms, I would say a drafting issue, but we'll come back to you. Yeah.
Thank you. We'll now go to microphone 4, followed by 2. Microphone 4.
Thank you. Charles Gallagher, Rose Bay RSL Sub-Branch President, a trustee, an EMDC delegate, and also a volunteer at Martin Place Cenotaph. I also want to praise my 2 other colleagues who are trustees, Lee Stockley and Gary McFarlane, which we are doing a fantastic job for our sub-branch and our members. I have a statement, a quick statement, and 2 short questions. One is, as you know, we have not a federal election, we have RSL election coming up next year. And I encourage every members to vote. As you know, last year, we had less than 10% of the members voted, which was pretty poor. So please encourage your members to vote this time, if they can. I have a question now. This morning we spoke about non-members or support members. And I know that we haven't been confirmed. What do you define a support member? The way I read it is that if you accept a support member into your sub-branch, correct me if I'm wrong, it means that any Tom, Dick and Harry can come into the sub-branch and say, hey, I want to help you guys out.
So, Charles, we don't actually have that class yet. What we have is affiliate members, and there's criteria for joining as an affiliate member. So that's on the application form, and it's contained within Appendix C. And we also have eligibility for joining as an auxiliary member if the sub-branch has an auxiliary. So we don't actually have the support member class yet. That's something that we'll be working on with the DPC and possibly bringing back next year.
Thank you. And my second question is in regards to getting young veterans to be part of the RSL members. As you know, correct me if I'm wrong, current serving members, I think they get automatic white card with 0 impairment. My question is to the RSL. Have you considered, I know that you can't force the young veterans or soldiers or sailors or airmen to force them to join the RSL. My suggestion is, have you considered giving them something like temporary membership?
There's no short answer to that. Some years ago, membership fees were removed. We're still being chased by National to pay those capitation fees. It has helped, I guess, in terms of growing our membership. And I was speaking to a few of the members just before. I think that we need to probably have an approach that won't pay a dividend for some years, but we need to be at the early recruit courses. I certainly remember before 24 hours was over at Kapuka, I had my head shaved. I'd been joined up to Defence Bank and a whole bunch of other things that started coming out of my pay unbeknownst to me. So I think we need to have more engagement at that entry level. Same as Defence looks at it, their first day of transition needs to be the day they start planning for their exit from Defence. Doesn't matter if they're in 5 years or 10 years, but I think we need to be a face there to engage it, and that's one aspect. How we deal with those members that move around the country or whether they come back to their hometowns is another thing, but you know, there are motions tomorrow that I think we should seriously consider, and there's, I think, discussions around national type memberships and positions like that that might work better. So it's a problem we're yet to solve.
Thank you.
Microphone 2.
Thank you. Graham Doxey, Albury Sub-Branch. 2 years ago at Congress I was going to ask a question, but we ran out of time in the Q&A. I put the question in writing as asked, but never got an answer. Last year at Congress we were asked to put the questions in advance, which I did, was never asked the question. I've now got the microphone. Here is the question. The front cover of Ravelli, someone, obviously not a veteran, has allowed the badge to drop at the bottom of the page. This happened about 7 years ago, and we negotiated and got it back to where it should be. It is our badge. Heraldically, it must be above the top. It cannot be surmounted by anything else while the badge is exposed, i.e. the 2 screens above you and the one to my right-hand side. The badge is our badge. It should be at the top of the page. I'll leave that with you.
I'll jump in just before Trina. I agree there is some work to do around Ravelli. I think it is a great thing. I would personally like to see more sub-branch news in Ravelli. I think there may be a position that we look to building that committee again. But I want to see articles in Ravelli about the good things sub-branches are doing. I want to have articles in there about health issues that people in different age groups or have in common with the veteran community. You know, I'm passionate about other things like that. I know that Ray James has previously talked about medical issues and things that we should be doing. I think there should be articles about how our membership can save money at the shops and not buy extended warranties. Just little things like that I think will go to improving the day-to-day life and get a few more bucks in everyone's back pocket. So yeah, you're right, there is a bit of work to do on Ravelli. I'm sick of them putting my photo in it, and I think we need to open it up and have a broader cross-section of people contributing.
Let's focus on the badge, please.
I have responded to your question multiple times. The reason that the logo, not the badge, is where it is, I appreciate that the shield is part of that logo, is that we recognised that it was important and it needed to have a focus of it on the front cover, hence why we put the white space around it down the bottom so that it did stand out. So I think 30,000 members aren't going to agree on whether the logo should be at the top or the bottom of the front cover of the Ravelli. But please be assured that that was, when we relaunched the Ravelli, that was very much a consideration, and hence why it was placed where it is in terms of the white space, to make sure that didn't get dissolved in imagery, the headline or anything else. It was prominent.
Might I propose, a show of hands, who wants the logo at the top? Let's get this done. Come on. Do you want the RSL logo at the top? Jesus, I think it's about halfway. Have you got any? Oh, the bottom. Okay. Yeah. All right. And who cares? No. Okay. I think the ayes have it. So look, we'll take it on. If you can come up and have a chat to us after, mate, we'll get some notes down.
Okay, we're now going to go to 5 followed by 3. Microphone 5.
Thank you. My name is Vince Williams. I'm the Secretary of the Northern Beaches District Council and Forestville Sub-Branch. And my question is delivered on behalf of the Northern Beaches District Council. and I would like to direct it to Louise. Isaac quite rightly battered me off with my question this morning, so let me rephrase it to you, given the vast amount of money that must have been spent by RSL Lifecare on their rebranding. So my question is, did RSL Lifecare consult with the RSL New South Wales board or leadership, given your role as the corporate member, about the rebranding? And if not, why not?
Thank you. I obviously had some thought that this may be redirected towards me, which was appropriate. And I think Sangeeta spoke to this yesterday slightly in her address, and for those district council presidents here, obviously it was subject of discussion at our joint meetings as well. The shorter answer is no, they did not. And that was obviously expressed from us to be disappointing. Obviously from Lifecare's perspective, you know, they did consult, as Sangeeta talked to, with veterans, not directly through us. Obviously we made clear we were disappointed by that. I think that would go without saying, and certainly from those discussions, I think I can take some confidence that they absolutely accepted, you know, where we need to do better, and I think Sangeeta spoke to that yesterday as well. And you know, that's where our board is focused on, making sure, you know, things like this, it's vital that we work, you know, together in terms of we are obviously, you know, in partnership delivering veteran services with them. And obviously in our various hats that we wear involving RSL Lifecare. So I hope that answers your question directly. That is my answer.
Thanks, Louise.
Microphone 3.
Yes, good afternoon, members. Bob Doctor, President of the Dawson RSL sub-branch. My question relates to the annual budget and how it conflicts with the VSF funding. As you know, our annual budget gets submitted on the 30th of November each year, and it goes for the next calendar year. Yet the VSF works on the financial year. So when we do our budgets, we forecast what we are going to get for the whole year, yet we've got to pay our VSF donations by the 30th of June. That's a conflict. You know, we've got to make them align together. That's my question. Thank you.
Karen, do you want to take that one on board? It's one of your favourite topics at the moment.
Thank you very much, Bob, and I can wholeheartedly say there are some challenges with the VSF and its current way of operating. We are in the 2-year period of the VSF and its implementation, and so we're taking on all of the feedback that we can get from the membership at the moment as to how the VSF is working and what we can do better for the sub-branches. So thank you for your feedback, Bob, and we will take that on board as we look to the next financial year.
Thank you.
Microphone 1.
Thank you very much. Paul Moles, Werris Creek Sub-Branch, also the Secretary of the District Council, North West District Council. I'm speaking on behalf of the Sub-Branch. I have 3 questions which I wish to ask this morning in relation to the DVA forum. I'm just wondering if I might be permitted to answer, not on behalf of the board, but answer the question that was asked earlier online, as don't kill me everybody, but I was a previous local government councillor for 20 years, so I wish to just identify that a motion is something that's put together for debate and decision. When that decision has been reached and voted on, it then becomes the resolution. So if you'd like to all discuss that and argue about it, I'm quite happy to share my thoughts with you. So my 3 questions, if I may. The first one I wish to ask was, in the forum this morning, Miss Frame mentioned the backlog of claims that went back to March and that they were required to address that backlog. And she stated that they did address that backlog. My first question is, does anybody know what percentage of that backlog were in the favour of the applicant? Or was it just a tick and flick to get their books up to date? That's my first question. My second question is in regards to mental health access in regional New South Wales. I don't know what it's like in metropolitan. I do not like the division between metropolitan and rural, but in rural areas I have a wife who's been in the system for 50 years, not in mental health, although she should be. But no, she's not here. So anyway, after 50 years, it's not going to hurt me. But we have a doctor flies in from Sydney to Tamworth. Now from Tamworth, if you're up in Moree or Mungandai, that's a long way to travel. So we're just wondering, how are we going to access this mental health? There's a lot of money being spent on mental health, but it cannot be reached out in the bush, and that's where a lot of our veterans are disappearing to. So we're trying to get in touch with those veterans and get them help, but when we do get them help, we can't get the medical professionals. So I'm just wondering what RSL can do to try to address that state problem. It's not just in the bush. And my last one's in regards to the new legislation. I've been watching this pretty carefully. I was an old pension officer until all the insurance rot went on and they wanted me to do pensions for somebody in Western Australia that I didn't know and I couldn't get confidence with, and he didn't know me and I didn't know he or she. So I'm wondering how this legislation is going to cover what was an entitlement. The Veterans Entitlement Act is very clear. It was an entitlement. We changed over to compensation, and I was totally against going to Merca and Circa because I've been through a compensation claim through the health service and I know what it does to you and I know the mental strain it's put on you. I do not understand how those three acts are going to come in under one and benefit the veterans. Thank you.
Thank you, and I might just respond. And yes, sadly, I've had the joy of being a local government councillor as well. I thought the question was talking to the terms had been used interchangeably in the Constitution, but we will go back to the person that asked the question to clarify. In terms of your, I think, second and fourth question, you asked about the percentage of DVA claims that had been actioned and obviously how the acts are interchangeable. I think we will have to take those on notice for DVA. But as to your third question regarding mental health, I will defer to Isaac if he wants to have a go at answering that.
The new legislation is based on Merca. So the sort of ideology behind Merca is a focus on wellbeing and rehabilitation rather than strict focus on compensation. I think the vast majority of veterans will be better off under that scheme. And if you're under the old schemes and you've already been assessed for that, you'll be grandfathered, so you can stay under that scheme. It only, once we hit the 1st of July 2026, is when that scheme will be in force. Just in terms of mental health, I mean, this is a similar question to what Ian Marsh raised this morning. It is a wicked problem trying to sort out mental health access in rural areas of New South Wales in such a large state, but it is something we are lobbying very, very hard on. It is a focus of our lobbying. With the federal election year coming up, I think it's something that we might be able to leverage to try and get more consideration around how we can improve that access.
And apologies, sorry, I didn't appreciate Sophia Gregory from DVA still here and madly taking notes on any questions DVA, so I will defer those to her list. Thank you.
We're going to go to microphone 4 now, followed by microphone 3. Microphone 4.
Thank you. Robert Ridge, President of 5 Dock RSL Sub-Branch. 2 questions. First one's a governance. With the VSF, the equine program, a lot of capex going into that project at the moment. So who actually owns the property? Because if they walk away, what happens with all the capex?
The equine program is run by RSL Life Care, so it's separate to RSL New South Wales.
So Life Care owns the property?
We'd have to check that with Life Care.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, second question. A number of years back, RSL New South Wales entered into MOUs with Club New South Wales and also RSL and Services clubs. Just the board standing in the moment where we're trying to separate from from registered clubs. Do we still have those MOUs, and do we find that as a bit of a mixed, confused message we're sending out to our members and to clubs in general?
First, I'd probably ask you, are you on the club executive?
I am.
And the sub-branch executive?
I am.
So, look...
and I'm putting my sub-branch hat on now with no conflict.
Okay, I'll put my hat on with no conflict too. Look, I appreciate it's a complex matter. I don't think the MOUs work particularly well across the state. I've said it before, the clubs play an integral part of each community, and I think that my focus is on making sure that we abide by the national bylaws. The brand's not ours. I want clubs to work with sub-branches. Some do it well. I credit to you if you've been able to make it work the way it should, but there, more often than not, the sub-branches are pushed off to the side and the relationship doesn't exist. So I keep going back to the club grant scheme. I think it was 1.4% of the $120 odd million for that. It's my intention that that goes out to the very sub-branches that do the great work we need to happen out there. So look, I don't think that you can't believe everything you read in the media. I think that the relationship with the CEOs of the clubs New South Wales and RSL clubs is still very strong. Giles can probably comment to that better than I. And I think that we're coming to the table to work out a position that benefits them and us. So I don't think all the heat and fire is there that everyone claims. But like I said, you've got to be careful what you read and what you believe.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to 3, followed by the 2 at number 6. I am taking note of those walking up to the microphone, so just if we've got time, we've got number 3, then the 2 at number 6, and the 2 at number 5. Microphone number 3.
Okay, before going on to my question, I'd just like to congratulate the board, the management. I know that Derek Leslie had involvement in it. It's refreshing to come to a conference like this where we're not being spoken to, we're being spoken with, and I think that we'd like to congratulate you on that. But my question is that we spoke earlier about trustees, and the focus of the discussion was really on cash and investments, etc. But trustees also have the responsibility of looking after real property. So, you know, some of our sub-branches they've got flats, they've got clubs, they've got halls, some have got vehicles that need to be maintained, etc. And I'd like to know where there's the responsibility for things such as valuations, insurance, a proper return on investment, and all those things. What oversight is there to make sure that we are fully covered? For example, if somebody, a sub-branch had a block of flats and somebody slipped on a loose stair, where does RSL New South Wales have to meet some obligation?
Look, I'd like to start, and then I may defer to my colleagues here. I mean, I think Jason said it best before when he talked about the risk of trustee. All the things you say are obviously all very valid, and I think some of the data that came through the surveys we had in the Vision session from Isaac sort of said it best, where, you know, we have a lot of people take on trustee roles within RSL. Well, they're telling us that they don't necessarily understand and don't feel qualified to do. So I think, you know, that is absolutely a challenge, and I think it's something that, you know, obviously, you know, the presentation that was done with Jason here around custodian is obviously trying to help manage that challenge from a governance perspective, but you know, these are real issues. But happy to, on the specifics, happy to...
Yeah, I bring it up because I see it as a risk management issue.
So do we.
Yeah, I agree. It's a risk management issue, and in terms of managing real property, for example, if you don't feel qualified as a trustee to run it and to make some of those decisions, I think it's incumbent on you to get people not necessarily as other trustees, but to manage it. So you can get a professional property manager to step in and engage them to manage the property, and that includes sourcing insurance and maintenance and things like that. So there are options available, and Anzac House is here to help support as well as best we can.
Thank you.
Microphone 6.
Thank you, Rick Maunder, Ballinger River. Anzac House over the last couple of years has made our lives in smaller sub-branches a little bit easier with technology, like the portals, the sub-branch portal and the member portals, the SBAs and other documentation. But I'm just wondering if there's any thought to developing a cloud-based bookkeeping accounting system for sub-branch treasurers so they can aggregate all the our information on there, and will also aid in transparency down throughout the organisation. Thank you.
Erin.
We are available to help the sub-branches with all of their accounting and bookkeeping work, particularly the smaller sub-branches. We recognise that it can be quite burdensome, so we really want to be able to help you to understand how you're doing it and to do things a little bit better. So certainly something that's on our roadmap for delivery to the sub-branches and just providing that extra service. So thank you for that comment.
Thank you.
Number 6.
Yeah, David Ingram from Far Western Metro. Just two comments, one comment and a question. The issue with motions and resolutions, the confusion is we use it interchangeably as proposed resolutions or motions. A proposed resolution is a motion. They're the exact same meaning, but throughout the Constitution, those are used interchangeably and sometimes next to each other. So it's a duplication issue and a problem of consistency. Now, the question I had, I noticed the annual report that will be presented tomorrow. My concern is the annual report only shows the data from Anzac House. It does not include the data from sub-branches. Sub-branches provide SBAs every year with the finances that could easily be put into consolidated report to say this is how much money the corporation owns. This is how much we have across the network, and it would make that report much stronger as saying we're a strong organization. Right now we limit it, I'm thinking, 4%, 5% of the entire system in that report. So I would just suggest we try doing that. On the second part of that is that would mean we would need to align the financial years. And so the real question is, why did we ever change the financial year?
That's a great question. Why did we change it? And it's not your responsibility to answer that part, but you have a very good question there.
But it's Phil Chin's. Phil can answer it, can he? I'm sorry.
Thanks, David. You would remember a few years ago when we took it to the state, to Congress about changing it. There was a number of reasons, mostly regulatory, and the key questions we were looking at. There was two things. One was to align with government grants, and federal government works on a financial year basis, so that helped with that reporting and those requirements. The second was the risk that we might need to consolidate in the future with RSL Lifecare because of new accounting rules that were coming through. So we're getting ready for that. Those rules haven't come to pass yet. They're still being considered by the Accounting Standards Board, and we're getting advice on that as we go. So in terms of consolidation, there are a couple of rules that need to be met for consolidation. One is control, and the second should be beneficial interest. And with sub-branches, we don't have that. And with Lifecare, we are looking at the finer details of the rules of that. So while we do have that information, and it might be useful to provide a whole of RSL view It wouldn't be within the formal financial reports that we produce, but it is something that we are looking to get a view of, and we might share that in the future, but that's we've got to work on that. So legally and through the kind of accounting standards, no consolidation at this stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to draw a line in the sand. Everyone who is currently waiting to ask a question, I will give you the opportunity to ask a question, but we'll take no more walk-ups to the microphone, just because our timings are nearing to an end. But everyone who has been waiting will get through the questions as soon as possible. Person behind number 4, you're welcome to sit down. I will call you after number 2. I've noted you. Thank you. Microphone 5.
Are there any key performance indicators for the veteran and family support hubs, and will they or are they going to be publicised?
We've been working with RSL Lifecare Veteran Services to develop those KPIs. I think we're very, very close to having them sorted, and as soon as they are, we will publicise them.
Microphone 5 again.
My name is Gary Spencer. I'm the Secretary, Port Macquarie, RSL sub-branch. I joined the sub-branch in 1994 at Hornsby. A week after joining, I became the Secretary because of some unforeseen circumstances. Since I've been a member of the sub-branch, I've only been involved with 2 sub-branches, that is Hornsby and Port Macquarie. During those times, I've done nothing but be Secretary. What I've found is, over the years from 1994, things have changed immensely. In 1994, as a Secretary, I could ring up State Branch, I could talk to the Secretary on the phone, and we would deal with things. As the years have progressed, everything has changed and it's got a lot harder. And now we've got different government agencies we've got to deal with and that, and when you get a sub-branch, a rural one especially, we're only open for 2 hours, 2 days a week. So we've got to try and answer emails from State Branch, emails from our members, emails from our district president here, and all these things happen. So I find myself spending more time after the office is closed to try and catch up on work. So this is not a question, this is a request more than anything. Would the board please look at having a road trip that could go out to some of these especially the rural areas, where they could go out and spend a day with the different sub-branches. They could show them easier ways that they could progress. They could show them better ways to do things. They could do a Q&A like they used to do in the army days, where you'd have a team would come through and they would go through the logistics side of a battalion and the clerical side, and they'd go through and they'd have a checklist and they'd make sure you're doing everything correctly. It would then simplify what State Branch has to do, and that is, you haven't done your report, SBAs, and you haven't done that. Yep. So what I'm asking is, if you could arrange to have something like that, it would certainly help me and also a lot of the other rural, smaller sub-branches.
I'm going to pass this one to Mick.
Plus we have got buckets now that we've never had before. We've now got 18 buckets. When the strategic plan first started, I think it was about 6. Yep. Now we've got 18 buckets. If you put a 19th bucket in there, I can guarantee a lot of these smaller sub-branches, or even the bigger ones, would put into that if it went towards a team. Buy a car and put a team in that car and drive them around the country areas. We would put in money. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll try and get some of that and then I'll hand off. But it's always been our intention, and I said it at Congress last year, working full-time and more often than not, I think 2 or 3 days a week towards RSL. It's really difficult for me to get out there and be part. So what I'd like to propose, and what I'm certainly proposing to the board, is that every quarter we have a travelling board meeting that goes out to regional New South Wales, and with that, or either side of it, we can meet with the districts, meet with the members, have the Q&As like you're saying. That's obviously one part of what you're saying, but I understand about access to headquarters. It is a big operation.
Talking about is somebody from the office where we're dealing with now. If we need a question, we've got to ring up and the phone's busy and so forth. Yep. Whereas if they come up with a program where you've got people from State Branch get in the car and come out. I'm not talking about board members or the president. I'm just talking about people in there that generally run the office for us. They do a road run and they go from the north back to the Metropolitan and help us out.
It is something that we're looking at remedying and being able to have greater access to the membership. But like Giles might talk on that part operationally, but it's certainly my intent, or the board should be getting out to mingle with the membership. And it'll certainly make my calendar easier too, but I can assure you people still call me. I get calls at 11 o'clock at night from sub-branches asking me where to park the bus in Sydney. I don't know if they want me to check if they're hydrated either. So.
Thank you.
Microphone 1.
Oh, it's John Williams from Moree Sub-Branch again. Just to clarify a few things I said before about affiliates and so forth, etc. When we had a president in the past, dear fellow, he's passed on now, but when it first came out with affiliates, he used to just grab affiliates and we were told that they were affiliates, and we were told at the sub-branch level. Didn't have any choice. I've spent 48 years in Legacy, not comparing Legacy or either, but the way it was done, we had a similar thing in Legacy, and what happened there was that, as Legacy always did, had the chance, the group had the chance to choose whether that person was fit to come in or not, because they weren't returned people anymore. And it worked extremely well. And so eventually we got to the stage where we just said, oh, just make them legatees and be done with it, because it was working so well. We do really have a serious problem in Moree where it's out of hand and we have to get it into hand. You know, I dread going to run a meeting. It's really out of hand. But anyhow, I just wanted to clear that aspect up. And just that it was done by one particular chairman who just brought them in willy-nilly everywhere. And I think this organisation is an organisation you've either got to have camaraderie or you have to have some people you select. Just a question back on camaraderie and the amounts of money we're talking about spending before the $300. John touched on that before. Doesn't it say in the Act that we've got a special thing, like Lions clubs cannot feed their own members or give them free or anything because they're a charity? The Australian Taxation Department gave us a special thing wherein we could have camaraderie amongst veterans and pay for their alcohol and food and so forth, but not for anybody outside veterans. Somebody might be able to answer that for us too, but I'll sit down.
I'll defer the second question potentially to Jeff if he's the appropriate. But in terms of the first, thank you for your comment around the affiliate. I think what we've taken from obviously the forum and the discussion is, there'll be obviously further discussion to come on the membership category issue, and I think we'll take your comment.
Yeah, John, the charitable purpose for RSL New South Wales is set by us in the Constitution. It's not something that's given to us by the ATO. Back in the day, pre-2012, the ATO ran charities. Now you've got the ACNC that runs charities. So there was nothing that was sort of conferred on the RSL to say you can provide camaraderie. It's part of our charitable purpose, which we decided. I hope that clarifies. Yep.
Thank you. Microphone 2.
It's on. It's already on? Good. Okay, Max Frost, Nebiac RSL Sub-Branch, Vice President. 3 little things. First one, do we have a package that we give to service personnel on their leaving the service?
No.
No, I gather that's a no. So if you're looking for an answer, I think that would be one of the first things, minimal cost in a direct market.
Sorry, Max, can I just jump in there? We will be working on this exact thing that you're talking about. We really want to engage with ADF at the point of transition, before, during the whole transition process. As part of the service offering, that's something we're going to be looking to develop really strongly. We also have an ADF event transition kit, so if you want to go to the transition seminars as a sub-branch, we've got a kit for you there that you can take along to that as well, and engage with transitioning members that way. But I agree with you, it's certainly something we're going to address in the very near future.
Sooner the better for everybody. Secondly, one of the biggest things, we've spoken all 2 days about money and cost and small sub-branches. One of the biggest costs is overheads. Overheads being insurance. Instead of us all running around and paying individual amounts, like you spoke about the superannuation effect, why can't we collectively get the clubs, and I'm saying clubs, but all the organisations that are using the RSL to negotiate with them and say, okay, how about you picking up the tab? No individual benefit for anybody, but benefits the RSL and everybody. I think that's just a starting point, but there's a lot of things there that could cut down a lot of these costs and keep us afloat.
I won't speak specifically to insurance, and I certainly wouldn't speak on behalf of the clubs, but what I would say is, obviously that goes to the operating model review, I guess we're flagging to do, to highlight, and at the session before, in terms of Jason's session, talked about it in terms of investments and things, but in terms of the holistic ecosystem of RSL, we absolutely think there's efficiencies in particularly shared service issues or whatever issues they may be somewhere in the system, but we haven't identified those. That's why we want to start doing the work and listening to what we could do better. What we could do that across the system could make a difference. So I guess that really goes to that vision, how could we reshape the, the model, if you like, to be better.
That's the question, and it should be a priority, I think.
Underway, yeah.
Last little one, I'm listening to the young veterans coming through, and we all got the same problem, getting to them. Just from my life's experience, they're all coming out, young people with families. We've done very little to address the family scene. We need to get to schools, we need to get to anywhere where there's a family organisation and get the word out to them. Spread the good word and you might get a better result. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, mate. That's something that you should probably also raise with the Premier when he joins us tomorrow, because I know that the state government is certainly interested in how they can utilise our membership to get out to schools and improve that, that education piece.
Pointing towards me.
Just that final couple of speakers. I did note there were 2 speakers at number 4, so we'll go 4, 6, 4 before we conclude the session. Microphone number 4.
Kelly from Linto sub-branch. If you don't know where that is, it's between Bathurst and Cowra, because I always get asked where it is. Firstly, I'm not up to comment on this, but I want to back up the Brankston lady talking about the aged vet and people like that around the World War II career thing. We need to make sure they're end of life, and usually, of course, they will go before us because we're younger. It doesn't always work out, but if it does, we need to make sure that they're included in our things as well. What I want to speak about was, do any of you up on the panel know how many associate members are in New South Wales?
You mean affiliate?
No, I mean associates.
Ah, okay.
One of you spoke about it earlier and said that they did a good job.
We don't have associate member data. Yeah, no, we don't. I don't know that we even have visibility of that in our CRM. I could be wrong. Mary's probably sitting here watching it and going to get me into trouble, but We'll take the question on notice.
If I could talk about your aged membership, it's certainly the case that we want to make sure that no veteran is left behind. And I think that there are complex issues that we need to lean into with our ageing veteran membership and population, and that goes into how their DVA benefits might be existing if they go into aged care, how NDIS and other functions can help them and not affect any DVA entitlements. So yeah, there is a lot of work, and we are leaning into it. So we're making sure that there's, we address as many of those vulnerabilities as we can.
Could I ask you, is there any associate members here? Someone's pointing to someone there.
Do you mean associate members or affiliates?
Yes, I mean ASSACIOTE.
Okay. So that's a member who's registered with one sub-branch and attends the meetings of another one? Okay.
Indeed.
Yep. We'll take that one and come back to you on that one.
Right, yes. Just that I wanted to just give a brief thought so that people can think about it. We're talking about putting affiliate members in positions where some sub-branches don't want them because they don't want it taken over. If associates were allowed in the sub-branch, which is not their main one, if they were allowed to be co-opted, if the sub-branch wanted more committee members, that may assist them in having someone who's service-related in that position rather than an affiliate. At the present time, associates, of which I'm one, are not allowed, we could volunteer, but we're not allowed to be in that position. Obviously, we can't push ourselves on them, but if they know that they can ask, could we be on the committee or do this or that, it may assist them in having a service member available. And I might add that I've had probably about 13 years of being an associate, just happened in inverted commas by accident, before Anzac House brought the clanger down and stopped it happening. We have to observe the normal courtesies if we wish to speak at our associate sub-branch and just say permission to speak from the president or whoever's running the meeting. And I think that should still occur, but I think it'd be nice if we were able to volunteer if they wanted us.
Thank you very much, and I think your comment goes to the membership discussion as well in terms of the broader category, so thank you for your contribution.
Right.
Microphone number 6.
Thank you. Gail Turnbull from the Glen Innes RSL sub-branch. I'm the president of the sub-branch there and vice president of the New England District Council. There's been a lot of talk around the table today about getting younger veterans in and getting them to take over the positions on the exec. That is really, really hard to do because a lot of the younger veterans have young families, they're working full-time, they're not there, especially in rural areas, to come in during the week to spend 2 hours twice a week in the office. So for the last 6 months or so, we've been really focusing on veterans and their families, not members and their families. So every time we have a social event, we invite veterans and their families from the community, and that you keep doing that, you've got a chance of getting them to come in. Most recently, one of the suggestions from one of the younger veterans was to have a clay shooting exhibition shoot. So we went ahead and organised that. It was very well supported. That was followed by a family barbecue. So that's come from the younger veterans. We need to find out what they want to bring us in. I've been a member of Glen Innes sub-branch, dare I say it, since 1979. And I have seen huge changes over the years, from the time when women weren't even allowed into the men's club, dare I say that too. So I used to refer ourselves as one of the boys when we first came in. But there's been changes. We have to move with the changes, and we really need to concentrate on all veterans and their families to get them in. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. And I think, you know, some of the, if I can call them younger veterans in the room, have obviously given some thoughts today, which I think are helpful. But I guess, you know, what I would respond to your comment by saying is, you know, I think we're all aware succession is, you know, another huge challenge, and it's a huge challenge of any member organisation. Obviously, you know, looking out in the room, it remains a challenge for us, but it's a challenge that's not insurmountable. You know, I think, you know, certainly the District President's Council and the Board, you know, we have had conversations, need to continue about the support we can give people in managing succession planning, identifying people, how to engage them, how to bring them in. You know, certainly, you know, this is shared by most member organisations that are run by volunteers, and I think it's something that, you know, we've all got to be really conscious of at all time. We're not going to be able to solve it today, but I think it's one that's certainly on, you know, if you like, the board's to-do list to sort of, you know, help and provide support for how we can move through that.
Well, I've found that in regional areas, particularly up home, we've lost our local paper. We've lost our local information paper. So we have to rely on word of mouth, Facebook, and we do a newsletter every second month, and we put that in specific places around town. People take them and they talk to somebody else, and that's the only way we've found that we can communicate with other people. And it also encourages local sub-branches to get involved. So since that clay shooting, I've been bombarded with when is the next one. So it's worked out quite well.
Let me know when you have it, I'll come up myself.
Will do.
Yeah.
Thank you. And unfortunately, if this gentleman here, when we made the call at 4:25, was just those who were standing who we're going to get through. So the last speaker of the day will be speaker number 4.
Branch again. We had some discussion before lunch about the Sub-Branch Support and Assistance Fund, and I'd like to revisit that. Last week and again today, I trawled through the income and expenditure from the Support and Assistance Fund, and it's pleasing to see that there's some 40 sub-branches over the last 2 months, September, October, have received assistance, no doubt to attend this Congress. But I was surprised to see that, in fact, those disbursements were, you know, $1,000, $2,000, $3,000. But I was surprised to see the largest amount was back in May, when $16,500 was donated to War Widows New South Wales from the Support and Assistance Fund. Anyway, in discussion with Anzac House over another issue, I raised that. I didn't receive a response to it, but in revisiting and retrawling through the expenditure today, I noticed that's disappeared from the list. Can anyone explain that to me, please?
Hopefully you can hear me. It has disappeared from the list, you're right. However, sorry, I can't read that without my glasses. Back in May, we were alerted to an individual lady who had ended up in hospital after an accident with her son. Her husband was killed. A lot of money was raised from the people in this room, particularly from Sandra Lampkin's sub-branches, which is actually where that accident occurred or happened. She was then treated after coming out of a coma in Newcastle. We urgently found ways to support her in conjunction, actually, with Renee Wilson and the War Widows team. Her care is ongoing, and in fact Sandra kindly rang me about a week ago and said, I've got a meeting coming up
what other support is required. We actually, I think, took it out of that line item. Is that right, Karen? But that's the reason why that 16,500 appeared as a payment to war widows, and it was an emergency moment to help a veteran's wife as a result of that tragic accident.
Look, I'm a legatee, or I was a legatee until recently. I've had to give it up for other reasons, but I would have thought that Legacy would have donated to support that particular individual case.
And they did too, as did war widows, as did we, in order to pull together.
I just don't think it's appropriate to come from the sub-branch support and assistance fund. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, delegates. That concludes our session this afternoon. Would you please thank our panel?
Do you mind? I might just say something.
Don't go anywhere yet, though. We've got the Lucky Door Prize and a list of the outcomes from today. I might hand over to Louise.
Oh, look, just a quick wrap up from me. Thank you. I know we've run slightly over. I hope everyone enjoys the afternoon. I hope everyone, just from what's said before, did find today, and particularly this session, and I guess us sitting up here and answering questions, engaging for you. I would like to thank the whole Anzac House team that's up here. They do a lot of work behind the scenes. I want to re-emphasise questions like this. We're available to answer your questions at any time, so please, do get in contact with us. But certainly, what we're seeing in the room here is, a great deal of goodwill and engagement, and obviously I'm sure that will continue on tomorrow with our formalities, but I'm really looking forward to getting on with the job of the things that have been identified. I want to shout out to not only Anzac House team, obviously everyone here, the board, but particularly to Mick as well. There has been a lot of traction achieved in the last 12 months, a lot of great profile achieved for RSL, and I think we're going to achieve some great things working together. So enjoy the night, everyone.
Thank you, Louise. And round of applause.
Do you mind if I just jump on? I know you all love a beer. You used the tab yesterday. I'll put another 500 on the bar tonight. Same rules apply. If you're an officer, you get a Shirley Temple with an umbrella. North Bondi, you stick to water. Cheers.
What a deal. Thank you, Mick. Now, after that productive day, I'm now going to provide a quick summary of outcomes that the Anzac House team, directors and District Presidents Council will go away and commence working on. The organisation should be a service-led member organisation. Maintain status quo that affiliates are eligible to fill secretary and treasurer roles of the sub-branch. The President, Vice President and Trustee positions must be service members as per status quo. Have one non-service membership category, non-service or support members, preferably support member. Sub-branches and districts should have some form of disciplinary power. And I think that is all for the outcomes. Ladies and gentlemen, before we finish for the day, just a couple of things. There is an Army Open Day at Singleton Army Barracks on Saturday the 9th of November. The brochures are floating around the room. I'll leave one on the stage for you to take a photo. There's a QR code. It's free. But you need a ticket. No ticket, no entry. I'm now going to invite Giles to announce the Lucky Door winners. Oh, I'm going to do it. Great, I have the honour. Now, winners can collect their prize from the Anzac House team at the back of the room. Okay, well, that's nice and easy. So, with your programs, if you've got this little metallic sticker on your program, go to the back of the room. To the Anzac House staff, you are a winner, and you Lucky Door Prize. Congratulations to any of you who have this metallic sticker on your program. You are a lucky winner. just go to the back of the room and collect your prize. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes day 2. Those who are going to the RSL New South Wales Sport and Recreation activities at Bar Beach Bolo, the shuttle buses are leaving from now on King Street, and they will continue on a loop to and from Bar Beach up until 7:30 p.m. Parking is also available at the bowling club for those of you who wish to drive. And finally, just one reminder to the sub-branch delegates to please allow some time tomorrow morning to collect your voting devices here in the arena from 8 a.m. A reminder that the registered sub-branch delegate is the only person that is allowed to collect the voting device. Registered sub-branch alternate delegates, district council delegates or alternates and observers do not collect a voting device. And to avoid congestion, we only ask the registered sub-branch delegate approach the collection tables. Thanks again, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.